Chapter 301 The war is about to start. The rain is coming. Nick Fury put away the tablet and said seriously, I know this is my dereliction of duty. I will recognize any punishment you have. But what I want to say is that if the clown organization is not ordered to be wiped out today, then the next Big Bang will be powerful. Will be more than 10 times that of New York. Enough. After 5 hours of alarmism, the lawmakers were annoyed. This is just your side words. What mind gems? What absorption capacity? Even if these are true, SHIELD has studied for decades without results. How can the clown organization crack the mystery of gems in one day? Of course it is possible. Click. The office door opened, and Thor came in with a hammer swinging in. Nick Fury said angrily, I'm sorry, I know you don't believe me, so I can only ask a helper over. What do you mean? With Thor to support you, you dare to be bold enough to do it? The counselor endured his anger and asked calmly, Saul, why do you think so? Saul said carelessly, just because Jason is an enemy who can time me. Member. Is this boastful? Saul continued, I live more than 1,000 years, older than the 5 of you together. I have defeated thousands of powerful enemies, but I can tell you, Jason is the one I met. The strongest among the enemies. What worries me even more is his amazing growth. According to your information, Jason established the clown organization for less than 10 years. In only 10 years, he has grown from a wanted criminal to a big problem that even the government army can't handle. His potential is terrible! I can guarantee that if you waste this plan and let him lurch for a few more years, he can walk sideways on the entire planet. Do you know what will happen then? He will kill your parents, enslaved your son, and slept with your daughter, and you can only watch and spend your entire life repenting for today's stupid decision. Thor's identity is really good, and Saul's words silenced the 5 members. After a long time, a congressman said, if all the military forces are sent to deal with the clown organization... What about the universe Rubik's Cube and the alien fleet? Saul became a little addicted and continued to teach them. We have never given up looking for the Cosmos Rubik's Cube, but it takes time and luck. Taking a step back, even if Loki's subordinates summoned the Kitarians with the Cosmos Cube, don't you still have? And that? Nick Fury, nuclear. Saul, yes, don't you have such powerful explosives as nuclear weapons? I listened to the description of the Tin Man about this explosive, and thought it was very lethal. As long as you use nuclear weapons, you have a chance to defeat the Zetarians. On the contrary, if you waste this opportunity, nuclear weapons will definitely not kill Jason. Saul's words are over. The 5 congressmen began to discuss quietly with solemn expressions. Nick Fury leaned closer and said, thank you. Saul smiled generously. It doesn't matter. I just thought about it and found that Jason is indeed more dangerous. The two chatted for a few words, and the congressman quickly reached a decision. Perhaps it was Saul's "first enslave your son and sleep your daughter" that made them fear. 5 members unanimously approved the plan to encircle and suppress the clown organization. Nick Fury was secretly relieved. The big rock in his heart finally fell to the ground. The congressman said, Fry, the ugly words are in front. This action must eliminate the clown organization, otherwise... I know, Nick Fury said seriously, I admit it, whether it's dismissal or going to a military court. Congressman, just understand, we will be responsible for liaising with the president and the presidents of the other 4 countries to assemble all forces against the alien fleet. In addition, the clown organization has a large number of fanatic fighters, so the 1st Armored Division of the Army in Texas will be temporarily deployed by you. There are unexpected surprises. Nick Fury had a fiery heart and said seriously, thank you. No thanks, I wish you success, Commander. The 5 congressmen congratulated in unison, and then cut the video call. After leaving the office, Nick Fury was refreshed and his walking was much easier. Not only did he succeed in persuading the congressman to agree to his plan, but he also got an armored division along the way. This was a double happiness. Back at Banner's studio, Nick Fury told them the good news, but this group of grandsons reacted to even a little reaction, and didn't know how much energy he had expended. Dr. Banner, Is there anything? Banner and Natasha are sitting on the benches. You and I are playing small games with such intimacy like no one else. He doesn't treat Tony as a human being. Banner followed his finger to the screen. The progress bar is almost halfway through. Nick Fury turned around to look, only to see the screen showed that the search progress reached 43%. In order to find the Scepter of Mind, S.H.I.E.L.D. has assembled all the gamma spectrometers in the United States for carpet inspection. This method was proposed by Banner. Although stupid is a bit stupid, it wins in no dead ends. Even if Jason hides the scepter underground, it can be found. The only downside is that this device can only search for one target at a time. Otherwise, the universe Rubik's Cube robbed by Loki can also be found out. Time flies and it comes to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The progress bar on the instrument screen finally reached 99. Everyone put down their work and formed a circle in front of the screen, without blinking. Drop. With a soft sound, the instrument locked the position of the Mind Scepter. Banner put on his eyes and quickly tapped the keyboard with both hands to convert the code into geographic coordinates. The scepter is here. The global positioning system quickly narrowed its range and the target was in a forest in the outskirts of New York 300 kilometers away. Nick Fury pointed and asked, "Where is this place?" Natasha quickly searched on the tablet, and then replied, "This was originally a wasteland. It was bought a few years ago and operated a ranch. There is no bad record." The ranch again. Tony smiled contemptuously and couldn't help but spit out, "Remember that Jason's base in the Hudson Valley is also a ranch." This bastard was a cowboy in his life. Nick Fury didn't answer the call and gave the order directly. "This pasture is not far from here. Stark, you are responsible for taking a trip. Don't be stunned. You just need to explore the truth from a distance. Don't worry, promise to complete the task." Tony left the laboratory. "Natasha, you are responsible for checking air traffic control and ground information to see if there are any abnormalities. If Jason really has a problem, those cadres will definitely mobilize troops to protect Jason." Natasha sat in front of the computer and asked casually, "Is it possible that they will take Jason to escape and avoid fighting? After all, there is a teleportation superpower who can hide anywhere." Nick Fury smiled and said, "We are old rivals with the Clown Organization. How many times have you seen them escape without a fight? Pay more debts." Chapter 302 Iron Man targeted by everyone. "We and the Clown Organization are old rivals. How many times have you seen them escape without a fight?" Nick Fury's words revealed emotion and sadness. Because the other meaning of this sentence is, we have been fighting with the Clown Organization for so many years, and when we have the upper hand, we are the only ones who fled without fighting. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression was taken aback. Then she showed a bitter smile and said, "Yes, I don't know what will happen this time. The opponent is the Clown Organization, who dare to say that it is 100% sure. What should I do?" Everyone was assigned the task, only Soul stood by and had nothing to do. "Soul, take a break for a while. There will definitely be a big battle afterwards." Nick Fury was afraid that he would think too much, and quickly calmed down a few words. This master is the #1 power in the Avengers, so he can't be offended. "Oh, okay." Soul didn't think too much, turned around and was ready to go back to rest. "Wait." Nick Fury thought of something, and hurriedly stopped him. "Soul, you and Loki are brothers and know his personality preferences. Do you think that if Loki's plan is successful, where will he choose to open the door of time and space?" Soul frowned and thought carefully, and said, "Rocky has a low self-esteem, so he is eager to succeed, likes to show off, and especially enjoys the worship or awe of others. I think he will choose places with many people, and the place must be famous. The floor must be high. He likes to look down on others." Nick Fury said, "It turns out to be like this." "I see. Go back and rest." After Saul left, Nick Fury walked to the bed of the aircraft carrier and looked down at the city and mountains at his feet. There must be many people, the place must be famous, the floor must be high, and I like to look down. There are many places in New York State that meet these 3 conditions. What exactly is Loki's goal? Could it be? Nick Frameth suddenly started, and an answer emerged in his heart. "Sir." Natasha tilted her legs and turned the chair and said, "I think of a place." Nick Fury said, "Let's talk together." Stark Tower. Stark Tower. Tony put on a new generation of fully automatic armor and flew to a ranch not far away. Focusing on the task, he didn't know that his mansion had been spotted by Loki. Half an hour later, the pasture appeared in front of us. Tony didn't dare to get too close, maintained at a height of about 3 kilometers, and then launched a miniature detector to conduct a close-range investigation. "No, not here. Nor here. There is only a herd of cows here." "Ah, I found it. It was hidden here." The probe searched hundreds of meters above the ranch, and finally locked an ordinary wooden house. The house has 2 floors on the ground, with obvious traces of residence, while the underground of the wooden house is a group of reinforced concrete buildings. The building complex covers a huge area, almost covering the entire pasture, and the building depth is as high as 100 meters. Now that it is not the headquarters of the clown organization, it is estimated that no one will believe it. "Ha! I finally found you, a bitch," Tony scolded, then manipulated the detector to record all the data. Back on the aerospace carrier, Tony reported on the results of his investigation. "Banner is right. This place is the headquarters of the clown organization. God knows how Jason evaded satellite surveillance and built such a large underground complex." Banner recalled the days when he was detained, and said with emotion, "Jason has many skilled craftsmen, plus the wealth of the enemy's country. This little thing is not surprising at all." "Enemy rich?" Tony was a bit aggrieved. "If this guy hadn't stolen my armor and arc reactor, he wouldn't be so rich in 10 years. Nick Fury asked, "Stark, is there anything else to find?" Tony shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that I'm scared by the grass, so I didn't dare to investigate at close range." "Saul, with that said, it is still uncertain whether Jason really has an accident." "Yes, based on a base alone, you can't even be sure if Jason is or not, let alone other things." "Not necessarily," Natasha said suddenly. She tiptoed, the chair backed half a meter to the right, letting out the computer screen. "The air traffic control data shows that since last night, there have been a large number of suspicious flight records in airports across the country." The crowd gathered around to watch, and Saul, who could not understand, asked directly, "Where is the suspicious?" Natasha said, "Although these flight records are well disguised, some are for travel, some are for medical treatment, and some are for team building. But there is one thing that cannot be disguised." She pointed at a line on the screen, "Destination." "The destinations of these planes are all at the same place, at an airport 50 kilometers away from the ranch." "I investigated the use of vehicles in the local city. Intelligence showed that more than 300 buses were temporarily requisitioned by the government last night, and their whereabouts are still unknown." Saul did not understand. "The government? How can the government help the clown organization?" Tony helped explain. "The clown organization is domineering. Many local governments and consortia have been infiltrated and bought by them, and they have become accomplices in their crimes. Collusion between officials and bandits should not be a special product of the Earth." "Have you been to so many planets without knowing it?" Saul shook his head blankly. "I went to other planets to fight a war, no matter the good or the bad. It was a one-shot deal anyway." Nick Fury, "Don't worry. None of these people can escape after today." Hearing this, Tony's mouth curled up, and his contemptuous expression obviously did not believe his words. "There are too many individuals and organizations that provide help to the clown organization. SHIELD, and the fact that they can be seen by clown organizations shows that they have a certain use value behind them, the most of which is funds." Tony, who is also a capitalist, is very clear about the power of capital in this country. "Let's put it this way, if it was not him who developed the steel armor, but a grassroots scientist with no background and no capital, I'm afraid not to mention the steel armor, even personal freedom cannot be maintained." Even after today, the clown organization eventually fell. The government will only catch some unfounded substitutes for dead ghosts to quell popular anger. Those big capitalists who hide behind the scenes will not hurt their experience at all, and they will be a hero after a few years of low-key Banner operated the computer and browsed the flight records of the air traffic control. With so many people mobilized in one night, it seems that something happened to the clown organization. Natasha shook her head and said, but this doesn't mean that Jason must be the one who had the problem. After that, she turned to look at Tony, raised her eyebrows aggressively, and asked, "Hey, genius. What do you think?" Tony accepted the title generously and said seriously, "Contrary to you, I think it was Jason who had the problem. Think about it in another way. If I am in this position, I will definitely mobilize all my strength to protect myself. This is the truest response of people in the moment of danger." Natasha continued to tease him, "So you have been working hard to make steel armor these years, just because you are afraid of this day." Chapter 303 Bloody Battle Begins. Send you a mushroom cloud. Hearing this, Tony was not very happy. Everyone has their own hobbies. Saul was puzzled by the style and said sarcastically, "You are just afraid of death." Tony glanced at him, feeling very upset. "It's not ashamed that if I had a godfather, I would dare to kill myself. This is the situation." Ignoring other people's quarrels, Nick Fury closed his eyes and carefully analyzed their thoughts. After thinking for a long time, he opened his eyes and said, "Get ready to do it. Let us understand all this thoroughly." "Understood, sir." Several Avengers are eager to try. Nick Fury immediately issued combat orders. First, order the 2 carrier-based aircraft squadrons on the aerospace carrier to enter combat readiness, load missiles at full capacity, and conduct a full inspection again. Second, order the U.S. 1st Armored Division that has assembled at the airport to take off immediately and head to the military airport closest to the ranch. After the 2 missions were released, Nick Fury said to the people in front of him, "The carrier-based aircraft squadron is all on standby. The 1st Armored Division is expected to be deployed at 4:30 p.m., and the decisive battle time is set at 5 p.m. Do you have any different opinions?" Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. When the combat order was really issued, their expressions were not as relaxed as before. "Decisive battle, or organize with the clown. I don't know how many people will survive and the end." The atmosphere gradually became a little dignified, and Tony half-jokingly said, "I think this time is good. After the war, maybe I can catch a late-night snack." "Saul, have you ever eaten Mexican food?" "I know a good restaurant." Saul is the most relaxed of the few people. He immediately shook his head and said expectantly, "I haven't eaten it, but I want to taste it." "The food on your planet is so delicious that Asgard can't eat it." Banner followed and said, "I recommend Chinese food. You will never forget it." Natasha also smiled slightly. "I think fast food is also good. Personally favorite sandwiches." Saul was greedy. "Hurry up and start and end. I can't wait." Thanks to Tony's active atmosphere, their psychological pressure was released a lot. When they finalized the battle plan, the clock pointed to exactly 4:30. Nick Fury received the news that the 1st Armored Division had arrived at the designated location on time. He put down the communicator, and several Avengers stopped chatting and focused on him. "The time for the decisive battle has arrived. Let's prepare." Several people cheered each other firmly, and then left the laboratory to their respective rooms. After 20 minutes, they put on their equipment and came to the aircraft carrier command room together. The command room is located directly in front of the aircraft carrier, with a very wide view, with hundreds of commanders at all levels. Nick Fury stood in the exclusive position of the captain. His eyes swept over them one by one. "Action. Victory will ultimately belong to us." Several people nodded solemnly, and then left the command room to head to the aircraft carrier deck. Black Widow and Banner board the Quinn fighter, and they fire the first shot of the war. The fighter speeded over the deck, and Thor and Tony followed closely behind. 10 minutes later, the ranch appeared within 10 kilometers of the radar. Natasha lifted the protective cover of the launch button with her thumb, then turned to look at Banner. "Are you nervous?" Banner looked at the heart rate monitor on his wrist and said humorously, "It told me that I was a little nervous." Natasha smiled and asked, "When everything is over, where do you want to go, or what do you want to do?" Banner shook his head and smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I never thought about it. Before the Gamma experiment had an accident, Apart from profound knowledge, only Betty Rose was left in his mind. After Betty's death, his wish was to eliminate the clown organization and avenge her. As for what happened after the revenge, he really didn't think about it. Natasha refused to give up, and asked forcefully, "It's not too late to think about it." Banner scratched his hair. When I'm tired I have thought of giving up everything going to open a restaurant. Natasha was a little surprised. Banner thought she didn't like it, and quickly changed his words. "That's an old idea, maybe a little naive." "No," Natasha interrupted, "this idea is great." "Really?" Banner couldn't believe it. "Of course." Natasha smiled and said happily, "Don't forget, I like sandwiches." I must remember. The ranch was 5 kilometers away from the radar, and Natasha put away her smile and decisively pressed the launch button. The belly magazine opened, and 10 special air-to-surface missiles were launched one after another. The target was the pasture. In the base, the battle between Jason and the original energy continued. It was getting dark outside, and this battle, invisible to outsiders, had lasted for nearly 20 hours, and there was still no victory or defeat. The comrades were anxious, but couldn't help with any help, so they could only sit. Suddenly, the base alarm bell rang out, and the lights turned red in an instant. "Warning, missile strikes, 30 seconds remaining." Chloe's hurried voice resounded through the base. The faces of several comrades changed greatly, and at the same time they exclaimed in their hearts, "Shield!" "Ha!" The next second, Hallie put her hand on Jason's left shoulder and left the base in an instant. When she left, several accomplices immediately got together and stood hand in hand. If they knew Shield would come, of course they had to take precautions. In response to the SHIELD raid, they formulated several plans, and missile airstrikes are just one of them. Holly appeared in the meeting room again, teleporting away with her comrades. The retreat site they discussed was a deep mountain 10 kilometers away from the ranch. Hallie sent her comrades to the top of the mountain, without intending to hide them. Now that the base has been discovered, the battle must be unavoidable, and evasion is not the style of the clown organization. The comrades meet the enemy at the top of the mountain, and Jason and Belmode must not be nearby. Jason's hiding place is very special. Hawley used space superpowers to dig a hole 1 kilometer inside the mountain. He and Belmode hid inside. This place can be said to be very safe, unless SHI. One more thing, Hallie dug dozens of similar air raid shelters within 100 kilometers. Even if SHIELD's shitty luck found the hiding place, Hawley could teleport to other places. Standing on the top of the mountain, the comrades saw fires on the horizon. 3, 2, 1, boom. 10 missiles plunged into the ground accurately, and the organization's backup headquarters was instantly blown up. A huge dark red mushroom cloud rose slowly, accompanied by the sound of explosions resounding through the sky, and the shaking of the earth and mountains. The land around the ranch, like dominoes, quickly began to collapse. Countless houses, trees, and animals were buried, and the scene looked like the end of the world. The mushroom cloud rose to an altitude of several kilometers, painting the already dim sky with a layer of black ink. At the center of the ranch, a horrible sinkhole with a diameter of about 5 or 6 kilometers and a depth of 2 kilometers appeared. Chapter 304 Waste Hiding in Armor. Oh my god! Standing on the top of the mountain and watching this scene at the foot of the mountain, the comrades showed solemn expressions on their faces. The lethality of missiles is really terrifying, and SHIELD has lost its blood this time. Although these 10 missiles are conventional weapons, they are no less than 100,000-ton nuclear warheads in terms of their explosive effects. They have no radiation hazards and are by no means any active missiles. The comrades have lingering fears. It was too dangerous just now. If Hawley hadn't teleported Jason away, even if he was not swallowed by the original energy, he would definitely be buried in the explosion. Just now, it seems that for today, SHIELD has made all preparations. Tony controlled the armor to flight to the sky above the tanking, activated the reconnaissance equipment, and wanted to see if there was any living mouth in it. After a while, the scan ends. He said cheerfully, "There is no sign of life." If Jason had just been inside, he would have been completely broken. Natasha didn't dare to be careless, and said, "Or, he's not there at all." Tony nodded. "It's possible. Let's go to investigate nearby." "I'll go to the west, Sol you go to the east, Cortana, you go to the deep mountains in the north." If Jason is not at the base, he must be nearby. The four were divided into 3 groups and searched in 3 different directions. The east side of Sol's responsibility is a green area, and there is no way to hide people. It is enough to observe with the naked eye. The terrain on the west and north is more complex and requires advanced detection equipment, such as thermal imaging technology. Below is a mountain several hundred meters high, which is quite suitable for Tibetans, Natasha said, turning on the onboard thermal imaging. Banner stared at the screen. Although there were many bright spots on it, it could be judged from the shape and size that it was a wild animal, not a human. The comrades stood on the top of the mountain and saw a fighter plane flying over and hovering at an altitude of 1,000 meters. "Yes, it is the Kun-type fighter of SHIELD, raised by a bunch of bitches." David pulled out his military binoculars. "Do it," Hawley said. "Look at me." Franklin stretched out his hand, covering the fighter with a firm grip. Diddy. In the next instant, the Kun fighter sounded an alarm. "Corona." Banner held the seat with both hands. "The plane is out of control." Natasha tried to control the plane, but there was no feedback at all. Banner thought of someone, and hurriedly called, "Sol, Tony, the fighter is out of control, and the clown organization is hiding in the mountains." Before the voice fell, the fighter jet turned straight down, and the engine made a loud noise and began to accelerate. Fortunately, the 2 of them were wearing seat belts, otherwise their faces would directly hit the dashboard. "Bruce," Natasha yelled, "it's up to you." Hearing this, Banner smiled confidently, then adjusted his emotions and his expression became hideous. Banner's body began to soar, and eventually grew to more than 3 meters high, transforming into the Hulk. Raw. Hulk tore the seat belt, then hugged Natasha and jumped vigorously. Boom! The roof of the cabin was hit by Hulk, and he held Natasha in his arms to prevent her from being hurt. The fighter jet accelerated to the ground, and the loud bang turned into a hot ball of fire, and the fine parts splashed around. Hulk protected Natasha from falling into the woods, and both of them avoided the explosion safe and sound. "So it was them," David said with his binoculars. John asked, "Who?" David said, "Dr. Banner ... and the very beautiful female agent of SHIELD, with brown hair and sexy body." Franklin was surprised and said, "Black Widow." "Oh my God, how did the 2 of them get together?" The locomotive joked viciously, "This is a combination of Beauty and the Beast. I am very worried that the female agent cannot bear the size." "What do you think about fighting?" Hawley glared at him, her eyes full of contempt. "No matter how familiar the relationship is, there are differences between men and women." "Can this kind of joke be said in front of the lady?" The locomotive was also a little afraid of Hawley, and quickly lowered his head and stopped talking. Sol wielded Thor's hammer from the sky and asked, "Are you two all right?" Hulk let go of Natasha, turning his head and grunting angrily. Natasha escaped, her heart beating quickly. She gasped and said, "It's all right." Tony rushed to levitate in midair. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with them, he quickly asked, "Xiao, where is the enemy?" Natasha shook her head and looked in the direction of the forest. "Franklin Clinton must be nearby." Tony thought about it and said, "If something happens to Jason, the clown organization will definitely hold a group to keep warm. They must be here." After speaking, he urged the armor to fly high in the sky and looked down at the endless forest and said, "Jarvis, find this group of rats." "Jarvis, start thermal imaging automatic recognition." "Sir, there is a human thermal response on the top of the mountain 3 kilometers away." It turned out to be on the top of the mountain. Tony told the others, "They are hiding on the top of the mountain." "No, it should be said that they didn't intend to hide from the beginning." Natasha cheered up. "What should I do now?" Tony said, "Sol, let's go say hello." Facing the highest guarder of the clown organization alone, Tony didn't have the guts to get so much. "Let's go." Thor waved Thor's hammer vigorously, and the 2 quickly flew to the top of the mountain. Come. It's Solon Stark. David put down the telescope and reminded. Got it. Several accomplices are not in the right position, either sitting or standing, and the powerful enemy is not at all timid. Sol and Tony flew over and landed on the ground. Hello. Hallie waved to Sol. Long time no see. Sol looked at her with a complicated expression on his face. His first heartbeat after coming to Earth was actually given to Jason's wife. The key point is that Hallie has an inexplicable attraction that he often thinks of even when returning to Asgard. It's a pity that Hallie is already a woman. A wicked man with blood on his hands. Even if they think about it day and night, there is no possibility for them. Sol didn't know how to answer, and Tony couldn't show mercy. He stretched out his hand like a child learning numbers. 1.2.2.3.4.5. Franklin was dissatisfied. What are you counting? Tony smiled and said, count me a few pests in a while. Alex sneered disdainfully, just rely on you. The trash hiding in the armor. Tony didn't get angry when someone pointed at his nose and continued to say, no, there are still few people. Where is Jason? Let me guess, it might be dead. You. The locomotive's angry veins violently, immediately wanted to do it. Stop. Don't get caught in such a low-level agitation. David put his hand on his shoulder. Her own man was insulted, of course. Hallie was also angry, glanced at Tony and said, Sol, is this talking bug your spokesperson? Sol shook his head and said firmly with his eyes, surrender. Jason is not here. You can't beat me. Don't hurt others anymore. Chapter 305. 10,000 cannons fired. Heavy casualties. Hallie chuckled. Everyone here, including you and me, doesn't have a few lives in their hands. There is no such thing as innocence. Besides, why do you think we will lose? Sol squeezed the hammer, and took 2 steps forward. I can beat Jason undefeated, but you can't. Hallie looked contemptuous and said, if you want to flatter yourself, just say it. Don't use my man as a target. Enough. I can't listen anymore. Tony interrupted the conversation between the two. Since you refuse to surrender, let's fight to the end. As soon as the voice fell, a large number of light spots appeared in the dim sky. David raised his binoculars to check, and then joked, what did I think it was? It turned out to be a toy figure for a war merchant. Franklin also raised his hand and said, iron armor. We have it too. Boom. 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 The mountain underneath made a muffled noise. With a violent shaking, the land began to collapse, like a landslide during an earthquake. Sol and Tony immediately flew into the air. Jarvis, sir, there are a lot of human thermal imaging reactions on the mountainside. Tony was surprised. What? The dirt on the mountainside was lifted along with the woods, and the surface appeared densely packed with holes like honeycombs. Hidden in the pit are heavily armed soldiers, the armored corps organized by clowns, and the 100-man special unit. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Natasha said solemnly, so that's it. The 300 disappeared buses are hidden in this mountain forest. The armored corps sprayed flames and quickly flew to the top of the mountain to stand with the comrades. Those elite organizations raised their weapons aloft, shouting excitedly at Stark and Thor in midair, without a trace of fear. These lunatics. Seeing the crazy crowd at his feet, Tony was shocked. He immediately notified SHIELD. They placed one. The base bombed before was empty, and they hid people on the mountain. In the aerospace aircraft carrier command room, Nick Fury was not surprised when he heard Tony's words. Cunning and difficult. This is the clown organization. He calmly said, Stark, send the target coordinates. You immediately withdraw. Okay. A few seconds later, Tony sent the coordinates. Nick Fury immediately transmitted the coordinates to the U.S. 1st Armored Division deployed to the south of the ranch. General, coordinates, full firepower coverage. After giving the order, Nick Fury squeezed the railing tightly and secretly said nervously, the war has begun. 15 kilometers south of the ranch is a vast plain. The 1st Armored Division under the U.S. Army's 5th Army has been deployed here on standby early. This unit was formed during World War II and has experienced numerous battlefield baptisms. The unit governs a mechanized infantry brigade, a striker brigade, a combat aviation brigade, 2 armored brigades, and a division artillery unit, an engineer brigade, an air defense brigade, as well as communication, intelligence, chemical defense, and military police units. With a staff of about 17,000, it is one of the main forces of the U.S. Army. The division has more than 400 tanks of various types, more than 1,000 armored vehicles of various types, more than 100 helicopters of various types, more than 150 missile launchers of various types, more than 200 artillery of various types, and more than 10,000 various types of radio stations and night vision equipment. Unit. After receiving instructions from Nick Fury, the 1st Armored Division immediately entered into combat. More than 200 mortars, multiple rocket launchers, seatless guns, and self-propelled howitzers immediately aimed at coordinates 15 kilometers away. Boom. 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 The continuous sound of cannons resounded across the sky. Those elite organizations just got out of the dark pit, and before they had time to fire the first shot, the dense artillery fell on the ground. Boom. The shells burst one after another. After a few seconds, the position about 2 to 3 kilometers in length instantly fell into a sea of fire. Elite organizations have nowhere to hide. Cannonballs fall from the front, back, left and right. Moreover, the shells are so powerful that each shell can blast large craters with a diameter of more than 10 meters. More than 200 artillery fired in a row, as if to renovate the entire land. At the top of the mountain, the comrades looked at the miserable condition halfway up the mountain, their faces gloomy and terrible. How could this be? Such an intensive artillery attack requires at least 10 artillery battalions. However, there is no news about the organization of such a large movement of troops in the U.S. military. David raised his binoculars and looked to the south with a solemn expression. This force is very close to us, no more than 20 kilometers. Hallie frowned and said, "It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. has found a way to avoid Chloe's information detection." The locomotive yelled angrily, "Fuck, you can't let them fire at will." "Since I am not very useful in personal combat, I will lead the Armored Legion to clean them up." Franklin waved, and a steel armor flew over to wrap him up. Levitating in midair, Franklin pointed to the south and said to the Armored Legion, "Go, follow me to destroy them." After that, thousands of armed forces took off at the same time, and the uniform movement performance was extremely shocking. The clown organization is really rich. It is estimated that there are thousands of suits. Tony raised his head, looked at the War Armored Corps flying in the sky, and sneered, "But in terms of financial resources, the government is the uncle." "Jarvis, it's time for us to play." "Jarvis, sir, you have been waiting for this day for a long time." "Sol, Cortana, they will leave it to me." After Tony finished speaking, he led hundreds of suits of his own to chase after him. "Understood." Natasha contacted Nick Fury. "Sir, you can start." The Armored Corps organized by the clown flew less than 3 kilometers, and a large number of flying objects appeared in the face. "My God! These are the Iron Legion?" Franklin looked at the Armored Legion gradually surrounding them, surprised. Tony's mean voice came, "Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, S.H.I.E.L.D. All the steel armors in the United States are concentrated here, a total of 5,300 sets." Hearing this, Franklin's eyes became horrified. More than 5,000 suits of armor. "Yes." Tony was confident, "such a grand funeral should satisfy you." Franklin sarcastically said, "You made a lot of money in this business." Tony shook his head, and said with a serious expression, "No. As long as I deal with your clown organization, I only charge for labor. The Capitol home is so conscientious. It seems that the boss left you a deep psychological shadow. However, don't kill me at this level." Franklin finally roared and led the Battle Armored Corps to rush up. In an instant, all kinds of lasers, missiles, and energy cannons created a dash of color in the sky. Every second, dozens of suits of armor are blown to pieces, illuminating the starry sky like fireworks. At the top of the mountain, David said solemnly, "No, Franklin is blocked. Hawley asked worriedly, what about the artillery troops in the south? There is no way, I can only attack with all my strength. John immediately ordered, all give up their positions and make a surprise attack to the south. Chapter 306 Great Reversal. The trump card of the Clown Organization. Raw. The order was given, and the elite organization on the defensive position on the mountainside was howling ghosts over the trenches. They raised their weapons high, ignoring the sky full of shells, and launched a charge to the 1st Armored Division 15 kilometers away. The Armored Division's first round of artillery fire directly caused a 1/3 reduction in personnel, but these fanatics are not only not afraid, but anger is burning in their chests, who are screaming to tear the bastards to pieces. Running at the forefront of the assault army was the secret weapon of the organization, the 100 big men with mysterious identities. The leader of the group rushed wildly and applied to the cadre, "Sir, can I transform now?" David, who was in charge of them, pressed the hidden communicator in his ear. "Yes." Upon hearing this, the leader shouted excitedly, "Brothers, let us transform and kill those bitches." "Ah!" the strong man behind him shouted together. They stopped, their legs were bent, their fists were clenched, their faces were hideous, their arms and necks were bruised. "What are these guys doing?" "I don't know, I don't understand. By the way, I haven't seen them at the base before." Could it be the secret weapon of the organization? Seeing them make strange movements, the elite organizations behind them cast doubtful eyes. Roar! A loud howl of a rough beast suddenly resounded through the clouds. Along with the roar, the bodies of the strong men began to swell rapidly, and their skin became rough and hard. In the end, the hard body broke through the vest and turned into a giant beast nearly 3 meters high. "What fuck? What the hell is going on? Oh my god. They look a bit like Hulk." The elites of the organization stared wide-eyed and their faces were full of surprise. Above the head, several sets of steel armors responsible for investigation took pictures of the burly man's transformation, and then immediately sent it to Tony. Shit. They actually left a hand. Tony, who was busy fighting, immediately left the battlefield with a surprised expression on his face. "This is a copy of Hulk. It's broken. This is in trouble." He immediately sent the video to SHIELD, and asked the Black Bitten to think of a solution. On the aerospace carrier, Nick Fury, who had been calm since the start of the war, finally showed a frightened expression. "This is the experimental subject of the Hulk serum." Damn, the Clown Organization actually succeeded. SHIELD is also working on the Hulk experimental body plan, but even with Banner, the progress of the experiment is still very slow. Until now, let alone the experimental body, even the most basic stage is still exploring the experiment. On the other hand, the Clown Organization has formed an army, and the scientific research strength gap between the two sides is very obvious. Looking at the picture on the screen, Nick Fury said uncomfortably, "When the battle is over, these materials and data must be retrieved." After speaking, he gave another order, "Stark, although these monsters are powerful, but their intelligence is very low. You can find a way to anger them, and then temporarily distract them." Tony received the news, half believing, "Then I can only try." At the foot of the mountain, Natasha, holding the tablet in her hand, shouted anxiously, "Hulk!" Hulk heard the sound, shredded the body of an organization member and jumped over. The big face leaned in front of the tablet, and the whole person suddenly became angry. Raw! Hulk is the only Hulk. These monsters that have shrunk a lot are pirated copies and must be crushed to death. Wait, our goal is not him. Natasha quickly comforted and calmed Hulk's anger. The Clown Organization took the initiative to open the whole cards, and it really achieved amazing results. The 100 Hulk Legion made a full raid, leaping a distance of 15 kilometers in less than a minute, and appeared in front of the 1st Armored Division's position. Seeing the monsters coming, the soldiers were terrified. What the hell? Isn't it dealing with the Clown Organization? How come a bunch of monsters suddenly popped out? Time is running out. Too late for them to think. The division immediately ordered that all combat units aim at the monster and shoot freely. 400 tanks, 1,000 armored vehicles, more than 100 helicopters, more than 200 artillery. After receiving the order, they immediately aimed at the direction of the 100 Regiment and fired shells and bullets. Boom, da-da-da, boom, da-da-da. The endless plain was covered by dense artillery fire, bursting out bursts of dazzling flashes. In the huge amount of artillery fire, the 100-member regiment is like a flatboat, which is insignificant. After a round of volley, thick smoke and dust were thrown up on the plain, and the people inside could not be seen clearly. The soldiers of the 1st Armored Division stared straight ahead. Such intense artillery fire, even monsters. Wow! A figure broke through the smoke and dust. The terrifying expression, the muscles of the champion bodybuilding champion, and the extremely vigorous posture. Little Hulk rushed through the first round of gunfire unscathed. In the next instant, more figures rushed out of the smoke. It seems that this level of artillery fire can't penetrate the skin of the Little Hulks at all. Monsters, all monsters. The soldiers were completely frightened. With such a strong volley of artillery fire, they were still unharmed, so this war is still fighting. Shoot! Continue the salvo. The division commander issued 3 consecutive orders, but the commanders and fighters at all levels were dumbfounded and stood motionless. The commander might not have expected that a magnificent round of artillery fire would completely wipe out his morale. At this time, the 100-man group had already killed in front of them. They easily jumped onto the tank, and when they broke it hard, the tank barrel was bent to 90 degrees. The powerful one raised the tank above his head and threw it tens of meters away like a shot put. Come out! The Little Hulks tore off the hatch and raised the soldiers inside like a chicken. Help! Help! The soldiers struggled for help, but everyone around was too busy to take care of themselves. Despair, too desperate. The strength gap between the two sides of the battle was too great, and the 1st Armored Division collapsed on the front battlefield. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, all 400 tanks and 1,000 armored vehicles were scrapped, and all soldiers died tragically. After the armored forces were eliminated, the 100-man regiment launched a charge toward the artillery position. Bastard, you guys bombed me violently, right? Full of anger, the 100-member regiment rushed directly into the position, and the artillery troops immediately suffered heavy casualties. No, I can't beat it. Hurry up! The division commander directly ordered the retreat without waiting for the superior's order. The 1st Armored Division, the trump card of the U.S. Army, was completely defeated after only 5 minutes. More than 10,000 people lost their helmets and armor and fled. This is the first time in the history of the U.S. military. Brothers, hurry up and kill! The 100-people group pursued vigorously and began to beat down the dog. Rumble! Suddenly, all the sky artillery buried the 100-man group. The Little Hulks raised their heads angrily, and saw thousands of steel armors surrounding them, blocking their pursuit. The soldiers who control the battle armor are all military soldiers. How can they sit by and watch these monsters kill their colleagues? However, although they blocked the pursuit of the hundreds, they also reduced the pressure on the Iron Army led by Franklin. And this is exactly what the comrades want to see. Chapter 307 Thor's Nightclub Tour. Let's set the time back a few minutes ago, when David gave the order to transform the Hulk Legion into a surprise attack on the Armored Division's position. The fierce battle at the top of the mountain also began. The impatient locomotive leapt into the air with an incredible speed while Thor was attracted by the transformation of the Hulk Legion. He clasped the UHV electric baton specially made by the Clown organization with both hands, then raised his hands and hit Sol in the face with all his strength. Death to Lao Tzu. Click. The electric spark flickered violently, and there was a harsh electric current. What? Sol's handsome face was hit by a stick, and his painful expression was distorted. Although the UHV current is no different to him, the weight of the electric baton still makes him scream in pain. The electric baton in the hands of the locomotive is made of vibrating pieces from Africa. The hardness and strength alone are not much worse than the Thor's hammer in his hand. Sol covered his face with one hand and flew high in the sky with his hammer in the other. Although this stick didn't leave a scar on the face, but it hurts so much. Bastard, dare to hit me in the face. Thor is furious. Just as he was about to fight back, he suddenly smelled a fragrant wind on the tip of his nose. In the next instant, a pair of slender hands rested on his shoulders. The owner of Little Hand is Harley Quinn. The comrades knew in their hearts that it was not the armored division in the south, the Hulk at the foot of the mountain, or the more than 5,000 sets of steel armor that affected the outcome of this war. It was the man in front of him who was in a tie with Jason and who bore the name of Thor. If you want to be tough with him, even if you move all your comrades together, it will not be his opponent. After all, it is Thor. Those who are qualified to fight him, except for Jason's opener, can be counted in the entire universe, so the only way the comrades can think of is to contain him. Neither can fight him head-on, nor allow him to influence the battle. This matter is extremely difficult. It sounds impossible, but one person in the clown organization happened to be able to do it. If you travel, where do you want to go? An inexplicable word popped out of Harry's mouth. As soon as Saul was about to speak, his mind suddenly felt like the sky was spinning. When he opened his eyes, it was a strange place. The dark interior, dazzling lights, lively dance floor, and vigorous music. Bye-bye. Enjoy it. Holly waved and disappeared. Sol tried to reach out and hold her, but in the end he was one step short. This may be the superpower version of Teotihuacan. Sol must hurry to return to the battlefield, but he is an outsider who can't even tell the north, south, east, and west. How can he return? When he was desperate, all the men and women in the audience cheered. "Oh Mika, how did this buddy appear? I didn't see clearly. Is this the legendary Big Change living person? I guess he is a staff member of the nightclub. You see he is still wearing a costume. Wow, look at his arm. This muscle is so strong. Look carefully, it looks very handsome. I can. Hey, handsome guy, let's just pole dance." Thor's sudden appearance reignited the enthusiasm on the scene. The men and women waved hello to him, but because the sound of dance music was so noisy, he didn't even hear a word clearly. Sol approached the edge of the dance floor and squatted down. "Hey, woman, I have a question for you." "What?" The selected woman embraced his neck in excitement, then opened her blood basin and opened her mouth for a kiss. Good deed. Girls on Earth are so enthusiastic and open. For an instant, Thor wanted to abandon Asgard and settled on Earth in the future. Fuck. What am I thinking about? Thor pushed away the girl's head hard and asked, "Excuse me, when it's over, I don't even know where I am going." Sol's face was bleak, and his heart sank to the bottom of the sea. Regret it. Nick Fury prepared a pair of invisible headphones for him, but he rejected it because he didn't feel comfortable putting it in his ears. Now he can say that he is calling every day to stop, and the ground is not working. "Odin is here, what should I do?" "Fuck. Who are you?" Just when Sol looked blank, several sturdy men walked onto the stage, holding all kinds of guys in their hands. "By the way, what kind of phone do they have? I can ask them to contact S.H.I.E.L.D." Surviving from a desperate situation, Saul was in a good mood and walked towards the good-hearted people with a smile on his face. Holly teleported back to the top of the mountain. The locomotive asked, "It's done." Holly smiled confidently. At this moment, he is being cool in the gentle country. Alex said excitedly, "Great, S.H.I.E.L.D. now has these two people left." David looked at Hulk running towards the top of the mountain contemptuously, and asked, "How to divide?" "I have dice in my hand." John was taken aback, and quickly stopped. "Calm down. Let's all join together. This is a life-and-death war, not an arena." It is worthy of being a top killer, and his mind is cautious. It can be said that he is not leaking. As long as it is an opportunity, even if there is only a little bit, he will never leave it to his opponent. Hallie waved her hand, showing no interest at all. "I want to keep an eye on Saul. You four go on." The locomotive first raised his watch attitude. "I want that woman." John looked at David and said, "Then, it's still the two of us." The two of them and Hallie had participated in the battle to round up Hulk, and they had a good understanding of his abilities. The super abilities of the two were frozen and ultrasonic, and they both restrained him. David nodded. "Now, Alex has no choice." He spread his hand and said, "Well, then I have to choose that woman." Alex knows the superpowers of John and David. Both of their attacks are indiscriminate attacks, Don't accidentally involve yourself in them. John, that's it. Hallie, give us a ride. Okay. Hallie put her hands on them. Hulk was holding Natasha towards the top of the mountain and suddenly 5 figures appeared in front of him. Get down. Alex quickly switched to the hammer form, talking about smashing his fists towards Hulk. Hulk didn't react at all. He was hit by a pair of fists in his head and flew out directly. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground, knocking down several trees in succession, but he still protected Natasha in his arms. Hulk! Natasha quickly stood up and drew a special pistol to shoot at the crowd. Bang bang bang! Ha ha! Start work! The locomotive shouted excitedly. Speedy superpower, start! All of a sudden, time seemed to stagnate. Natasha's special large caliber bullet moved forward a little bit slower than the speed of the turtle. Hey! The locomotive smiled wryly and bounced all the bullets away. Finally, she picked up Natasha and ran to the grove in the distance. Chapter 308 Desperate Black Widow. Time resumed passing. When everyone came back to their senses, only 4 people were present. Raw. When Natasha disappeared, Hulk suddenly panicked and looked around anxiously. Of course, several accomplices knew it well, and Alex smiled bitterly. He is really impatient. After all, a pair of scary black pupils were covered with blood, and the thermal imaging mode was activated. Where is it? 2 people. This monster is left to you. Flesh and flesh under his feet rushed towards the grove with a strong kick. Upon seeing this, Hulk roared and wanted to catch up. Your opponent is us. David stepped in front of him quickly, opening his mouth vigorously. What? An ultrasonic wave came like a tsunami, sweeping everything in the woods with the force of destruction. Hulk, the main target, was pushed to slide backwards, and the internal organs resonated at the same time. At this moment, his body is so weak that he can't be strong, his head is dizzy and nauseous, and his internal organs are shaking like an explosion. John, who was standing on the side, also shot, the extremely cold air gushing out from both hands, and the temperature nearby suddenly dropped to below 0. Hulk's huge body was covered by thin ice at a speed visible to the naked eye, unable to move at all. Not only that, the extremely cold air also penetrates into the body through the skin, frozen his muscles, internal organs, meridians, body fluids, and even every cell into ice. Both of them have level 6 superpowers, which are dozens of times stronger than when Hulk was rounded up before, and their power is not the same. On the other hand, Hulk's strength has fallen into a bottleneck, and it's harder to go further. Moreover, he is a slow hot hero. The more angry he is, the stronger his combat effectiveness will be. Regrettably, the 2 opposite people would not give him time to be angry. They shot at the first time with all their strength, instantly causing Hulk to lose combat effectiveness, turning into an ice sculpture unable to move at all. Finished. I found that our cooperation is getting better and better. David sprayed out a hoarfrost and rubbed his arm vigorously, shaking. Yeah, I think so too. But apart from you, no one seems to be willing to cooperate with me. John continued to release his air condition, not giving Hulk a chance. Nonsense. Your ability to freeze is to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 300. No one except me wants to approach you. David rolled his eyes, put his red hand on his mouth and breathed. I only wore it today. A coat. I knew I should wear a cotton coat. John chuckled helplessly. This is the characteristic of the freezing ability, and he can't help it. By the way, you said that the locomotive won't really handle the female agent. David turned his head and looked at the grove, his eyes very strange. Hearing that, the expression on John's face became extremely dissatisfied. If it's normal, just let him go. But now it's a war, and you can't be careless. If he really dares to do this, even if the boss doesn't pursue it afterwards, I will never let him go. David chuckled. Yes, then I'll wait for a good show. Grove. The locomotive found a good place to stop, and held Natasha's waist down to put her down. Natasha hurriedly pressed against the big tree behind her, raised her gun with both hands to aim, and looked at the man in front of her with horror. Hey, don't waste your effort. The toy gun in your hand can't hit me at all. The locomotive stood at the muzzle and laughed. not worrying about being hit by a bullet. "What do you want to do?" Natasha asked nervously. This nigger has been laughing and joking, without the slightest sense of tension, and is not at all as decisive as described in the SHIELD information. The look in his eyes, is it like? Probably not. The two are now at war. In order to complete the task, seducing the target is commonplace for Natasha. If she used to be, she would definitely accept it without hesitation, and even seduce each other actively. Then when he was most excited, the killer made a move to control the enemy, dealing with men. The beauty plan will never be out of date, but this can't be done now. She and Banner had a good relationship, and the two even discussed going to Hermit together after eliminating the clown organization. So even if the situation forced her, she never wanted to have a relationship with anyone. But alone, is there really a way to get out of the clutches? Natasha looked at the locomotive in horror, her eyes full of contempt and disgust. "Hey, your expression makes me very unhappy." The locomotive was suddenly stimulated, and the smile on his face gradually reduced. "Huh." Natasha clenched her pistol to embolden herself. "Don't you think so?" "Don't deny, I'm really interested in you. But you shouldn't underestimate me." Locomotive felt that he was being insulted and became very annoyed. "This is the time of war. I am not an irritable ghost. And such an environment is really lacking in sentiment. According to my personality, I will ask the boss to hand you over to me after the war is over and become mine prisoner." Natasha was secretly relieved when she heard these words. No matter what the final outcome is, at least for the time being, he won't be insulted by this nigger. But the locomotive tilted his neck and smiled evilly. "I suddenly changed my mind." "What?" Hearing that, Natasha was struck by lightning, pulling the trigger uncontrollably. Bang bang bang. The moment the bullet popped out of the chamber, the locomotive instantly activated its superpowers. Time has stalled again. Natasha emptied the magazine. As expected, the bullet did not even scratch his clothes. The locomotive stretched out his hand, lying in his palm with a few large caliber pistol ammunition. "You said you can't hit me, why don't you believe it?" Upon seeing this, Natasha slammed her pistol over, and then quickly raised her arm. She has a small electric shock device on the wrist, which can fire a high-voltage electric rod like a pistol. This thing works wonders for ordinary prisoners, but it is useless for locomotives. "This is the time of war." "You just said that." "I didn't expect that as the highest cadre of the clown organization, I would take back what I said in an instant." Natasha knew that she could not beat him, and now she can only rely on her language skills. "I did say so." The locomotive took a few steps closer, "but the look you just looked at me really annoyed me." "Is my skin color that disgusts you? Is it so arrogant to be a white?" His chest went up and down, and the last sentence was even more roaring. "No, you misunderstood. I didn't just target your skin color." Natasha explained quickly because she suddenly remembered something. According to SHIELD information, locomotive is extremely sensitive to skin color issues, and it can even be said to be a little sick. No matter who, no matter how secretive, as long as there is a little bit of contempt in his eyes, he can quickly catch it like a detector. "Misunderstanding?" Locomotive took off his shirt and said, "I'm tired of hearing this word. If you have read my information, you should know that it is not a misunderstanding at all." "No, I really don't have a discriminatory skin color." "Don't forget, my boss is black." Natasha moved back and moved out of Nick Fury as a shield. The locomotive turned a deaf ear to her explanation. "Perhaps you didn't mean it, or you didn't realize it. Because that discrimination and prejudice have penetrated into your noble genes." "No." Natasha swung her head like a rattle. The locomotive threw his jacket on the ground, gritted his teeth in anger. "Since you are so proud of your skin color, today I want to defile it in front of you." Chapter 309 Unexpected Person. The locomotive was topless, showing dark and strong muscles. His figure is also considered strong, and Natasha might praise him a few words in the usual way, but at this moment, her heart is extremely frightened. She backed away again and again, her lips talking long and short. "Stop. Your companion is bleeding and sacrificing, and you are doing this kind of thing. Are you not afraid to offend them and be excluded afterwards?" The locomotive kept walking towards her with a grinning grin. "Don't worry, they will understand, and I'm fast." After speaking, he quickly reached out and grabbed Natasha's collar. "God, what should I do?" Natasha's beautiful eyes showed a look of despair. At this moment, she was completely out of ideas. Suddenly, the expression on the locomotive's face freezes. After hesitating for 0.01 second, he moved back several tens of meters at an imperceptible speed. What happened? Natasha's eyes widened in surprise. She thought that everything was over and she was ready to completely abandon herself, but she didn't expect the locomotive to stay in and retreat at a critical moment. Although this couldn't be better, but why? In the next second, the answer was revealed. A high-speed rotating circular shield flew past the position where the locomotive stood just now. If he hadn't retreated just now, he would have been in a different place at the moment. Click! The sharp shield cut a big tree into two pieces, then continued to fly, and finally inserted into the trunk of another tree. "This is?" Natasha showed ecstasy and raised her head sharply. A set of steel armor that had never been seen was suspended in midair. Cool and reflective metal shell, spray paint coating with red and blue, and a star and stripes on the breastplate. "Steve?" Natasha yelled in disbelief, her eyes filled with tears. The metal mask slid upwards, revealing Steve's familiar face. It's just that compared to before, this face is much older and still has a beard. No matter how painful or unwilling to face it, he finally came. "This is Captain America, a man who can be knocked down, but will never be defeated." Steve waved to her and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry I'm late. I really don't understand Stark's high-tech. I haven't closed my eyes for a few days to learn it." Natasha rubbed her eye sockets to squeeze her tears away, and smiled in surprise. "Not too late." "Not too late at all." After saying hello, Steve returned to his serious expression. "Natasha, you go. I will deal with this bastard." Natasha also calmed down, glanced at the locomotive fearfully, then turned and ran in the opposite direction. Through the previous battle, she understood that the power gap between herself and locomotive was worlds apart, and staying here would only cause Steve trouble. So all she can do is escape, and the further she runs, the better. "Don't move!" Steve yelled, raised his arms and aimed at the locomotive. All the weapons on the steel armor were activated and ready to go. "Don't get excited." The locomotive raised his hands and surrendered, then pointed to the clothes on the ground. "I just want to put on the clothes. Do people like you still need clothes?" Steve stared into his eyes as if to see him through. "What's wrong with a person like me?" The locomotive moved slowly, picking up the clothes on the floor. "You're nasty thing. I am ashamed to say it." Steve made no secret of showing a contemptuous expression. "Male love and female love, human nature, what's bad about this?" "In your religion, there are stories of Adam and Eve stealing the forbidden fruit. My behavior is the same as Adam." The locomotive patted the dust on the clothes, then put it on. Steve's expression became even more disgusting, and he said, "After hearing your words, I finally know how shameless the clown organization is." "Really?" The locomotive spread his hands indifferently, and then said, "You are really a real person." "When I just put on a hood, I didn't take the opportunity to attack." "Steve, don't get me wrong, I know the sneak attack is meaningless to you, otherwise you would have been dead just now." The locomotive suddenly realized, "I misunderstood you." "Since the sneak attack can't kill me, is there a chance of winning against you?" Hearing this, Steve put away the weapon compartment on his body, squeezed his left hand firmly, and a red light glowed on his arm. In an instant, the shield inserted in the tree was attracted by a special magnetic force and flew towards the sky quickly. Clang! With a crisp sound, the shield was firmly attached to the left arm of the battle armor. "The gift Stark gave me only affects the metal on the shield. How about it?" "Not bad." The locomotive sneered and declined to comment. Steve said a lot, and continued, "I know you are very fast. If you fight on the ground, I definitely have no chance of winning. But with this armor, I can fight in the air. And you? Ha ha ha. The locomotive laughed without warning. I didn't expect the legendary Captain America to be such a naive person. Indeed, I can't fight in the air. This is my shortcoming. But if you want to kill me, at least you have to hit me. With your slow snail-like weapons, it's impossible to use it 10 times 100 times. Kill me. Hearing this, Steve nodded in agreement and said, that's good, but what if you can be restricted to one area? The locomotive's face changed and asked, what do you mean? There was a tricky expression on Steve's face. Count the time, Natasha has already run out. Oops, there is an ambush. The locomotive's heart tightened. With his superpower turned on, he instantly disappeared in place, rushing to the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, blue light flickered in front of him, and a blue barrier of 100 meters long rose from the ground. The locomotive was taken aback and stopped quickly. This is? He widened his eyes and found that this blue barrier was actually an ultra-high voltage current. If he rushes through at this moment, his physical body will be roasted into coke by the powerful electric current in an instant. The locomotive quickly turned around and found that there were a total of 4 current barriers. Together, they formed a rectangular parallelepiped with no dead ends. The term no dead ends is a bit loose. At least there is no barrier above the head. But the distance above is hundreds of meters, and the locomotive cannot jump so high. Steve moved to the upper exit and said condescendingly, do you still have this confidence now? With sweat on his forehead, the locomotive frowned and asked, when did you set the trap? Steve replied, just when you want to beat Natasha. Actually, I have long been in ambush nearby. In order not to be discovered by you, I also deliberately placed the trap 100 meters away. I was always worried about the success of the plan, but I was lucky. I didn't expect your mind to be more naive than me. Since SHIELD has known your superpowers, how can it be possible that they are not defensive at all? Chapter 310 4 Purple Flame Formations. 4 Red Sun Formations. Hearing these words, the locomotive couldn't help applauding and said, admire. I'm really surprised that SHIELD can do this. But don't forget that the clown organization is never a single player. Steve said with great confidence, Jarvis has been monitoring the battlefield. There is no second person besides us within a kilometer. The locomotive said, perhaps you are right. But don't forget that among the highest cadres of the clown organization, there are not only humans. Steve shook his head disappointedly and opened all his weapons. Don't delay time. Your sinful life is over. As soon as the voice fell, the weapon compartment of the steel armor opened fire at the same time. Hundreds of specially made micro-missiles are launched at fixed locations in the trap area. It seems that Steve wants to cover all aspects of firepower without blind spots. Procrastination. When the crisis came, the locomotive did not panic at all. He looked up at the missile and said with a smile, this is not necessary at all. Boom! The missile exploded after hitting the designated location, and the trap area instantly turned into a sea of flames. The 4 barrier locks firmly locked the boiling flames, forcing them to jump up along the barrier. Steve dodges immediately. The flame rushed out from the top of the barrier like a magma eruption, then turned into a sky full of flames and scattered, igniting all the surrounding trees. Standing outside the barrier and looking inward, the blue-purple cube has turned red, like a towering red building. If Jason is here, the familiar scene in front of him may be able to awaken part of his memory. Stark's weapons are really. Looking at the masterpiece in front of him, Steve was surprised and couldn't help but admire a little. The Stark family is rich in genius, whether it is Howard or Tony, they are epoch-making masters of weapons. The temperature of the flame is extremely high, and even the tank will be melted into molten iron. Although the locomotive has superpowers, it is only a mortal body. At this moment, you should not even be able to find the bones. Steve was suspended in midair. When the flame inside was almost burnt, he closed the mask and slowly landed on the ground. Sure enough, it was merciless. The lush woods just now were scorched. Countless animals and plants are buried in the sea of fire, and the temperature in the air is even more frightening. Steve searched as he walked, trying to see if he could find some bone residue. It's a pity that I didn't find the residue after turning around, but I found a dark semicircular object. What is this? Steve took a closer look. The suspicious sphere is about 10 meters in diameter, and the surface is covered with coke, and nothing can be seen. Steve raised his hand, ready to blast it with his palm. Boom! After one shot, the thing was intact. So hard. Click. Just as Steve was about to fire the second shot, a crisp sound came into his ears. Cracked. To be on the safe side, he urged the armor to levitate into the air, and the palm cannons with both hands were ready. The crackling sound became louder and louder, and many cracks appeared on the surface of the suspicious sphere. The object collapsed with a bang, and two figures appeared inside. Steve's pupils dilated and exclaimed, I just warned you. The highest guarder in the clown organization is not only human." The locomotive appeared unharmed. He patted the dust on his shoulder, turned his head and said, "Isn't it, Alex?" Knowing that the locomotive will be broadcast live, Alex certainly didn't want to miss it. But he was worried that he might not be able to look down on the locomotive when he was at the scene. So he broke down his body into flesh and blood, hiding like a small snake in the bushes, leaving only a pair of eyes to watch the play. But he didn't expect the good show to be seen. Instead he stepped into Steve's trap with the locomotive. Fortunately, this trap is specially used to deal with locomotives. For him, a virus that can survive with only one cell left, it's not a problem at all. The locomotive found him just now while looking for the exit, so there was the next scene. As for the unidentified object that was scorched, it was just that Alex used flesh and blood to make a protective cover. "Hey, Steve, it's been a long time." Alex returned to his original shape and greeted him actively. Steve slid off his mask and looked at him with a cold expression. "Calm, calm, be calm." The enemy was extremely jealous when they met, but Steve still exercised restraint. Impulse is the devil. Impulse can't solve any problems, but will become a fatal weakness. Seeing that he was cold and silent, Alex used his assassin. "I remember that it was the death day of Sharon and Peggy the other day. Did you offer flowers to their graves? Or you told me the location of the cemetery and I personally went to worship." Boom. It was like a heavy hammer that hit Steve's chest fiercely. His lips trembled up and down, his eyes were bloodshot, and a ball of flame rushed into his head from all over his body. The scene that I have always wanted to forget for more than a year has come to mind unconsciously. Seeing Steve clenching his fists, Alex smiled. He deliberately angered Steve, just wanting to abuse him again. The last time he was paralyzed, it also shattered his firm fighting spirit. According to intelligence, Steve has been in a daze throughout the year, doing nothing but living on alcohol. Although I don't know how he recovered, he also got a special steel armor from Stark, but it doesn't matter. How many blows does a person have to go through before he completely loses hope of life and chooses to commit suicide? Alex wants to know the answer to this question. So this time, he was also not going to kill Steve. He wanted to kill Agent Natasha Romanoff in front of Steve and let him fall into the hell of self-blame and despair again. "Alex, do me a favor." "Locomotive, you saved my life. Please mention it if you have any requests." "Alex, help me get that woman over. There will be a good show later." "Locomotive, no problem, but I can't get out." "I'll help you." Alex put his hand on his shoulder, flesh and blood pouring from his body. He wrapped the locomotive all over, becoming like a mummy. "Alex, there is this thing. These lightning can't hurt you. Don't worry." The locomotive gave a grateful thumbs up. Alex looked at Steve again. "I know you want to save that woman, so I want to play a game with you. Same as last time. If you win, I will let her go, but if you lose. Despicable and shameless villain. Don't think about it this time." Steve recovered and fired 2 full-power palm cannons. With a flash of eyes, the locomotive has disappeared in place. Steve turned his head in panic, and flew to the exit quickly. He decided to abandon Alex and save Natasha. Killing Alex himself, although it was his wish for the rest of his life. But saving the living is obviously more meaningful than avenging the dead. "Hey, do you still have the energy to worry about other people?" Steve turned his head sharply, and a pair of steel claws were close at hand. He quickly raised his arm and blocked it with a shield. Clang! Steel claws slashed on the shield, Sparks shot. Chapter 311 A Game of Death with Black Widow as the bet. Steve was taken aback. Looking back, I saw a pair of huge black wings grow out of Alex's back, vigorously inciting. This ... not on the information. Steve asked, "You can fly?" "Oh, that's a trivial matter," Alex said, volleying and kicking Steve back to the ground. Steve touched his back and quickly jumped up into a defensive posture. "You just said you want to play a game. What do you want to do?" Alex hovered in midair and smiled and said, "It's just a game. I'll give you 1 minute. If you can beat me within that time, the female agent can live. Otherwise, she will die." "It's miserable." "How about this game? Isn't it fun?" Steve showed a disgusted expression and cursed. "Is it fun to bet on human life?" As he said, he raised his arms angrily and shot 2 palm cannons. Alex raised his left arm, and the flesh and blood immediately transformed into a shield shape. Boom! After the explosion, Alex was unharmed. Steve frowned, thinking that this bastard was getting more and more difficult. Alex sneered and pointed to the side. "Look, our bet is here." Steve turned his head. I saw the locomotive standing outside the barrier laughing, and Natasha, who was dying and wounded, was lying under his feet. Sure enough, it still didn't run away. "While Steve regrets, he is angry. He wanted to say, does your clown organization only use women to make things? But then I think about it, these words are simply nonsense to them. The clowns are all frantic. When did they care about it?" "Ha ha ha," Alex sneered triumphantly. "Now, you seem to have to play games with me." Steve looked embarrassed and confused. The clown organization has no credibility at all. Even if he is willing to participate in this disgusting game, how can he guarantee that Alex will keep his promise? Steve questioned. "When did someone like you say something? What if you lose and you break the agreement?" He was referring to the incident a year ago. At the beginning, it was clearly stated that Peggy and Sharon would be spared as long as he did not resist, but in the end. Hearing this, Alex explained brazenly, "The last game was only you and me. Of course, I can change the rules of the game at will. But this time there is my companion present, so I will definitely not break my promise. Otherwise it will be my laughing stock for a lifetime." Steve looked back and forth at the two in confusion, wondering to himself the credibility of this sentence. According to SHIELD information, the clown organization is not a single iron bucket, and faction disputes also exist among the top officials. If Alex really broke the agreement, it would become a stain for him to be attacked, so the credibility of this sentence should be quite high. Steve didn't want to play any tricky games with him at all. But Natasha was in their hands. He had to play if he didn't want to. "Good. I promise you." "Very good." Alex smiled. He turned to look at the locomotive and said, "1 minute. Get ready to time." The locomotive raised the communicator on his wrist and said, "Okay, ready for the countdown." Alex and Steve put away their messy thoughts and instantly entered a state of battle. 3, 2, 1, start! As soon as the voice fell, the two attacked at the same time. Alex merged the two modes together, with 3 sharp claws sticking out of his hammer-like fist, swooping over from top to bottom. Steve shoots flames from under his feet to take off, then raises the shield of his left arm, and his right hand begins to gather the palm cannon. Fist and shield collided in midair. A spark flickered with a clang. Alex was far more powerful than Steve, and the claw and the shield froze for a moment, and the claw began to overwhelm the shield. Steve couldn't support it with only one arm, and was chopped into the armor of his shoulder by 3 sharp claws. Alex's evil face suddenly drew closer, and sarcastically said, "The steel armor gives you powerful firepower and flying ability, but it also limits your strength and agility. This is not considered as picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelon." After speaking, the sharp claws were lowered another 10 centimeters, piercing the skin muscles, and stuck deeply in the shoulder blades. Steve's pained face trembled, and he violently raised his right arm and pointed his palm at Alex. A palm cannon that has been stored for a long time shot out. "I've seen it through." Alex laughed wildly. His other hand transformed into a shield. Boom! The palm cannon left a deep mark on the shield, but in the end it failed to penetrate the shield. Ha ha ha, I take back what I said before, and your firepower is not very good. Alex hadn't spoken yet, and Steve changed from palm to punch. Nourish. A scorching red light struck the shield from top to bottom. After a few seconds, the shield was cut in half, and Alex's left arm was separated from his body. Are you satisfied with this kind of firepower? Steve gritted his teeth and fired a palm cannon through his chest again. Ah! Alex opened his mouth in pain, spouting a big mouthful of blood. The intense pain caused the body to stiffen, and even the power of the right paw was greatly weakened. Steve took the opportunity to free his left arm and aim at him. Boom! The shield shot out like a missile, cutting off Alex's neck and leaving his head in a different place. Go to hell, bastard! Steve was in a violent mood and fired palm cannons continuously, blasting Alex out and hitting the current barrier. Zzz! A terrifying electric current sounded, and Alex was burned to coke and fell to the ground. Steve clutched the wound on his shoulder and gasped for breath, staring at the dark coke with bloodshot eyes. Locomotive and Natasha looked stupid outside the barrier. One move points out the outcome, and there is such a big gap between the strength of the two. After Natasha was surprised, she was full of joy. We won and let me go. The locomotive snorted disdainfully. Let you go? It's too early. You are not keeping promises. Natasha glared. The locomotive proudly said, don't worry. My character is fine, but if you want to defeat Alex, you'd better wipe out all the cells in him. Click. Cracks appeared on the surface of the coke. Steve's eyes are quick and his hands are quick, and a full-power electromagnetic pulse wave has been shot at the coke. At this time, the skull on the ground split into a piece of flesh and blood. The flesh quickly sticks to the coke, pulling it back hard. Boom! The electromagnetic pulse hit the open ground and exploded a large hole. At this time the coke had all shattered, and Alex stood up intact. He picked up his head from the ground and installed it, then gave a thumbs up and said, admiration, this firepower is really good. What is your relationship with Stark? He actually gave you a set of output power so abnormal special armor. Steve didn't answer, but looked at him solemnly. Unsurprisingly, this guy Alex is really too difficult. With great strength, fast speed, and high level of fighting, the most important thing is that he can't kill him. Chapter 312, The Fall of Heroes. The Black Widow died tragically. The locomotive proudly said to Natasha, I'm not wrong. The clowns are not so easy to kill. Natasha's face was gloomy and she didn't say a word. The locomotive loudly reminded, pay attention to the time, there are 46 seconds left. Hearing this, Steve immediately woke up and raised his arm to fire the shield. Alex walked to avoid, but walked to the position expected by the enemy. Steve swooped down at an accelerated speed, and fierce fighting sounded inside the barrier. One has super firepower and the other has abnormal vitality. One is a spear and the other is a shield. This combination should have been a wonderful battle, but the situation on the scene can be said to be extremely boring. Under Steve's powerful firepower, Alex was unable to parry, and the audience was chased and killed in just 30 seconds. He has already died 4 times, but the annoying thing is that no matter what the hell he was abused, after a few seconds, it will return to its original state without any problems. After all, he is no longer a human being, but a blacklight virus. There are 15 seconds left. The locomotive was about to count down. Alex gave up treatment completely. He opened his arms and shouted excitedly, it's still 15 seconds, come on, hurry up. In the battle just now, he has measured Steve's output ceiling. Although very powerful, it is far from enough to kill him. Steve is distraught at the moment. He has used all the firepower installed by the steel armor. But the bastard in front of him is a piece of memory metal, and how he hits it will eventually return to its original state. Don't attack yet. Are you going to give up? Alex mocked triumphantly. If this is the case, that sexy female agent will die in front of you, and all their responsibilities are on yourself. Hearing this, Steve glanced at Natasha with complicated eyes. Her face was hurt all over her body, and she was trampled underfoot by the locomotive, without the slightest dignity. This scene hurt Steve's heart and forced him to make an important decision. Landing slowly to the ground, Steve's expression was relieved. Alex still had his arms open, and it seemed that no matter what move he made next, he would not avoid it. Steve calmly whispered, "Jarvis, use that trick." "Jarvis, sir, you might die." Steve was expressionless. "As long as I can kill this bastard, it doesn't matter if I die." "When I decided to put on this armor, I was going to take it off alive." "Jarvis, okay." The overload procedure has been started, and it is expected to reach the peak in 6 seconds. Outside the barrier, the locomotive has already started counting down. 10, 9, 8. Alex frowned and didn't understand. This guy really gave up? Suddenly, the arc reactor on Steve's chest gleamed brightly, accompanied by sparks. After Alex was stunned, he suddenly realized. Go crazy. Actually want to die together. As the highest cadre of the Clown organization, Alex certainly knows the power of the reactor after overload. Now, even if he couldn't kill him anyway, he didn't dare to gamble. The flesh and blood spewed out and wrapped him up, eventually turning into a huge multi-layer protective shield. Too late. Steve sneered. Boom. The arc reactor broke away from the steel armor and got in at the last moment when the shield closed. Stark is a genius. Can actually take advantage of the hazards of reactor overload, and design a weapon with the strongest lethality on a whim. Enjoy. Steve took the opportunity to glance at Natasha. As expected, she and the locomotive were all gone. Sorry, everything is up to you. He raised his arm and blasted a hole in the ground with the spare energy of the armor. Steve got in with his whole body, and then squeezed the shield to block the hole. As for the next life or death, everything is left to fate. What? There was a scream in the protective cover. The next moment, rumble. A mushroom cloud rose up in the mountains. More magnificent than the one that was bombed by SHIELD at the headquarters of the organization. A strong shockwave swept across the battlefield, destroying everything within a few kilometers of it with the force of destruction. For a time, all parties on the battlefield focused their attention here. With Natasha on his back, the locomotive escaped from the explosion range at the last second. Looking back, the mushroom cloud stood tall, despising everything, and demonstrating the last dignity of a soldier. The locomotive stopped for a long time and said with emotion, "If it were not the enemy, I would rather be friends with him." Natasha shook her head weakly and said, "Impossible." The locomotive asked, "Why is it impossible?" "I admire the person who sacrifices himself the most. The contradiction between me and Captain America is just a different position." Natasha sarcastically said, "Ha! If you stand in the same position, you will not be friends." "Have you ever seen a hero and a coward be friends?" The locomotive's expression became cold and threatened. "The game is over. The two of them are almost tied. So your life is in my hands at this moment, and you must be careful when you speak." Natasha didn't cherish it, and quietly put her hand in her pocket. "Don't forget, I am also a hero." Zzz. The next second, the hidden device hidden in the clothes shot out a high-voltage current. Amid the crackling electric current, the locomotive convulsed and fell to the ground. Natasha struggled to get up from him and drew a pocket dagger from the belt buckle. "Now, it's finally over." She aimed at the nape of the locomotive and pierced it with the last bit of strength. The sharp dagger easily penetrates the soft land. "What?" Natasha hurriedly stood up and looked around when the dagger stabbed in the air. "I saw the locomotive lying halfway, with his back leaning under the big tree not far away." He sneered palely, and cursed, "Bitch, don't underestimate me." Although the superpowers of the highest cadres of the Clown organization are different, the same is that their physical fitness has reached the peak of humanity. Even the high-voltage current that can kill people cannot easily kill them. Of course, all this was given by Jason. "This sentence will be given back to you as well." Natasha clenched her dagger and walked towards him tremblingly. The footsteps are weak, and he can't even walk smoothly, but his stubborn eyes are full of confidence that it will kill. "I took it." The locomotive shook his head helplessly. "You woman is really a poisonous snake." With that, he took out a syringe from his pocket, bit it open with his teeth, and stuck a needle in his thigh. "What?" "I don't know what was injected." After a few seconds, the locomotive raised his head and howled. His eyes gradually became frenzied and excited. Just when Natasha was less than 10 meters away from the tree, the locomotive supported the tree and stood up. Now, it's over. Ha! Superpower launch. He penetrated Natasha's body instantly. Wow! Blood was spilled from the sky. But Natasha's figure disappeared completely. Bah! I almost swallowed it in my stomach. The locomotive panted heavily and took out a human female molar from his mouth. Chapter 313 Thunder God's Fury. The catastrophe is coming. Time goes back again. When Alex and Steve were fighting fiercely, Hawley on the top of the mountain sensed the space. A person is flying here at high speed. Interestingly, a foreigner can find the right direction and escape so quickly. It seems that he has met a nobleman. Of course the out-of-towner Harry said was Thor. He did meet the nobles too, the 5 or 6 strong men who fell on the ground and kept twitching. Hawley's task is to contain Thor, so she teleports over before he gets closer. Thor brandished Thor's hammer and hurried to the battlefield. Suddenly, his hairs rushed, and a pair of small hands were placed on his shoulders. Ha! Before he could react, time and space moved again, and the feeling of spinning around the world appeared again. Don't like nightclubs? Then I'll change your venue this time. Hawley's voice sounded in her ears. However, just when she was about to teleport away, Thor forcefully resisted the dizziness and discomfort, and squeezed the hand accurately based on the feeling alone. Sol clutched his head, opened one eye with difficulty, and said, "The same method can't be successful twice on me." Hallie tried hard and couldn't break free. With a panic on her face, she teleported away again. But Thor clasped her hand tightly, not letting go no matter how many times she teleported. "Sorry," Sol said softly. Zzz. The electric current in the body gushes frantically. "What?" Hawley screamed in pain, and then fell headlong in the desolate desert. Even if the opponent loses consciousness, Sol still dare not care and open her eyelid with his other hand. "Well, I really passed out." He finally let go of his hand, and stood up swayingly. "Sorry, just rest here for a while. When you wake up, everything is over." Sol knows the location, and prepares to borrow a phone call when he finds a place like last time. At this time, there was a roar in the distance. A magnificent mushroom cloud slowly rose. Where? Sol smiled. Now he doesn't even need to borrow the phone. In the Air and Space Carrier command room, the agents are busy. Nick Fury stood on the command platform, constantly receiving on-the-spot intelligence from his subordinates and giving orders. A violent nuclear explosion on the ground. What is going on? It should be the overload explosion of the arc reactor. Contact Stark and ask what is going on. "Sir," Stark said, "maybe the captain." "Sir, Agent Natasha Romanoff's signal has disappeared." "Hey, I persuaded her." "Sir, the Gamma instrument locks the signal source again, and Loki's scepter is at the bottom of this mountain." "Great." Sol rushed to the battlefield. "Sir, Sol is missing again." "No, such a big explosion is as eye-catching as a beacon." "Immediately notify the Steel Corps, separate a batch of steel armors to look for Sol nearby, and then hand over the information to him." When Sol was approaching the battlefield, a steel armor sprayed with Air Force paint approached. Sol immediately asked, "What happened to this explosion?" The soldier strictly obeyed the order and answered the wrong question. "Sir, Jason's location has been found, and it is hidden about a kilometer below the mountain." Hearing this, Sol was delighted, but then asked, "I know. But what happened on the battlefield?" The soldier finally replied positively, "Captain America started the reactor overload and should have died with the Clown organization. In addition, the life signal of Agent Romanoff has disappeared." Hearing this, Sol's joy disappeared. He had heard the story of Steve and had a language exchange with Natasha. Unexpectedly, the war lasted only a few minutes, and they both died. Sol was a little sad. The Earth was devastated. Death was staged at the moment. Loved ones were in distress. Tears gathered into a river. This is a cruel war. Even if a close friend dies in front of your eyes, it will not give you a second of sad mourning. It's over. Catch the thieves first. As long as the culprit can be eliminated, this war is over. "I see. Leave it to me." Sol looked far away with solemn eyes. After the Iron Warrior left, He flew to the top of the mountain with his hammer. Concentrating calmly and thinking, the pitch-black sky suddenly burst into thunder, and lightning flashes in the clouds. Why did it suddenly thunder? Ordinary members of the clown organization and SHIELD have yet to understand the meaning of the title Thor. Thor is the man in charge of thunder and lightning. No matter where in the universe, Raiden is his partner. The thunder is getting louder and the lightning is getting dazzling. What? Thor's body was filled with electricity, shouting to raise Thor's hammer to summon sky thunder. Shock! The deafening thunder resounded through the world, and 1,000-meter-long lightning pierced the sky, like a silver dragon swimming in the clouds. In an instant, the world was illuminated, as dazzling as the day. Boom! The silver dragon blasted on the top of the mountain with lightning, and the entire mountain range was boiling over. The earth, which was blown by lightning, was overwhelming, as if covering the entire sky. The silver dragon lightning has attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield, and even residents within a radius of 100 kilometers can clearly observe it with the naked eye. After a few seconds, peace between heaven and earth returned. When the torrential rain fell, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The 10-kilometer-long mountain range with a height of 1,000 meters above sea level has completely disappeared, and the vision in front of him is wide and unobstructed. It seems that someone used a shovel that was too big to shovel the mountain directly. After a few seconds of silence, an astonishing roar erupted from the battlefield. Thor was suspended in midair, enjoying the awe and worship of tens of thousands of people. Those who don't know Soul's strength have felt the meaning of the title God for the first time. Soul seemed to be a shot in the heart, which greatly boosted the morale of S.H.I.E.L.D. Whether it was the soldiers fighting hard on the battlefield or the logistics personnel on the aerospace aircraft carrier, they all blushed, thumped their chests with excitement, and became excited. With such a powerful person on their side, there is no reason to lose in this war. On the contrary, Thor's rage completely shattered the courage of the members of the clown organization. Even those fanatics who are not afraid of death have fear from their hearts. The highest cadre of the clown organization even raised his heart to his throat. Because Jason is hiding hundreds of meters below the mountain. Jason is a source of strength for the party. If he dies unfortunately, then the clown organization will completely collapse. Hallie, where are you? David yelled at the communicator like crazy. But after yelling for a long time, I didn't wait for Hallie's reply. John showed horror and said, "Oops, there must be something wrong with Hallie. Who'll take a look? Hurry." Franklin, I was besieged to death by the steel armor. I can't leave at all. David was furious and cursed. Damn Stark. The locomotive slowed down and pressed the communicator and said, "David, calm down. I'll go." Chapter 314. Energy exhausted. The crisis is coming. The speed of superpower was turned on, and time seemed to slow down. The locomotive quickly disappeared in place, and then ran towards Hallie at the fastest speed. Today, Jason and the organization's life and death are all dependent on him. In midair, Soul had already begun brewing a second lightning strike. The other comrades were entangled by their opponents and couldn't get out. The only one who could stop him was David. What? Looking up at Soul, David took a deep breath and then sent out the most powerful ultrasound since he gained superpowers. What? When Sultan had a splitting headache, his internal organs turned upside down, as if a villain got into his body and wreaked havoc everywhere. Throwing away the hammer and holding his head, Soul fell from midair and hit the ground with a bang. Without the guidance of Thor's hammer, the thunder clouds in the sky dissipated, the lightning retreated, and everything returned to its original state. Soul got up from the ground and shook his head vigorously. Everything in front of him was spinning. At this time, David rushed over. Before Soul recovered his sanity, another terrifying ultrasound hit him directly to the ground. The opponent is Thor. David dare not hide himself. His energy output is directly full, and every shot he tries his best. It is a pity that ultrasonic waves of this intensity are only suitable for surprise attacks and cannot be controlled for a long time. According to David's usage, it can only last for 2 minutes at most. Time passed quickly. The energy in David's body decreased rapidly as his superpowers continued to be used. In less than 2 minutes, the energy has bottomed out, and the power of ultrasound is getting weaker and weaker. Sorry, energy is not enough. David was anxious, and for the first time in his life he felt that 2 minutes had gone so fast. On the other hand, Thor, the god of thunder, was in tattered armor, covered in dust all over his body, and bleeding from his mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears. For him, these 2 minutes are hard hell, and he feels that he walks so slowly every second. However, with the strong body of the Protoss, he finally persevered. What? Another ultrasound hit Sol, and this time he was not shot out. Slowly stood up, wiped the blood from his face. Thor summoned Thor's hammer back and stared at David in the distance. Those pale blue pupils lost their former gentleness and indifferent, full of angry killing intent. This was the most embarrassing day in his 1,500-year life, and there was no one. Even in the face of Loki, even in the face of Jason, he was not like he is today. This is the shame of his life. It must be washed away by himself. What? Thor roared and threw Thor's hammer with his long arms. David stood still and didn't hide. His mouth slightly opened and he wanted to use ultrasound. But the energy in the body has been exhausted, and this voice only makes a harsh and distorted cry. Ha ha, it's over. Boom. With a muffled sound, David's chest was hit head-on by Thor's hammer. Like a broken line kite, it flies back dozens of meters away. David fell to the ground and vomited blood, and the bones near his chest broke. He exerted force with his arms and clasped his fingers in the mud to stand up, but he tried several times without success. Ah! David raised his head and shouted in despair. Sol stood looking at him from a distance. A trace of respect suddenly rose in his heart. What magic power does Jason have to make his subordinates treat him so faithfully? There is no answer to this question, but Thor finally couldn't make the move and gave up the final blow. Opening his hand, Thor's hammer flew back into his hand. Thor lifted Thor's hammer high, a thunderbolt broke out in the sky, and dazzling lightning appeared in the clouds again. This time, it is finally over. On the other side, the locomotive kept speeding up and running wildly, and finally found the fainted Hawley in the desert 100 kilometers away. Harry, you wake up. The locomotive panted roughly and yelled in Hallie's ear. Harry's eyes were slightly closed. Her pale face was not bloody, and her physical condition was not optimistic. No matter how the locomotive slapped and shouted, she did not respond. Fuck. The locomotive scolded and took a syringe from his pocket. You can only use this. Sorry, it hurts. With that, he pierced the needle into Hallie's arm hard and injected the red liquid into it. What? This needle works extremely well. After a few seconds, Hawley woke up as if having a nightmare, and her pupils became very big. Harry, the boss's position has been discovered. Hurry up and save people. The locomotive pointed at the lightning in the distance, and was a little incoherent in panic. I got it. Hallie was stunned to complete the restart of the brain computer for a second, and then disappeared instantly. In the underground space under the mountain top, Belmode and Jason still maintained their original posture. It was almost 24 hours, and the two did not close their eyes for a moment. Especially Belmode. Her face is haggard and her body is weak. She feels that the wind will blow to the ground. The most important thing is that the energy in her body is about to bottom out. Without energy, Jason can't repair body cells, and Jason will be swallowed up by the original energy within a few minutes. Thinking of this, Belmode gave a distressed expression. In an invisible battlefield, after a day and night of fighting and fighting, most of the original energy of the Soul Gem has been absorbed, and the scale of victory is finally about to fall to Jason's side. Jason was ecstatic and full of fighting spirit. 3 hours. Just give him 3 more hours. After a continuous space jump, Hallie suddenly appeared in front of them. Hallie. Belmode was taken aback. Time is running out. I'll talk later. Hallie put her hand on Belmode's shoulder and teleported to the air raid shelter 10 kilometers away. Shock. The three of them had just left, and the lightning that had been accumulated for a long time finally came. The mud on the ground was blown up, and a dunking that was thousands of meters deep appeared. Dugout. Belmode was dizzy and his body was shaking. Hallie quickly held her shoulders and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Belmode looked pale, looked at Jason, and said weakly, "It's okay, but my energy is about to bottom out." What? Hallie couldn't believe her ears. Once the energy is exhausted, Belmode not only can't protect himself, even Jason will die. Belmode asked, "I'm going to die. Did you bring that thing?" Hallie quickly took out the syringe from her pocket. "Take it. Where's yours?" Belmode smiled bitterly. "It's already used up." Hallie opened her mouth and said nothing but silently injected her. This is an injection medicine developed by the organization to stimulate potential. Although the user will feel severe pain, but also get stronger explosive power than usual. After one stitch, Belmode's mental state improved a lot. Hallie still asked worriedly, "How long can you hold on?" Belmode thought for a while. His eyes firmly said, "Persevere until the moment of death." Chapter 315 Fighting Aircraft Carrier. Runaway. Wow! The scene was transmitted to the large screen of the aerospace carrier via satellite, and the SHIELD agent in the command room could not help but cheer. SHIELD and the Clown organization have battled wits and bravely for many years, and have never taken advantage of it. Today, this protracted tug-of-war is finally over. Many agents cried with joy, but as the commander, Nick Fury did not show a trace of joy on his face. He is cautious and suspicious, and will never relax until the last minute of the announcement. Laboratory, perform a gamma-ray search again. Even Thor, it is impossible to destroy infinite gems. Good sir, it will take 3 hours. Okay. Nick Fury gripped the railing at the edge of the podium, nervous and hopeful. The final result of this war will be announced in 3 hours. Deep in the clouds, a SHIELD transport plane arrived at the space aircraft carrier. The agent in the command room asked as usual, "Transport 66B, please enter the entry code." "There is your information on the computer, but there is no flight record." "May I ask what kind of cargo you are transporting?" "Over." "Weapons and ammunition?" "Over." "Wait. It's over." The transport plane climbed slowly and circled above the aerospace carrier. The cabin door opened, and a masked man in combat uniform was aiming at the carrier with an individual missile. Boom! The missile galloped and hit the aircraft carrier engine accurately. The explosion caused equipment damage, and the turbine engine started to slow down and stop. The aircraft carrier that was flying smoothly also swayed because of the loss of an engine. The transport plane took advantage of the chaos and stopped on the deck, and hundreds of heavily armed soldiers entered the aircraft carrier through the emergency passage. The alarm sounded and all the combatants went to the armory to collect weapons. Nick Fury asked loudly, "What happened?" The agent in the command room said, "Sir, there is an explosion outside. It seems that there is a problem with the transport plane." Rocky. Nick Fury thought of him immediately. Now that the Clown organization and SHIELD battle are both wounded, Jason is even more unclear about his life or death. It is his good opportunity to take action. "Agent, sir, the number 3 engine has stopped. If we lose another engine, we will fall." Nick Fury quickly asked, "Is there any possibility to repair the engine?" The agent said, "The turbine is not damaged, but someone needs to repair it before it can be restarted." After listening to Nick Fury, he immediately contacted Tony Stark. "How is the situation on your side?" Stark on the battlefield said confidently, "I don't have any problems here. I have a huge advantage of 5 to 1, and it is only a matter of time before we win." As for the top of the mountain was blasted by Thor, "Is Jason killed?" Nick Fury said, "It's not clear for the time being. You will immediately take the Mark series armor and return to the aircraft carrier." Loki's men have appeared. "One of the aircraft carrier's engines has been damaged and needs you to repair it." Stark laughed sarcastically. "This guy is really bad luck. He actually chose to shoot at this time." At the end of the call, Nick Fury thought for a while and sent another group of soldiers to the prison where Loki was held. On the prison side, Loki has been standing quietly. When explosions and gunfire heard in his ears, an evil smile slowly appeared on his face. It seems that the plan was successful. Bang bang bang. There was a burst of gunfire outside the prison. After a while, a man wearing an Aegis uniform appeared. He glanced at Loki, then walked to the console and opened the prison door. Rocky walked out of the prison with a smug smile on his face. These Earthlings are really naive. Knowing that you have an aerospace carrier, how could I not plant the seeds in advance? The agent said respectfully. Sir, Nick Fury just sent a team of soldiers over. Loki smiled and said, I will leave everything on board the aircraft carrier to you. The agent nodded immediately. My pleasure. Just out of the prison, the agents sent by Nick Fury arrived. However, even among this group of people, there are puppets controlled by Loki. They backstabbed their teammates to take the lead, and a fierce exchange of fire broke out. But Loki, as the core figure, walked towards the exit calmly and unhurriedly like a soy saucer passing by. Coming to the deck alone, Rocky boarded the transport plane and left. From a distance, he saw a large number of steel armor flying towards the aircraft carrier. Hee, it's too late, Tin Man. Rocky sneered sarcastically, and then asked, how about the situation below? The pilot replied, both SHIELD and the Clown Organization have suffered heavy casualties. The number of casualties has exceeded 10,000. Agent Natasha Romanoff of SHI, seriously injured. Alex is missing. Natasha? Oh, that bitch. After listening to the battlefield report, Rocky said flatly, what about Jason? The pilot said, Jason hid and never showed up from beginning to end. But Sol summoned the Sky Thunder to blast a hole out of the top of the mountain. It seemed that Jason's hiding place was there. Loki nodded in satisfaction. My dear brother has never let me down. Where is Dr. Eric? The pilot said. He is in the Stark Tower. The equipment has been installed, and the Cosmos Cube can be activated immediately. Loki smiled and said, great, everything is carried out according to my plan. Soon, this planet will be mine. Tony Stark led the Mark Series battle armor back to the aircraft carrier, and the rebellion and commotion of SHIELD were immediately suppressed, and the damaged turbine engine was restarted and repaired by him. Stark walked into the command room wearing his armor and asked, it's all done. Is Jason really dead? Nick Fury shook his head. I don't know. I have to wait 3 hours before the gamma ray detection is complete. Stark knew that this matter was in a hurry, and then asked, Rocky is gone, what are you going to do? Nick Fury, war. There is always only one solution. Stark, where is he going to summon the army? Nick Fury turned around and said with a weird expression, many people, landmarks, high floors. Manhattan seems to have such a building. Stark was taken aback for a moment, and cursed, shit. This bitch is raised. Nick Fury agreed with his evaluation, nodded and said, bring your Mark Series. Stark sneered, count on me to fight an alien army alone? Nick Fury shook his head, of course you can't do it alone. The 2 carrier-based aircraft squadrons on the aerospace carrier will follow you to support you. The military also deployed 2 armored divisions in New York. Once the alien army appears, military troops will come continuously. Hearing this, Stark nodded in relief. The battlefield is over. Nick Fury, don't worry on the battlefield. The top cadre of the Clown Organization is not Sol's opponent at all. After this battle, Stark fully believed in Thor's strength. He closed his mask and left the command room. Chapter 316. The Gate of Time and Space. Alien Army. Rocky took a transport plane to the Stark building. This new energy building without electricity has become one of the symbols of New York, and it also represents the world's energy pattern, which will open a new chapter. On the top floor of the Stark building, there is a protruding terrace with a gazebo and parasols. The area is not small. This was originally the place where Tony ate barbecue and watched the scenery, but now it is occupied by a gray-haired old man and a bunch of weird instruments. Dr. Eric. Rocky walked over and asked, how is the situation? Dr. Eric operated the instrument and said excitedly, success. The universe cube has been activated by me, and the space-time gate can be opened at any time. After getting the answer he wanted, Loki nodded in satisfaction. Then turned his back, overlooking the night view of Manhattan. Then let us activate it. Dr. Eric turned on the instrument immediately, and then quickly stood further away. The active cosmic cube began to overflow a lot of energy, which was collected by the instrument after activation. The energy accumulated more and finally turned into a blue beam of light and rushed into the sky. The night sky of New York seemed to be shrouded in a thick fog, and the blue beam of light pierced through the fog. Finally, a huge cosmic hole is formed. On the other side of the void is the Zeteric army waiting for a long time in the unknown universe. The appearance of the void is like an offensive bugle. The ugly Zeta Swiss soldiers stepped on the floating chariot and rushed frantically towards the entrance of the cave. "Ha ha, my army is here." Wearing a green robe, Loki looked up at the galaxy, proud. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, intensive gunfire erupted on the ground in New York. The first Zeta Swiss soldiers to enter the Earth. Before they had time to appreciate the beauty of the Earth, they were directly hit by artillery fire and became the ghosts under the gun. What? Loki looked gloomy and looked down at the ground. At some point, the busy streets of Manhattan were already empty. The spacious streets were crowded with densely packed tanks, armored vehicles, and various artillery. The Earthlings have long been ambushing. Loki's expression seemed very puzzled. How did the people on Earth learn that they wanted to open the door of time and space in the Stark Tower? My information should not have been leaked. There is no answer to this question for the time being, and Loki is not stuck on this matter either. As soon as the Zetru army enters the Earth, everything is over. With the weak firepower on the Earth, it is not the opponent of the Zetru at all. Sure enough, the first batch of people who entered the Earth were just insignificant skirmishers. The Zeterians were not frightened by the firepower of the Earth. Instead they sent a warship with a strange shape. It is said to be a battleship, but its shape is completely different from that on Earth. The battleship of Kitarui is more like a flying insect. Hard armor, ferocious face, slender body, provocative 1,000 feet. I don't know. I thought it was a monster mutated by nuclear radiation pollution. Boom boom boom. Intensive artillery fired frantically. However, the armor of the Zeteri battleship was extremely strong, and a round of salvo caused only minor injuries, and the actions of the battleship were not affected at all. There are a large number of Zeta Swiss soldiers hidden on both sides of the battleship. They have a snake face, wear gray-black armor, and hold a slender energy gun in their hands. Bang bang bang. The Zeta Swiss soldier jumped off the battleship and began to counterattack. The energy gun shot out blue lasers. The power of the laser is comparable to that of a military anti-material rifle, and what is more advanced is that the laser can fire continuously with almost zero recoil. In just half an hour, more than 20 warships entered the Earth, and the follow-up troops continued to flow. In the beginning, the two armored divisions deployed in New York were able to gain the upper hand by virtue of their firepower advantage. However, as more and more warships entered the Earth, the disadvantage of the armored division's insufficient artillery power became greater and greater, and a one-sided situation faintly appeared. Manhattan, as a war zone, has fallen into flames. Cars were destroyed, houses were bombed, buildings collapsed. Like the end of the world. Luo base station is on the top of the building, quietly enjoying the superb view. At this time, countless photoelectric appeared in the distant horizon. It turned out to be the Mark Army led by Tony Stark, followed by two carrier-based aircraft squadrons of the Aerospace Aircraft Carrier, with a total of hundreds of Kun-type fighters. Jarvis, let the Mark's army go to fight and attack the Long Bugs first. Good sir. The Mark army and the carrier-based aircraft squadron went into battle. Their appearance allowed the ground forces to obtain air support, which greatly reduced their pressure. Tony flew straight to the Stark Tower. He looked at the blue beam of light and asked, Jarvis, is the power to the building turned off? Jarvis, sir. The power has been turned off, but the universe cube itself is the source of energy. Reluctantly, Tony flew to the terrace and said, Dr. Eric, please close it immediately. Dr. Eric looked frantically and pointed to the sky and shouted, it has been activated, and no one can stop it. In that case, I will destroy it. With that, Tony raised his arm, aimed at the instrument and fired the palm cannon. Boom. The instrument was protected by the energy hood, and palm shelling on it had no effect. The strong shock wave pushed Tony back several meters. Poor Dr. Eric was the closest, so he was shot out and fainted to the ground. Jarvis, sir, it is made of pure energy, the same as Jason's protective shield. The protective cover adds unlimited energy. So, is there no way? Tony sighed silently and flew to the private room on the top floor of the building. Liu Odi was at the door, greeted Tony like a master. Tin Man, you are late. My army has arrived. You have to kneel and surrender now. Kneeling to surrender? Tony showed disdain and said sarcastically, this is your army. Sorry I can't see it. This sentence steadily hit Loki's pain point. Yes, this is a borrowed army after all, and he is just a polished commander. So what? The Zitarians can help me deal with you, and I will become the only master of this planet. Loki retorted. Don't worry, you will never be on the throne. After speaking, Tony raised his arm and fired a palm cannon. Loki dodged sideways, and then shook the void. Two short knives inlaid with gems appeared in his hands. Fierce fighting broke out between the two sides. Unfortunately, a minute later, as Tony's red laser hit Loki, the battle came to an end. Loki clutched his chest and fell to the ground. Although the laser did not kill him, it did not hurt him lightly. Tony raised his arm and aimed at him, with an expression of contempt. Do you know why you can't be on the throne? Loki didn't answer, but kept a faint smile on his face. Because you are too weak. Boom! The palm cannon shot out, the precious floor tiles were blasted out of a hole, and the target Loki was unharmed. Tony frowned and asked in confusion, this is Phantom? Liu Ozan got up and said like a victor, it's not brute force to ascend to the throne, but wisdom and patience. Tony was very disdainful of this sentence. A king who can't even beat ordinary humans, can he sit on the throne? Rocky looked at him defiantly. Then you can wait and see. After that, the Phantom disappeared. Chapter 317. A mysterious man in a cloak. In order to invade the Earth and seize the Gem of Time, the Zitarian army has made sufficient preparations. In this battle, they dispatched a giant spaceship, hundreds of battleships resembling long worms, more than 20,000 snake-faced soldiers, and countless advanced alien weapons. The U.S. military, which knew in advance that the alien army was about to invade the Earth, was also prepared. In addition to the two full armored divisions arranged in advance near the Stark Tower, the military has successively reinforced 4 divisions. They are 3rd Infantry Division, 10th Mountain Division, 82nd Airborne Division, 101st Airborne Division. In addition to the military's combat power, SHIELD has dispatched 2 carrier-based aircraft squadrons, all of which are new type gunfighters. In the end, Iron Man Tony Stark emptied his family and contributed more than 100 Mark series armors. Both sides lined up and fought fiercely in Manhattan for more than 2 hours. The price of not leaving behind is that New York, the world's financial center, the pride in the hearts of the American people, has now turned into ruins. Crushed stones and rubble, debris on the ground, fire everywhere, black smoke. Now New York is the status quo of the third world countries. Although American soldiers fought bravely, they were gradually unable to do what they wanted in the face of alien technology they had never seen before and fell into a decline. Tony Stark wanted to save all of this, but only more than 100 steel armors could not control the battle. Even if it turned the tide and lost more than 80% of the armors, it was still futile. What made them even more desperate was that because the gate of time and space could not be closed, Kitarui's army was still pouring in continuously. Stark. Just when Tony was exhausted, Nick Fury, who was on the aerospace carrier, suddenly contacted him. I'm here. Tony landed on a roof, and the red and gold color armor was already scarred. This was already his 3rd armor set. Nick Fury made a long story short. Dr. Eric has awakened and is out of the control of the mind gems. You quickly fly to ask if he has a way to close the time-space gate. Okay, I get it. Tony's words are shorter than him. After speaking, he accelerated to leave the war zone and flew toward the Stark Tower. Dr. Eric, who was finally awake, was standing in front of the terrace, looking at the instrument activated by his own hands in a daze. with a guilty expression on his face, like a kid who did something wrong. Although it was controlled by Loki at that time, he assembled the instrument by his own hands, so he could not shirk the miserable sight in front of him. Tony flew over, hovering in the air, and said, "Doctor, you finally woke up." Dr. Eric turned around, trying to save something, and said anxiously, I knows there is a way to close it." Tony's eyes lit up and asked, "What can I do?" "Loki's scepter," Dr. Eric said. "The scepter and the core of the universe's Rubik's Cube belong to the same energy substance, so their energies can cancel each other out." Energy and energy cancel each other out. Tony seemed to understand, but he thought about it and said regretfully, "It's useless, the scepter is in Jason's hand." Dr. Eric was stunned for a while, before blurting out, "Then find him and take back the scepter." "Take back the scepter ... Hee. It's not easy." Tony's words were swallowed back by himself. "Even if it is difficult, there is only this way now. You need a scepter to close the gate of time and space." Tony told Nick Fury the key information, but the other party was silent for a moment, and said regretfully, "The scepter is missing, and Sol has been searching in the sinkhole for a long time but has not found it." Tony frowned and put forward his own conjecture. "If Thor's lightning cannot destroy the gem, does that mean Jason is not dead yet?" Nick Fury thought for a while and said, "That's not necessarily. Maybe Jason is dead, but the others in the clown organization took the psychic scepter before us." Tony asked again, "Which possibility do you think is greater?" Nick Fury doesn't like to guess. Wait 10 minutes and the result will come out." Hearing this, Tony felt a panic inexplicably, similar to the sixth sense. "Damn Jason!" Tony clutched his heart and gasped for breath, and asked, "By the way, how is the battle going over there?" Nick Fury said in a relaxed tone, "The battle is over, and Sol has crushed the clown organization." Crush. Hearing these words, Tony's discomfort disappeared a lot. "Yeah, there is Thor. What am I afraid of?" "Hey, what are you doing? This can't be touched." Suddenly, Dr. Eric's horrified voice came into his ear. Tony turned his head, and instantly, all the hairs on his body began to burst. At some point, a mysterious man in a cloak appeared on the terrace. His appearance was too weird, there was no sound at all. If he took the opportunity to attack, Tony would be a corpse at the moment. The mysterious man ignored Dr. Eric's dissuasion and walked slowly to the instrument and stretched out his right hand. Those are a pair of women's hands, slender, white and tender, clean, without any decorations, but seems to be able to master the whole world. The mysterious man stretched his hand over, and unexpectedly encountered the barrier of the energy shield. Suddenly, a green light flickered on her chest, and that hand passed through the energy shield and it gently took the universe cube. The energy in the universe cube is very active, but in her hands it is quiet like a good baby. Tony and Dr. Eric were dumbfounded. "This is incredible." The energy shield that neither missiles nor electromagnetic pulse guns can penetrate, she can do it with bare hands. He also ignored the violent energy and directly grabbed the Cosmos Rubik's Cube in his hand. "This woman is terrifying. What is she coming from?" Tony opened the mask to show respect, and then politely asked, "Madame, you..." The mysterious figure suddenly became transparent, and disappeared without a trace in a few breaths. The battlefield on the other side. As Nick Fury said, the battle is over and everything is settled. Thor squeezed Thor's hammer, panting. There were a few dim scars on his stout arms and handsome face. There were several people lying in front of him. They were all the highest cadres of the clown organization. There were locomotives, David, John, Franklin. Behind him are piles of war armor wreckage, and the corpses of hundreds of weird men organized by the clown. Sol alone defeated all the fighting power of the clown organization and ended the war with one man. "I'll ask again." Sol raised his right hand, struck the hammer with lightning bolts. "Where is the scepter of mind?" The comrades collapsed to the ground exhausted. No one spoke, just looked at him with contempt. Thor was furious, ready to summon the sky thunder to kill them. But at the last moment, his movements stopped again. "Forget it. Jason is dead, and the clown organization is a thing of the past. You guys have done a lot of evil. I, an outsider, and not qualified to kill you. I should give you to the ruler of the earth. In addition, your persistence is meaningless. Even if you don't say anything, I will know the position of the scepter of mind in a few minutes. The Earth chapter is about to end and will soon enter the universe, so Kevin has been more serious recently. Please forgive me if the update is not strong. Chapter 318, Absorption complete. Jason's awake. A dozen miles away from the shelter, Holly, Belmod, and Jason stayed together. Through her spatial perception abilities, Holly noticed a massive decrease in her own soldiers and didn't have to guess what was happening outside. Filled with rage and anxiety, she tried to rush out to save them. But she was hit by Saul's lightning, and her body hadn't recovered until now. In addition, multiple long-distance transients made her body's energy sharply decrease, and similar long-distance transients could be used at most twice more. These last two chances had to be reserved for Jason, so the energy in Belmod's body finally ran out as Holly wandered off. Her eyes rolled upward, her body swayed from side to side, and her arm slipped off Jason's shoulder. "Hey!" Holly reached out to try to help. But she had just been standing for so long that her legs and feet went numb, and not only did she fail to help, but she stumbled to her knees herself. As she watched Belmod, who was falling backwards, all thoughts were lost in Haley's mind. "It's over." Belmod fell backwards in a blur of consciousness. But the expected pain of the back of her head hitting the ground did not occur, and a strong arm held her in place. Belmod desperately opened her eyelids, and a blurred, yet incredibly familiar face appeared before her. Sam. Seeing him, Belmod's tears couldn't control the fall of his eyes. "It's me, I'm sorry, fortunately," Jason said sadly. "Honey, you're finally awake." Holly on the other hand was also wiping tears of excitement. Jason turned his head. "Harley, you wait a moment." After saying that, he closed his eyes slightly, and the huge energy inside his body surged towards Belmod's body. Just now, the unseen war within the body finally came to an end. Jason, with the help of Belmodus, kept creating valiant warriors, grinding blood a little bit like a small soldier fighting a boss. After a day and night, the boss was finally defeated and captured by the small soldier. Now Jason has obtained the cosmic laws hidden in the Mind Gem, and the original Mind Gem has lost its luster and turned into a piece of infinity charger. But absorbing the laws of the universe doesn't mean that all is well. To continue with the war example, although Godzilla was defeated and captured, it was arrogant and unwilling to work for its enemies. If Jason wants to use the law of mind, he will need a lot of time to tame Godzilla. However, apart from the mind laws that were temporarily unusable, there were other extraneous gains as well. Because of the fusion of a trace of origin energy, the energy storage limit in Jason's body was several times higher than a day ago. Although this increase wasn't worth mentioning compared to the mind law, it was better than nothing if it fell a little better. Mild energy enveloped Belmod, and the cells in her body greedily absorbed the energy. Her emaciated face also gradually became fairer and more lustrous. A moment later, Belmod's already depleted energy was filled, and the person became more energetic. Jason spoiled her by fondling her soft blonde hair and said, "Rest a bit more." Belmod nodded like a good kitten. Jason went over to Holly again, replenishing her energy as he did, and Belmodus came over to heal her. Once they were both recovered, Jason stood up and said, "Let's go, it's time to end this." On the battlefield, Saul sat on a boulder, his eyes vigilantly staring at his cohorts. Although these people were oiled up, they were after all supernaturals, and even Saul didn't dare to be careless. Behind him, the Ravenous Legion of Steel was suspended in midair. The Joker organization was losing this war because of Saul's supernatural play. The highest Garda was captured, the Hulk Legion was either dead or wounded, and the 1,000 or so Joker armor was torn to pieces. But SHIELD and the military lost just as badly. Needless to say, SHIELD was mangled by a locomotive, and Captain America, who acted as a front man, was missing in a nuclear explosion and still hasn't been found. The military sent more than 5,000 battle armor, lost more than 60% of them in the war, and there are less than 2,000 sets of armor still operational. based on a set of battle armor costing $100 million. TSK. The war in New York was tight, but these 2,000 sets of steel armor were not moving a single step, as the target of their mission had been Jason Walter since the beginning. Although Thor has killed Jason, nothing is absolute, especially when it comes to a 1,000-year-old villain like Jason. Whether it was Nick Fury, Tony Stark, or Thor, there was an underlying fear in their hearts that Jason wasn't dead yet. For them, as long as they didn't find the Mind Scepter or see the remains of Jason's corpse, that worry would never go away. A soldier of steel dropped from the sky and removed the invisible headset and handed it to Saul. "Sir, the officer wants to speak to you." Saul put the headset in his ear and asked, "What is it?" Nick Fury was in the lab, concentrating on the screen. "The search is almost complete. It's going to be a countdown." Thor stood up and gripped Thor's hammer, his face staring up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Drop. The instrument shows that the search is complete. Saul was ready for battle, but after waiting half a dozen times, nothing sounded there. He had a bad feeling about it and asked, "What's going on?" Nick Fury was silent for a long time and cursed, "Mom messes with fuck." Saul that nervously asked, "Speak up, what's going on?" Nick Fury grudgingly said, "Search, no results." What? The result was truly unexpected for Saul. What's the situation with the no result? Is the gamma instrument broken? Even if Saul was confident and arrogant, he would never believe that he could hammer off the mind gem with a single hammer. It was a product of the Big Bang period of the universe, containing the supreme cosmic law, and even if the hammer shattered the gem, it would never shatter. Just as Saul was about to continue his questioning, an indifferent voice appeared behind him. "What's broken?" "Gamma apparatus." Saul didn't have a good day, then. The whole thing froze, turned around. Only Jason appeared left and right in front of him, without a trace of injury on his body. Time seemed to stop, and the atmosphere on the field became heavy. Thor was stunned for a moment, jumped backwards, and then raised Thor's hammer high. Rumble. The sky was dark with clouds and thunder. "Jason, I guessed you weren't dead." "I thank you." Jason let go of the two women and raised one hand to the sky, and an arcane energy shield emerged. Wow! A lightning silver snake fell and struck the energy shield. But when the lightning dissipated, the energy shield was actually safe and sound. Saul's heart tightened. I didn't expect Jason's strength to get stronger again. The battle was pretty bad. Jason looked around with a grimace, as if he had just done a trivial thing. Hawley took the opportunity to sue. The Joker's and Hulk's legions were wiped out, and the cohorts were all Saul's doing. Chapter 319, Saul perished. Mystery Man appears. "So it's you." Jason gave Saul a cold glance, then looked to his cohorts who had fallen to the ground. "Hey, you're all still alive, right?" Several of the party tried desperately to squeeze out a smile, but it was worse than crying. Finally, they waited. With all the strength of the Joker organization, they finally waited until Jason was out of the gate. Some of them wanted to laugh, but they wanted to cry even more. It was as if the kids were being bullied out there and finally waited for the adults to step up to the plate. "Hawley, Belmord, take them away as far away as you can." Jason spoke indifferently. "Yeah, watch yourself." Haley transiently moved over and took everyone away. It could be predicted that the next battle was bound to be devastating, the mountains and rivers collapsing, and they would surely die if they stayed nearby. Jason's appearance also caused a commotion among the Steel Legion. They immediately reported the situation to seek support, and those who had the guts were ready to desert. "No, no, no." Jason shook his finger. "They can go. You will die." Boom. As soon as the word dead was uttered, terrifying energy exploded out of his body. His head full of blonde hair rooted upright. Swish. Jason instantly moved into the middle of the Steel Legion with a solemn look on his face. Saul, who had fought him, understood what he was trying to do and was busy wielding his hammer trying to fly over to stop him. "Too slow." Jason smirked, emitting a dazzling white light all over his body, as if the sun was lighting up the entire continent at noon. "Danger. Leave now." The Iron Legion scattered, but boom, the nuclear bomb level energy was released. and the 2,000 steel warriors who hadn't fled far, even their flesh and armor, were crushed together and turned into dust in the air. The terrifying circular shockwave spread around at great speed, destroying everything within a radius of tens of kilometers with devastating force. A few minutes later, the ruined ground was underground. Thor smashed the rocks and jumped to the ground, stunned by what he saw before him. Looking at the devastation and yellow earth everywhere, they were the only two living people left in the promised world. Jason. Thor looked up at the man suspended in midair, Thor's hammer clenched in his hand, and the sky clouded over again. "You seek me?" The midair silhouette suddenly disappeared, and at the same time indifferent voices sounded behind it. "Damn it!" Thor's mind alarmed and swung the hammer around to smash back. Bang! Before the hammer could hit anyone, Saul was hit in the side of the face by a fist and his whole body flew out in an instant. A few hundred meters away, Saul knelt on one knee, his proud head dropping weakly. Jason's punch was so heavy that half of Saul's face was crooked and a tooth popped out of his mouth. Swish! The air blast sounded. Jason came to him with near instantaneous speed. "While I was away just now, the boys took a lot of care from you. As their boss, this favor must be doubled back." Saul made a preemptive strike, fiercely throwing out the hammer that contained the power of lightning. Since physical combat was no longer an advantage, he would rely on his weapon to win. "No novelty," Jason grunted coldly without dodging. He energy builds up to his palm and then slaps the hammer to fly once. Thor stared with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. Asgard's artifact, the Thor's hammer that contained Odin's blessing, was actually slapped away by a distraught human. In the next second, Jason lifted his foot and kicked him flying, telling him that this was reality. Thor was kicked up into the air, barely able to breathe from the pain in his chest. But Jason was unforgiving, and instantly moved behind him again with a pumping kick that kicked him back to the ground. "Weak. It's too weak." Jason pummels Saul furiously, punching him so hard that he can't fight back. But his heart was growing dissatisfied and disappointed. He thought that Thor could give him all the fun he wanted, but he didn't even think he was qualified to warm up with him. In terms of strength and speed, there was a world of difference between the two. Saul's mastery of summoning lightning could only provide energy to Jason at best. After just one day, the original win-lose situation was turned around 180 degrees. Now, Saul couldn't even touch Jason's corner. After a round of stormy attacks, Saul was covered in blood and fell to his knees weakly. The handsome face that had captivated thousands of maidens was broken in appearance, and there were still many broken bones on his body. Even the Thor's hammer was unable to lift it. This long-awaited battle came to a hasty end. Swish! Hawley shows up at the battlefield with her treatment-ending cohorts. They thought that Jason's solo fight against Thor would get into a long tug-of-war and thought they'd come to help out. But the scene surprised everyone. Thor, who had defeated the Joker organization with his own strength, was actually hammered by Jason unilaterally on the ground. This was unbelievable to anyone else. "You guys are just in time for this final blow." Jason liked hot-blooded battles and had no interest in abuse, and now Thor wasn't even worthy of being his opponent. The cohorts looked at each other without speaking. Haley said for them, "Honey, it's better if you do it." It wasn't that the fellow party members didn't hate Saul and didn't want to kill him, but their attack power was limited. Even if they fought together, they might not be able to kill Saul. "Fine." Jason raised his fist, intense energy wrapped around it. "Son of Odin, it's an honor for you to die at my hands." Saul had run out of oil, and it was the limit to stay awake. Bang! Jason was mercilessly quick to strike, punching through the heart. Saul spat out a mouthful of blood and fell face first to the ground, his unhappy eyes slowly closing. "Let's go." Jason shook off the blood and turned toward his cohorts. "Time to settle the score with Loki. He and Saul are brothers, and a family is just going to." "Honey!" Hawley ripped her voice out and shouted, her fingers pointing fearfully behind her. Jason turned around quickly, only to see a mysterious man in a cloak appear next to Saul's body. "This guy!" Jason's sweat dripped like an enemy. Appearing nearby without a sound and not even noticing himself, who the hell was he? "Are you here to collect his body?" "The energy guard," Jason asked with a frown. Thor was the son of Odin, Lord of the Gods, and it was no surprise that he was guarded by a powerful and expert man. The mystic stretched out his long, thin hands and said in a leisurely tone, "No, I'm here to collect your body." Hey, big words. Jason's heart is on fire and he condenses a ball of energy to smash at the mysterious man. This little ball of energy had the power to blow up a skyscraper, and Jason was going to use it to test him out. A three-legged maneuver isn't worthy of testing me. The mystic placed his right hand in front of Saul's body and gripped his left hand against the energy ball. There was no explosion, no flash, no sound. Nothing happened. The ball of energy just dissipated into the air. Chapter 320, The Bald and Incurable Supreme Venerable. Jason became alert, his expression becoming heavy. Through the small test just now, he understood that he had encountered an unprecedentedly strong enemy. It was even possible that was even stronger than him. He didn't speak, just stood quietly observing his opponent. And that mysterious person didn't attack rashly, but instead focused on busying herself with the matter at hand. She stretched out her slender, white right hand and gently rotated it, and a green light suddenly emitted from her chest. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Saul, who had been shot through the heart and had cooled off, actually opened his eyes. "Is this your superpower?" Hawley inquired. "No, that's impossible. My powers don't have the power to bring the dead back to life." Belmord shook his head in denial. Jason heard their conversation and said to himself, "That means she's not using her powers." Saul, who had come back from the dead, stood up from the floor in a daze. The bloody hole in his chest was gone, and the serious wounds Jason had left behind were all healed. "Thank you. Please." Guessing that it was the mysterious man in front of him who had saved him, Saul's tone became incredibly respectful, and he even used honorific words. "You know that in the entire universe, only his father Odin could enjoy this treatment." "Saul Odinson, you will know my identity later." The mystic was reluctant to reveal his identity, but judging by the voice he spoke it should be a woman. "In accordance with your wishes." Grumpy Dang Thor offered the mystic the highest courtesy of Asgard. The mystic nodded in satisfaction, then extended his right hand and drew a symbol in the air. With a flip of his palm, the cosmic cube appeared in the palm of his hand. "What your brother has done, you will be the one to handle. The Tesseract is also to be taken back to Asgard by you and given to Odin. The Earthlings are not qualified or capable of using it properly for the time being." Saul stretched out his hands and received the cosmic cube respectfully. He had come to Earth this time, and Odin had sent it at great expense of vast dark energy. And this was only a one-way ticket, and he would need the power of the cosmic cube to get home. Thor put the cosmic cube away, then gave Jason an angry look and flew away waving Thor's hammer. He was going to finish the job the Mysterans had given him, clean up the mess Loki had left behind himself, and then bring him home for Odin's trial. "Slow down, we'll play again next time." Jason didn't stop him, instead waving provocatively at him. "Okay, Thor and Loki are done with their problems, it's time to deal with you next." The mystic turned his body and scanned the crowd before him with eyes hidden in his cloak. Jason looked at her dead in the eye and shouted out, "Playing God in a cloak at night. Who the hell are you? Why did you save Saul?" Her conversation and actions with Saul had a clear relationship of respect and inferiority in it, so it was definitely not Saul's guard. Still not wanting to reveal her identity, the mystic shook her head slightly and said, "Sorry, I'm not at liberty to reveal my identity. As for why I saved Saul's life to clean up the mess for you, it's because I don't want Earth to get involved in a cosmic war." Carefully examining this statement, it was revealed that the mystic spoke with a tremendous tone, opening and closing his mouth as if he was an Earth human, as if he owned the Earth. Jason continued, "Then why are you bothering me? I can remember what I just said." The mysterious man lifted his feet and walked forward, his pace unhurried. "I'm bothering you because your actions have seriously affected the safety of Earth." Jason's mouth curled up with a smug expression. "Oh, so I'm that powerful? I didn't know you didn't tell me." The mystic quipped, "Of course you're powerful. Daring to kill the son of Odin, the Lord of the Gods, Not many people in the universe have that kind of courage and strength. This was taken as a compliment to Jason's ears. But the mysterious man's tone turned serious. But do you know that if Thor dies on Earth, then the Lord of the Gods, Odin, will do so? She asked herself. I'm sure you know. Odin will lead the Asgardian army to invade Earth to avenge his son. You're the culprit. Of course you deserve to die, but the innocent creatures on Earth are implicated in your suffering. Jason suddenly realized, after all, it's still you who is cowardly. I didn't expect that the Supreme Mage, who is the guardian god of Earth, would be afraid of Odin. The mystic stopped and asked in a surprised tone, you actually know my identity? Jason spoke in a sarcastic tone. You speak in a tone full of superiority, opening and closing your mouth to the rise and fall of all mankind. Add to that your special ability to save Saul's life, and I don't think there's a number two like that on Earth, except for the Supreme Mage. The mystic guessed. Loki told you that? Jason nodded and admitted. Loki said that he started the invasion war at his behest to help the master behind him test you to see if you were still guarding the Earth. Mystique asked. The purpose of the man behind the curtain testing me? Because of it. Jason pointed to the chest. Oh. It dawned on Mystique. Now that you've figured out who I am, there's no point in continuing to hide it. She lifted her hand and slowly lowered the hood of her cloak. Jason and his cohorts behind him focused their eyes over a bald head that could reflect moonlight, ordinary features of the Caucasian race. Distinctly female features. After seeing the Supreme Venerable's true face, the disappointment of several of them was written on their faces. The Supreme Mage in their minds, the male should be as handsome and domineering as Jason, and the female should be as noble and majestic as Belmode. But the one in front of him is neither noble nor majestic, and most importantly, he is still bald. Hey, illusion shattered. Dare I ask the mage's name? Kyuichi. So Venerable Ancient One, are you considered bald as a teenager or bald as an old man? Jason mouthed the sarcasm. Judging by her face, she was no more than around 40 years old, but Loki said that the Supreme Mage had lived for 1,000 years. If it wasn't the descendants who inherited the name, this should be the power of longevity from magic. But if magic can make people live for thousands of years, why can't it cure baldness? Venerable Ancient One smiled a genial smile, not wanting to answer the question. Never mind, I won't ask then. That question does hurt my pride. Jason was a mouthy bitch, and added another stab. Back to the topic at hand. What exactly does your old man want with me? If it's just a matter of saving Saul's life and stopping his father's revenge, it's done and you can go home and sleep. I'm going back to bed with my 2 wives as well. Staying up all night is balding. The Ancient One Venerable reached out his hand to stop him. What happened to Saul was only in passing. In fact, I'm here mostly because of you. Jason's face didn't know whether to smile or mourn. What an honor. You found me, and then what? Is not going to take me as a disciple? The Ancient One Venerable laughed lightly and said, I'm sorry, but my disciple has already been chosen. And whether it's talent or virtue, you don't have the qualifications to be my disciple. Chapter 321, Jason vs. Ancient One Mage. It didn't hurt Jason to be denied sarcasm to his face. He thought about it and said, let me guess again. It's not like he saw me doing evil and jumped out to destroy me on behalf of the moon. No, on behalf of the Earth. That's too old a plot. It was supposed to be a joke. But the Ancient One Venerable actually nodded his head. Because it's classic, it's cliché. Like I said before, your actions have become a serious threat to the safety of the Earth. If you continue to be left unchecked, there will surely be disasters for Earth in the future. Jason put away his smile. No discussion? The Ancient One Venerable shook his head. You are to blame for what has happened. Jason retorted angrily. Then may I ask, what crime have I committed that is worthy of having the Supreme Venerable Master do it? Killing someone and setting them on fire? Smuggling and selling the country? Oh, how boring. Do you know how many people have been killed so far by the ruling class of this land? Millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. Compared to them, what's a small fuss for me? Since you like to take the moral high ground and make your words so grandiose, then let me ask, Have you ever found trouble with them over the years? Have you ever stopped a war of aggression? Have you ever worked for the good of all mankind? Enough. The Ancient One Mage had lived for 1,000 years and didn't eat his words at all, interrupting directly. Why have humans been able to reproduce without becoming extinct? Have you given any thought to this question? Jason snorted and asked rhetorically. Did you do it all? Venerable Ancient One nodded and said, of course. The duty of the Supreme Master is to stop aliens and dark forces from invading Earth. Threats are everywhere in the universe, and Earth is like a newborn baby that needs to be cared for. This is so compelling, it's a direct conversation to death. Jason was unable to argue, but caught a loophole. If your job is to stop the aliens and the dark forces, then why are you bothering me? I'm a pure-blooded native. That really captured the Ancient One Mage's pain, and she looked at Jason with complicated eyes. I know. So all these years you've been doing all this under my watch. I've never had any trouble with you. Just like the questions you just questioned me about, I gave you the same answers as they did. The people of Earth are to blame for killing each other no matter how much they kill each other, as was the case in World War I and as was the case in World War II, and I would never interfere in the affairs of human society. But when Thor and Loki showed up, Earth's future gradually became uncontrollable. I had used the time gem to travel to the future, but no matter how much I searched for hope, there was only one result. The Ancient One Venerable looked at him seriously. Earth will be caught in the quagmire of a cosmic war from which it cannot extricate itself, and the central figure is you. The look on her face didn't seem like she was being alarmist, but Jason was still a bit taken aback. I'm a terrorist at best, and I'm going to be at the heart of a cosmic war? So, you want to execute me for a trumped-up crime? The Ancient One Venerable shook his head. It is not a moxie. The time gem can travel to the future and the past at any point in time. What I have seen is true. Besides, I have no intention of executing you. Like you said, even if you're evil, you're just a local after all. Taking a shot at you is already considered an exception to the rule, so I decided to. Everyone's spirits were high, as if the criminal was awaiting a final judgment. I have decided to exile you. Exile to an unknown cosmic space. Exile. If you can't kill me, just throw me out into the universe. Oh, that's a good idea. Jason was silent for a moment and let out a slow breath. Honestly, he truly didn't want to clash with the Ancient One Mage, but this nun had to get on his nerves. I see what you mean. Then do it. As soon as his voice fell, Jason exploded with energy. On his tiptoes, he instantly appeared in front of Gyuyi and swung his fist hard at her face. Even though the enemy's strength was mysterious, Jason wasn't the master of sitting back and waiting to die. He wanted to exile him, unless he was defeated first. The Ancient One Mage seemed to have anticipated this. Jason's fist was up to her nose, and she didn't dodge or panic, just mouthed the words. A fist containing energy smashed into Ancient One's face, but Jason did get a chill, as there was no sensation of hitting the entity at the peak of the fist. It was as if the fist had struck Loki's illusion, and the entire man had scurried right off the Ancient One's mage. Jason braked, his expression heavy. The Ancient One Mage turned around and encouraged him. Very well, continue. Jason surfaced in anger and yelled, Haley, you guys duck. You watch out, Hawley said worriedly, then instantly teleported everyone away. Without anyone else present, Jason could let loose his output. With a movement of his mind, the nuke level energy began to concentrate, condensing into a blue sphere 10 meters in diameter. Go to hell. Jason lifted the ball of energy that contained 80% of his body's energy high up in the air and hit it hard. Beautiful. Mage Ancient One smiled and stretched out her palm to draw circles in the air. Fire flashed in the air and a circle appeared in front of Venerable Ancient One, becoming larger and larger as she continued to draw the circle, while the ball of energy dug right into the circle and disappeared. What? Jason was a little out of breath, frozen in place at a loss for words. The fist could only hit the phantom and the energy ball was diverted away by the strange circle. What kind of magic was this stinking nun using? Seeing that he didn't attack, the Ancient One Mage asked, What's wrong? Are you out of breath? Jason raged. "Don't hide if you can." Venerable Gyu Yi laughed helplessly. "This request of yours is a bit childish. But in terms of age, you do count as a child with me, I promise you." Jason was delighted. "That's what you said." As long as Ancient One didn't dodge, there was still hope of defeating her. Even if he was treated like a child for it, Jason was willing to endure. He gathered the remaining energy into his hands, then moved behind Gyu Yi with speed comparable to instantaneous movement and slammed his fist into the back of her head. He thought that speed was his advantage, but never would have thought that the Ancient One mage was faster than him. The moment the fist was about to hit, Gyu Yi suddenly turned around and reached out to wrap his hand around the fist. Boom! The fist was stopped and the earth trembled violently. Jason was so terrified that his pupils widened instantly. Surprised? Mage Ancient One smiled and said, "More surprising is to come." Suddenly, Jason felt the energy from his fist being sucked away by someone, and that someone was the Ancient One. "You have superpowers too?" Jason was busy sucking back the energy. "No, it's magic," the Ancient One mage explained to him. "Strange, so strange." Jason could feel the sucked energy right in the palm of the Ancient One's hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suck it up. Instead, the Ancient One sucked his energy like he had a pump installed and couldn't stop it. Chapter 322, Exiled light years away. Jason gave up on the suction and tried to break free with his arms. But Gyu Yi's palm seemed weak and powerless, but in reality it was as strong as gravity and difficult to break free. Jason was about to collapse. He finally experienced what it felt like when Saul faced him just now. First it was fear, then despair. In the end, even the feeling of resistance disappeared. The Ancient One mage was faster than him, more powerful than him, and had a prodigious hand of magic that could be said to crush him in all aspects without a deadly angle. What was even more desperate was that the pendant on her chest, the Ivago Moto, the time gem, hadn't been used as of yet. Strong, too strong. It's so desperate to be so powerful that you can't see the boundaries, the gaps, or even the effort. It is like a man who sails a boat to challenge the ocean. But even though he has tried his best, he has only seen the tip of the ocean. The so-called storm and waves are just the ocean playing a game with you. You have to deal with the other person's kind teasing with all your might. How can this deep sense of powerlessness not lead to despair? Jason was in this situation right now. The Ancient One mage saw his expression waning and no longer resisting, and asked curiously, "Are you ready to give up on this? It's not like your style." Hearing this, Jason laughed helplessly. "At a realm like mine, I can already accurately determine the strength of both the enemy and me. A desperate fight to the death only exists when the difference in strength between the enemy and me is small. And you? Forget it, spare me. I've done my best, and you're just playing with me." "Fine." The Ancient One mage unclenched his fist and boasted with his backhand. "There is no shame in voluntarily accepting defeat. Giving up is also a higher dimension of courage. It shows that you see yourself and your enemy clearly, and that is the only way to grow." Jason rubbed his wrist, trying to fathom the words carefully. "Well, now that you've conceded defeat, accept your fate. Call your partner back for a final goodbye." "A final goodbye." Jason loosened his wrist and looked more than a little sad. "Venerable Ancient One, Shed?" Jason nodded to himself. Strangely enough, there were times when I hadn't seen them for several years before, but nothing like this. Heartache. Unrelenting. Venerable Ancient One could see the light. Humans are always like that. They only know how to cherish when they lose. But unfortunately, my attention will not change. Let's cherish the last moment. Jason didn't expect to be spared a few words of sentiment and a couple of teardrops, but if that was the case, the Supreme Mage might as well change his name to Madonna Mage. He raised his hand towards the sky and shot out a ball of energy. Bang! The energy ball exploded in the sky like a firework, turning into a light spot. In the next second, Harley appeared with everyone by her side. "Honey, boss." The cohorts immediately sprang up, their words filled with concern and worry. Jason smiled sadly and said, "I'm sorry, I lost." At the news, The same party was horrified. Jason had always been the pillar of the organization. No matter how difficult it was, no matter how powerful the enemy was, he would always be the one who laughed in the end. This had been tested countless times and had become the consensus of his fellow party members. But now Jason actually said that he had lost. It was the first time in all these years that I'd seen him voluntarily admit defeat and speak so sincerely without a hint of displeasure. John skimmed over to the Ancient One mage and whispered, "Why don't we do it together?" David nodded in agreement. "Yeah, first I'll disrupt her with the ultrasound, then John will freeze her, and finally the boss will do it and beat her to an ice cinder." Jason chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Forget it, it won't work. Even if she stood still and let us attack, she's no match for us." Trainspotting was surprised. "She's that strong?" Jason sighed. "It's not even a second dimension." Franklin looked worried. "So boss. Is that really the only way you can go?" The same party looked at him expectantly, but Jason still disappointed everyone. Belmore suggested, "If we can't come hard, why don't we go beg her? Let's say we voluntarily give up the clown posse for no more mischief, and we can even leave America for Africa." Jason interrupted her. "The Supreme Mage is the guardian angel of the Earth. Since she must have thought it through personally, how can we be convinced with a few words?" Haley's eyes moistened, her expression firm. I will never let you leave." After saying that, she took Jason's hand and launched her superpower. "I can't afford to mess with you. I can't afford to hide." Swish! The group was teleported a dozen kilometers away. Yes, it worked. Haley's expression was excited. At that moment, a sparkling circle appeared in the dark night sky, and the Ancient One mage stepped out of the circle. "Jason, time is running out." "Well, as expected." Jason's expression darkened and he gave up completely. "Haley, don't waste your time. The Ancient One mage is a supreme mage who has lived for thousands of years, and her so-called supernatural abilities are like children playing before her. I want to leave you." Holly grabbed Jason's collar and cried in her arms. Jason's heart was sore, and he said in a strong voice, "Everyone, after I leave, the Joker organization will be in your hands. Something to think more and deliberate, less impulsive. From today onwards, the Earth will undergo a revolutionary change. All kinds of unimaginable people and events will pop up. To stay the same is the king of survival in a chaotic world. Before parting, I'd like to give you a Chinese proverb: build a high wall, accumulate grain, and slowly become king." The big-eyed, uneducated group stared at him, but only the learned Belmedus said, "I understand. Don't worry." Jason smiled in delight and continued to instruct. "Also, those two pups are still young. You, as mothers and uncles, must educate him well. You can't cause trouble and not learn anything, dude." Thinking back now, I ended up where I am today. That is, I suffered the loss of being uneducated. A scene from the past came to mind, and looking back at the path he had taken over the years, Jason couldn't help but feel sad. "Well, that's enough of that, so behave yourself." Jason ruthlessly pulled Hawley out of his arms and walked over to the ancient first mage. "Only the first evil to be put to death, not the innocent." "Ancient One Venerable, they are not innocent, but it is not my turn to punish them for their crimes." Jason waited for the words. "As long as you don't do anything, no one on Earth is in a position to punish them." The Ancient One Venerable, without comment, reached up and drew a circle of time and space in the air. "Go ahead, this is where you will be exiled." Jason took a few steps closer to look over, but found nothing. Hawley wiped away her tears and bravely stepped forward to ask, "What is this place?" Venerable Ancient One shook his head. "I don't know. It could be a cosmic black hole, it could be some star, it could be a cosmic battlefield." Haley said coldly, "How insidious. It's all a place of death." The Ancient One mage's expression was serious. "I swear on the honor of the Supreme Mage that Jason's place of exile is completely random. Whether he lives or dies, blessing or curse, it all depends on his luck." "I'm sure." Jason sighed heavily, looking back at each of the faces carefully. "Goodbye, everyone." After saying that, His body surged into the energy shield and dived headfirst into the space-time circle. Chapter 323 New Target, Rescue Operations. The space-time circle slowly closed and disappeared, and Jason completely left the Earth where he had lived for more than 30 years. Whether he will live or die in the future, no one knows the answer to whether he will meet his party again. Hawley covered her face and sobbed. Belmode was sad, and the faces of the other comrades were hard to see. Jason is gone. How should they go in the future? Master Gyu Yi completed the task and drew a space-time circle to leave. Before leaving, she left a warning. No matter what the clown organization does next, I will not interfere. But there are 2 red lines that you must not touch. First, the Infinite Gem. Second, Tony Stargrams. Infinite gems are not allowed to be touched, but still understandable. Tony Stark, the war merchant, how can he be sheltered by the Supreme Mage? The comrades were puzzled, but Belmode asked the key points. If we go to the universe to find Jason, you won't stop it? Master Gyu Yi smiled and said, of course not. I hope you can find him. Leaving a few words, Gyu Yi Mage left. Only the clowns were left in the wasteland with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Although Jason's departure was a heavy blow, they still cheered up their spirits. After all, Jason was only in exile, and Gyu Yi Mage gave them a chance. The locomotive asked, next, what should we do? Franklin also wanted to ask, yes, what does the Chinese proverb left by the boss mean? Everyone turned their eyes to Belmode. Although Halley has the highest degree of education among those present, her professional direction is psychiatry and psychology. Build walls high, accumulate food, and slowly become king. Belmode repeated, and said, the meaning of this sentence is simply, awkward development, don't worry. Oh, after explaining it in such an easy-to-understand manner, all my comrades suddenly realized. David asked, then, shall we go back to Africa? Temporary Master Belmode nodded and said, of course. Anyway, we lost this battle, and we also lost Jason, the leader and the strongest combat power. Once the government responds, it will definitely launch an unprecedented cleanup operation, and the clown organization's influence in the territory will be eradicated, and our current strength can't fight it hard. So what I mean is, abandon the outer members as bait, and leave only the core members in the United States to continue to do business and make money. Halley and David continued to go to Africa, where there is an important cause waiting for you to do. After listening to Belmode's analysis, the confusion in everyone's mind was reduced a lot. Shifting the focus to the African continent was Jason's established policy before he left. All they have to do is to continue down this path until Jason returns to Earth, or until they can't walk. Understood? Let's act separately. Taking advantage of the government's vitality and inability to clean up, we should quickly handle the matter. On the other hand, when Thor was resurrected and returned to New York, the scale of victory in this war finally began to tilt. He flew to the top floor of the Stark mansion and lifted up the quake to prepare to summon the Sky Thunder and blow up all Kitari's army into the sky. Tony still looked dumbfounded, and quickly flew over and said, Sol, you may not believe it, a woman in a cloak just came over and took the universe Rubik's Cube directly. Sol certainly believed, I know. She returned me the Cosmos Cube. What? Is she your acquaintance? Tony guessed in surprise, otherwise he didn't understand why the mysterious man didn't leave the Universe Cube to him. I know, I don't know. Recalling the scene before, Sol replied. Although his reaction was a little slow, he also guessed the identity of the Supreme Master. Whenever he talked about the Earth, his further roading would mention this Supreme Mage. But it is a pity that Sol has not seen her true face. Who is she? Tony asked eagerly. I'll talk about it later. Sol hesitated for a moment. He didn't know yet whether he should reveal the identity of the Supreme Master. Okay, what about Jason and Mind Scepter? Tony had a lot of questions. Stark, will you wait for me to wipe out the Zetarik army? Sol was helpless. He hasn't figured out how to answer these questions. Okay, do it. I'm relieved when you come. Rumble. Thor lifted Thor's hammer high, and the sky was suddenly covered with clouds, and lightning struck the Kitari army. The battleship that couldn't even be penetrated by artillery shells fell apart under the bombardment of the Sky Thunder and broke down. Tony put on the new armor and went into battle, and the ground troops began to launch a general offensive after seeing Thor's return. With the concerted efforts of several parties, the Kitari army began to rout, but the gate of time and space has been closed. Where can they escape? More than half an hour later, the Kitari army was wiped out. This extraterrestrial war, in which the number of military and civilian casualties exceeded 100,000, finally ended with the victory of the Earth. Thor's eyes were torch, and he found his stupid brother in the chaotic crowd. Loki was knocked to the ground by Thor 3 or 2 times. In order to prevent him from escaping again, Thor directly placed Thor's hammer on his chest. Under the blessing of Odin's blessing, Loki was crushed on the ground and unable to move. The war ended and rescue work began. In New York, the army is responsible for the rescue. A large number of doctors, nurses and medical equipment were urgently airlifted to New York. The rescue teams directly set up tents on the spot for treatment. At the same time, the SHIELD aircraft carrier moved to the sky above the Clown Organization base. After repeated bombings, it has become a desolate land, with no grass growing within more than 10 kilometers. SHIELD came here to find the whereabouts of the Black Widow and Captain America. The equipment worn by the two of them has been damaged, and it seems to be ill-fated. The rescue equipment on the aerospace carrier was turned on, searching for signs of life below. Every time the aircraft carrier advances a certain distance, the agents' hearts become tense. If there is no result until the end, it can only be handed over to the ground troops for body search. Nick Fury clenched the railing, a heart hanging in the air. At a great price, they finally won. This joy, he hopes Natasha and Steve can also share. "Sir, there are signs of life," a shout made all the agents present excited. Nick Fury immediately ordered, "Send a rescue airship." Yes. The sideboard of the aerospace carrier opened, and a rescue airship carried the ambulance team to the ground quickly. The life signal was located more than 20 meters underground. The rescue team jumped out of the airship and started digging with professional tools in their hands. Found it. This is the captain's shield. A few minutes later, a rescuer found out. Great, keep digging. After another few minutes, the rescue team dug a hard thing. After clearing all the surrounding soil, it was discovered that this was a steel armor that had lost energy. Opening the mask, Steve survived for a while. Chapter 324 Global Carnival. People with dementia. Steve hid in the pothole before the explosion and covered his head with a shield. The intensity of the explosion was far beyond his expectations. The trait armor was severely damaged, and Steve passed out on the spot. Being buried deeply by the soil, the oxygen in the air is gradually depleted. Fortunately, the oxygen supply parts of the armor helmet are still working, otherwise he would have died due to lack of oxygen. Although he was lucky enough to get his life back, his current situation is not optimistic. The rescue team immediately sent him to the aerospace carrier for rescue. Nick Fury personally came to the rescue room to inquire about the situation, but the doctor's preliminary results made his heart cold. Steve was seriously injured and missed the best rescue time. Even if rescue is carried out regardless of the cost, the best result is only a vegetative person. Hearing the doctor's verdict, Nick Fury was a little hard to accept. Steve Rogers is really ill-fated. As a young man, he was often bullied because of his physical weakness. He finally joined the Super Soldier Project to become Captain America, but he fell into the Arctic glacier a few months later, and the dance meeting with his lover was 60 years late. When he was reborn from the glacier, he encountered the Clown Organization that was in the limelight. Before enjoying the convenience of modern technology, he was severely injured and paralyzed by Alex, and his two lovers died because of him. Later, he got Stark's help and stood up. But he was depressed all day and numbed himself with alcohol. However, when the Earth was in distress, he stood up bravely against the demons. But this time, it ended up with a vegetative end. How could this tragic life with twists and turns be a tragic word? Nick Fury was unwilling to accept this result and asked quickly, Is there no other way? You can take a little risk. Adventure. The doctor thought for a moment and bit his scalp. If he was injected with Hulk medicine, there might be a glimmer of hope. Hulk medicine can quickly repair damaged tissues and strengthen cells. Even if the body is far stronger than ordinary people, this medicine is also risky. In particular, SHIELD's research on this medicine is still in the preliminary stage, and it is far less advanced than the Clown Organization. But even the Clown Organization didn't know how many test bodies were sacrificed to get the 100 Hulk fighters. Injecting Hulk medicine has a chance to be reborn, but the greater chance is that the soul will return to the West. The most important thing is that Steve is too late to think and discuss. Nick Fury asked, "You said there is a silver lining. How big is that hope?" The doctor told the truth. Less than 1%. Such a small hope is a bet on Steve's life. I agree. Go and prepare. Nick Fury struggled for a long time, and finally agreed to inject Hulk with Steve. As for the final result, it depends on his luck. Sir, an agent ran over. What's up? The search and rescue is over. No other signs of life were found. Boom. Nick Fury's heart was struck by lightning. Even though he was mentally prepared, when the agent pronounced the death sentence, he still couldn't accept it. The war has been won, but some people cannot enjoy the joy. Nick Fury stood there, silent for a long time, a long time. The sun is rising and the sun is shining. When the inhabitants of the Earth woke up from their sleep, they found that the world had completely changed. Aliens invade the Earth. New York becomes the main battlefield. The death toll exceeds 100,000. Oh my God. Today is not April 1st. This news host was so big last night. But soon, live photos of New York began to go viral on the internet. Ugly corpses of aliens. The ferocious wreck of the Longworm battleship. And, it looks like New York after a nuclear war. The pictures were thrown directly on their faces, and even if they did not believe them, residents of various countries had to accept reality silently. Since humans can observe the universe, the Tropic of Aliens has been hyped up before. The U.S. Air Force found traces of UFOs, and later the FBI found the bodies of aliens, and then a mysterious man was kidnapped by aliens for forced mating. People on Earth are always full of curiosity about their neighbors in the universe. Now, this curiosity has finally been satisfied, because the Earth finally ushered in the first batch of alien guests. It's just that everyone did not expect that these alien visitors are invaders. Their first gift to the Earth was to destroy New York and kill hundreds of thousands of people on Earth. Those dreams of indulging in friendly development and the mutual benefit with alien civilizations are completely shattered, and there is no scum left. The people on Earth began to panic again and began to worry. Since there are other advanced civilizations in the universe, what if they want to invade the Earth? There is no solution to this problem, because backward will be beaten. Fortunately, the U.S. government has made a good start. Despite the heavy price of sacrificing 100,000 soldiers and civilians, the first war between Earth civilization and alien civilization was won. The victory of the war can indeed shift internal contradictions. For a while, all the angry youths who took to the streets to protest the government's inaction disappeared. Instead, large numbers of people took to the streets, holding up slogans praising the country and the government. The key to this victory was that it directly caused Americans' national pride to completely burst, and many radicals also threatened to colonize aliens. Of course, the federal government accepts it humbly. The high-level government and military leaders headed by the president held a press conference to tell reporters the unknown secrets of the war. To sum it up, it is a sentence: our American science and technology universe is number one, and alien civilization is not worth mentioning. There are senior leaders who endorsed it face to face, and Shilaz's lower-level people directly climaxed. The corpses of 100,000 people are still cold, and they have begun to party all day and night. They are happy, and the leadership team headed by the president is also happy. With this popularity and support, the general election will be stable tomorrow. Washington, Cemetery. Saul, Tony, Banner, and Nick Fury gathered together, and there were several senior SHIELD agents behind him. As the greatest heroes of this war, There was no smile on their faces. They were uniformly dressed in black, standing in front of a brand new tombstone. Inscription on the tablet: Natasha Romanoff. There are no corpses in the tomb, only a few worn clothes. After SHIELD searched, the ground search and rescue team searched nearby for 2 days and nights, but only one molar was found. After the pastor gave a speech, they went forward and presented bouquets, and then they just stood silently without saying a word. After an unknown period of time, Banner broke down emotionally and left the cemetery with an expression of pain. He was tempted twice, but his lover died tragically twice. These things hit him too hard. Others woke up from memories. Nick Fury didn't want to stay here. Sad, greeted Tony, and Sol went elsewhere to relax. Chapter 325. The end is also a new beginning. Rocky and Sol left the Earth. The Global Clown Organization branch suffered the blow. Hawley went to Africa to continue to search for Zenjin, firmly believe that Jason will return. Sol. The three of them walked to a lawn, and Nick Fury took the initiative to speak. I have taken care of the Cosmic Cube and Loki's affairs. After 2 days, you can take Loki home. Sol did not smile, and said perfunctorily, thank you. The Cube of the Universe was originally left by Odin in Norway, and it is reasonable to take it back now. In fact, Sol didn't have much interest in the Universe Cube, mainly because the words of the Supreme Master played a role. The people on Earth currently do not have the ability to use it reasonably. Leaving it on the Earth will only cause greater disaster. As for Loki, when the government learned of Thor's true strength, it was impossible for him to leave Loki forcibly because of his face. It's just that the government also wants to face it, so it will go through a cutscene trial, and eventually he must be returned to Asgard. When someone spoke, the depressive atmosphere eased a lot. Tony also asked, Sol, what is the situation with the mysterious man that day? You have already declined a few days, and you should tell us before you leave. Sol showed an embarrassed expression and explained, it's not that I don't want to say it, but I don't know whether to say it or not. After all, she didn't reveal her identity to me. I guessed it myself. Nick Fury is interested. Who can make Thor so afraid? Is her identity special? Sol nodded. Yes, otherwise it wouldn't be the case. Just forget it if you don't want to say it. Tony looked uninterested, curled his lips and asked, can you talk about Jason? Sol nodded, recalling what happened that day and sighed. Well, actually, we can win this war completely by luck. Loki's plan failed. Not only did Jason not die, but instead absorbed the energy of the Soul Gem. His strength became many times stronger than before. He killed all the Steel Warriors as soon as he shot, and then we fought. He was too strong, so strong that I didn't have the power to fight back at all and kept beating. Nick Fury guessed, that mysterious man rescued you. Sol, yes, her strength is far above Jason, but he seems to have something to say with Jason, so he dismissed me. Tony was shocked. You were not there at the time, so you don't know if Jason is dead or not. Sol nodded and admitted, but what is certain is that Jason must have lost this battle, and paid a heavy price. Tony is going crazy. The grandson Sol held back for a long time before actually giving him such an answer. Don't mention the painful price to him. As long as Jason lives in this world for 1 day, he can't sleep well. Nick Fury also revealed a message. After listening to your information, I finally understand. The two turned to look at him. Nick Fury, in recent days, the actions of the clown organization are very strange. Now is the time when the government is the weakest, but they have not jumped out to make trouble, but disappeared like the world. I guess, behind this strange action, there must be Jason on the reason. Sol smiled and said, my guess is correct. First, Jason was killed by her. Second, Jason lost his fighting power. Third, Jason is no longer on the Earth. Only in this way, the clown organization can in chaos, shrinking power. Tony asked in surprise, that mysterious man has such an ability. Sol solemnly said, her strength is not below my father. The other two looked solemn and became more curious about this mysterious person. The next day, Loki was taken to court for trial. The next day, Sol took him and the Universe Cube and left. Stark Industries participated in the reconstruction of New York, and Tony also appeared in front of the media again, restoring his former style. Nick Fury reported to the World Security Council about the clown organization. After discussion, the Security Council decided to convene a global leaders meeting, and leaders of more than 100 countries signed the Anti-Clown Organization Act. On the third day of the passage of the bill, the global government took a unified action to encircle and suppress the clown organization in an effort to eradicate the roots. This bandit suppression operation was unprecedentedly strong, and multiple government departments worked together without distinction. The Intelligence Department is responsible for providing accurate information. The police is responsible for maintaining local law and order, and the military is responsible for invading the base to violently eliminate them. At the same time, governments of various countries have also made full use of the power of the masses to establish hotlines for reporting, and people from all walks of life are welcome to provide clues. For a time, the clown organization that used to be infinitely beautiful became a rat crossing the street and everyone shouted and beat. On the internet, the clown community was forcibly banned, and all registered members were arrested and brought to justice. At this time, all countries are not talking about freedom of speech. Anyone who supports clown organizations on the internet, whether for attention or another attempt, will be arrested in violation of the Anti-Clown Organization Act. Offline, the gangs once under the jurisdiction of the clown organization, those who participated in terrorist and violent actions, and those who used the name of the clown organization for profit. As long as you get in touch with the clown organization, they will all be taken away by the military for investigation, and you will lose your skin if you don't die. The sweeping action was vigorous, and people around the world clapped their hands and cheered. The cancer was finally removed. The only problem is that there are too many people related to the clown organization, and it is not enough that the prisons of the state governments are full. There is no way. The government can only build temporary venues in the suburbs to imprison people with lesser suspicions and the minor crimes. As the cleanup operations continued, society began to return to the right track, back to what it was like before the rise of the clown organization. Africa. The private garden of the clown organization base. Belmode was swinging with Angelina while Hawley and Brian were playing hide-and-seek in the maze. The little girl looked up at the sky, suddenly feeling a little lonely, and asked, "Mummy, where is Daddy?" Belmode felt sour, and his tears almost came out. She forced a smile and kissed her daughter's forehead. "Daddy went to work outside, and it will take a long time to come back," Angelina said disappointedly. "It's always this sentence, but I want to fly high." Belmode looked embarrassed. She can't fly. When Brian heard this, he ran over to join in the fun. I want to fly high." Belmode looked at the two children with sad expression. Hawley came over and hugged them. "Go, I'll take you high." The faces of the two babies changed drastically, and they broke free quickly. "No, it will vomit." "I want Daddy." "I also want." Hawley's tears were very low. She turned around and wiped away her tears quietly, and then said, "I have said it many times, Daddy has gone to work outside." Brian frowned and complained, "But Daddy has been gone for a long time." Angelina is good at math. "It's been 20 days. Hawley patiently said, "Daddy has to wait 120 days before he can come back." Angelina shook her fingers, but the number of 100 was beyond her scope of calculation, and she could only look at her mother helplessly. "Mummy, when will Daddy come back?" Belmode walked over, knelt down and hugged them both. "Hey, baby, be obedient. Don't worry. Mummy promises that when you grow up to Mommy's height, Daddy will come back. Ask for a day off." As the title. Chapter 327 Scavenger Warrior Number 142. Jason slowly raised his arm. Upon seeing this, the leader thought that the rations in front of him were about to surrender. He pointed the gun and said, "Raise the other hand." Humphrey. Jason's face was cold, an energy ball condensed in his right hand, and then shot out. Boom! A garbage mountain tens of meters high was blown up. Garbage was flying all over the sky, and thick smoke billowed. The group of natives was stunned. Their eyes widened as if they were frozen. After a while, They knelt and bowed to Jason, saying at #Yen%. Jason pointed his palm to the leader and said, "Can you answer my question now?" Without any hesitation, the leader threw away his weapon and threw himself to his knees. This is Sakastar, Jason said. "Go on, tell me everything I know." The leader gasped nervously and said shiveringly, "Sakastar is surrounded by cosmic pathways and is the boundary between the known universe and the unknown universe. Here gathers the forgotten and abandoned people and things in the universe. Forgotten, abandoned. Hee. This is quite suitable for me." Jason couldn't help but laugh at himself. Who is the ruler of Saka? The ruler is called Gao Danzun, also known as the Grand Master. He was the first person to live in Saka, and he established the current Saka. He is the king here, and everyone who comes to Saka is his slave. Slave? Oh, it seems that the social structure of this planet does not need to be asked. In a typical feudal society, this Gao Danzun is the emperor. Jason asked a few more basic questions, and the leader of the scavengers gave answers. The image of this planet gradually became fuller in Jason's heart. Saka is known as the place of exile, and most of the people who come here, like Jason, are sinners driven out of their homes. Only a small part of them were travelers and victims who strayed into Saka. But no matter who you are, how much honor you have received, as long as he came to Sakastar, he would automatically become a slave to Gao Danzun. Gao Danzun has a cruel personality, moody, and tens of thousands of people in his hand. He has a high level of technology and has the ability to fight across galaxies. Not only that, he himself is also a strong man with no bottom-out strength. It is said that he has lived for thousands of years and has personally suppressed the Sakastar rebellion. These information are all public information. As for the more confidential matters, he is not a scavenger, leader knows. After answering all the questions, the leader lowered his head and begged, "That's all I know, please let us go." Jason has long lost interest in killing the weak, and now he enjoys the duel with the strong. He put down his arm and waved, "Leave this helmet and get off." The leader stood up excitedly, and then tapped his ear twice. The helmet quickly shrank and turned into an invisible headset. This is... Jason's eyes lit up. The helmet can be reduced and worn directly on the ear. Alien technology is really amazing, and I don't know how it works. The chief respectfully put the headset on the ground, and then left with a bunch of younger brothers. Jason picked up the headset and put it on, and then tapped it twice. Well, why there is no response? He tried a few more times, but it still didn't work. Jason looked desperate. "It's over. Forgot to ask for the instructions." "Hey, who are you?" This voice is English again. Jason turned around in surprise. A young girl is sitting on a mountain of garbage. She looks fair, with white paint on her face. Her skin is slightly darker, and her muscle lines are obvious. What concerns Jason the most is that she doesn't have a helmet on her face. "Isn't it a real fellow?" Jason asked. "Earthman." The girl carried the wine bottle, took a bold sip, and shook her head. "No, he is not an Earthling, but speaks English." "Haha, it is really the universal language." Haimai jumped off the trash mountain in a single leap, unloading the impact at the moment she landed smoothly. Perfect posture, no extra moves, is a master of fighting. He gave a very high appraisal with a sharp eye. Black girl holding the wine bottle, walked staggeringly, and pointed at the bombed garbage mountain. "I saw it on the spaceship just now. You can blow up the trash mountain easily. You are not an ordinary person." Jason's expression is natural, which is really easy for him. Black girl leaned closer and looked at him carefully. Jason smelled a pungent wine. "This girl grew up in a wine tank. Are you lost, or were you exiled for the crime?" Jason frowned slightly. "Exile." Black girl nodded, took a sip of wine and said, "Get to know, I'm scavenger number 142. How about you?" "Jason Walter." "Real name?" "Okay." Black girl smiled non-committal. "People who come here will never be able to leave. It doesn't matter whether it is a real name or a false name. Can't leave." "Why is that?" "Is this planet weird?" Haim shook her head. "There is a part, but more of it." "Forget it. I don't want to answer this question. Just trust me anyway." Jason squinted, feeling that the girl's head was soaked in alcohol. "You are good at being a slave. It's a pity to be a slave. Do you want to mess with me?" Jason was amused and asked, "What do you do with you?" Haim stretched out her hand and said, "There is a city not far in front, known as the City of Gambling. Gaotanzan has opened a large number of casinos there. There are thousands of gambling forms, but the most popular is the arena. You know, it's where two lives fight each other." Jason nodded to show that he knew. "There are games every day in the gladiatorial arena. If you lose, you will live and die. If you win, you can get a huge bonus. I will arrange you to enter the game. The bonus we earn will be 4 or 6. How about?" "Look at your expression. Don't ask. It must be me 4 and you 6. Jason was a little curious. "I am in danger of participating in the competition. If I lose my life and die, I will give you 60% of the prize money." "Then what can you give me?" Black Girl confidently said, "I can keep you free." "Why?" "Just because I have a very close relationship with Gaotanzan." Jason rolled his eyes, thinking that this trick is a bit inferior. "You just want me to believe you?" The Black Girl drank the wine in one breath, then threw the bottle away and clapped her hands. "It's true or not, just walk with me and you'll know if you dare." "Lead the way." The Black Girl helped put on the helmet, and then walked to her spaceship together. On the way, Jason asked about her daily work. Haim said her job is to drink and gamble. "If you don't have any money, go to Gaotanzan to pick up the job and earn a commission." Jason smiled and declined to comment. He didn't yearn for this life of mixed eating and waiting to die. While talking, the two boarded the spaceship. The spacecraft is very spacious, twice the size of the combat effectiveness of the Kunstteil. There are small caliber laser cannons on both sides, which can beat people into minced meat with just one shot. They are very powerful and can be regarded as the guy who eats black girls. Chapter 328 Be My Slave. Black Girl drove the spaceship to the gambling city, while Jason sat aside playing with the helmet with great interest. The function of this helmet is very powerful. It can produce fresh oxygen inside, and finally you don't need to be full of burnt smell. In addition, it also has a built-in universe communicator that can translate languages in real time, communicate with outsiders, and even store file information. Jason's learning ability is very strong. After a few minutes, he learned to operate the helmet, and then went to the scavenger leader's database to check the information. As an outsider, the first thing to do is to understand the current situation. It's a pity that he has a serious look on his face, and it looks like a little bun entering the city to Black Girl. The Black Girl glanced at him and said sarcastically, "It's just an ordinary helmet, and it's not worth any money." Jason smiled inexplicably and explained, "The helmet may be worthless, but the information in it is very useful to me." "Yeah, take your time." Haim shook her head and stopped disturbing him. It was quiet for 10 minutes. Black Girl raised her hand and pointed. "We are here." Jason looked out through the glass windows of the spacecraft, and a large-scale city appeared in front of him. There are no tall buildings, no developed traffic, no gorgeous neon lights, and low huts everywhere. Jason's expression was extremely disappointed. He didn't expect that the first cosmic city he saw was like this. To be honest, such backward cities cannot be found in the United States, and only South America can see them. Shit science fiction movie, give me back my longing. What is the tallest building? Among the dilapidated huts everywhere, a building a few hundred meters high suddenly appeared, standing out from the crowd, and you noticed it at a glance. That's Gaotanzan's palace, where he has always been, and the arena is next to it. Jason glanced around and asked, "Are we going there?" "Correct. Go and talk to Gaotanzan about the arena match." "I just said that as long as you cooperate with me, everyone will make money and you will be free." Jason suddenly sneered and said Yinli, "It's definitely a cooperation, not selling me to Gaotanzan." Black Girl's face was stiff, and the spaceship shook slightly. What are you talking about?" "I just explained that as long as you step into the Saka Star, everyone is a slave to Gaotanzan." "How can I talk about buying and selling?" "I just want to introduce you to him. Relying on me and him, it's not difficult for your relationship to be free." "This is a fair deal." Jason didn't explain. put his hand on the headset, manipulated the screen to enter the database, and then read it out according to the script. The scavenger number 142, whose real name is unknown, has a very high risk index, and is a hobby of drinking. Gao Tanzan's most powerful hound specializes in catching capable strays in exchange for commissions. Oh, that's what you said just now. Jason raised his head, squinted his eyes slightly, and let out a cold light. Do you want me to read it? At this moment, the black girl had a solemn expression, no smile on her face, and the spaceship slowly stopped in midair. She sighed heavily, patted her forehead, and said regretfully, "Damn it, I shouldn't have helped you put on a helmet. Those scavengers should have cleaned them up." Jason showed disdain. "Don't put the blame on others. I suspect you are not only because of the information." He uses the body as a container to absorb the original energy of the soul gem. He is now a human-shaped spiritual gem, called Renzi for short. Although the original energy has been in the body and refuses to surrender, it will take a long time for him to use the original energy perfectly, but now he is somewhat miraculous. From the moment Haima appeared, he knew that this lady was not at ease with him. This was the miracle of the gem of the soul. Jason didn't tell him the reason, and continued to check the database. The file says that you have a tough personality and a vicious attack. You always knock out the homeless before giving it to Gao Danzan. But why don't you do it with me and make up one? A lie that children don't believe. The well-prepared rhetoric was devalued and worthless, and Black Girl was not angry. After all, she was a soldier, not a liar. I've seen your strength and blasted a mountain of trash with one move. Although I can do it, it will be very troublesome if I do it with you. So I want to lie to you and hand it over to Gao Danzan. It's nothing more than halving the reward. There is an army of Gao Danzan in that tall building, and Gao Danzan himself is also a strong one. The idea of asking you to enter the urn is quite good. Don't fight against enemies whose strength is unknown. Well, that's a good idea. I'll do the same. Jason nodded in approval. Since the window paper is punctured, what should you do next? Black Girl turned sideways and asked with interest, "What do you think should be done?" Jason put up two fingers and said, "You have a bad heart to me. I will kill you as usual. If you don't want to die, then go to the village and be my slave." Ha ha. Black Girl laughed and asked provocatively, "What kind of slave?" Jason was so shameless. He said bluntly, "Of course it's the kind of bed warmer. I can't leave this planet for the time being. But I am a man. Although your skin is a little darker, you look a little ugly, you wear a little dirt, and you smell of alcohol. But after all, this is an alien, and it's better than those weird and colorful females." "Okay, I choose the second one." Haim readily agreed, then left the driver's seat and walked over with a smile. "I like foreplay, let's hug it first." Jason nodded. Without thinking, "I like foreplay too. Otherwise it will hurt." The plot turns 180 degrees. The two of them, who were originally at war, were hugging each other with a smile at this moment. But before the ambiguous atmosphere began, there was a muffled noise in the spacecraft. With a smile on his mouth, Jason asked, "Does my knee hurt?" Black Girl pushed her away, her brows jumping wildly. She wanted to hug Jason tightly, and then gave him a knee to cut him off. Unexpectedly, his crotch was so hard, it caused the sharp pain on the top of her knee, so that she couldn't control her expression. "Ha ha, are you scared? Haven't you seen such a powerful one before?" Hearing that, the Black Girl was furious and took out a gadget and pressed the switch hard. Zzz. The next second, there was a sound of electricity behind Jason. The Black Girl glared at him with a grin. "Go to hell, pervert." A few seconds passed by, and the expression on her face changed from the pleasure after revenge to an incomprehensible dullness. Why didn't you faint?" Jason stood there safe and sound. Spread his hands, showing a puzzled expression. "Little old girl, this is it?" Reached out and dragged a gadget from behind and placed it in front of you for a closer look. "What is this?" "I thought it was a bomb." "I couldn't see it." Jason held it in his palm and crushed it into powder. The Black Girl stepped back, panicking. "The gadget has a built-in neurotoxin, which will paralyze the muscles and cannot move after activation." There were countless people who fell under it, and she was also her magical weapon to catch wanderers. but she didn't expect it to be invalid today. No, this man is much stronger than I thought. Hurry up. Without hesitation, Black Girl turned around and wanted to flee. Not even the valuable spacecraft. Chapter 329 The Valkyrie has no misery. The Black Girl turned and rushed out. A few steps later, a devilish whisper sounded in her ears. It looks like you are choosing the first way. The warm breath blew into her ears, and the Black Girl got goosebumps all over her body. The distance between the two of them stood more than 10 meters away, and she turned and rushed out in less than 2 seconds. The speed of this movement is a bit alarming, and more importantly, she didn't even hear the footsteps. Drink! The Black Girl yelled and kicked behind her leg. She thought about kicking Jason into the air, and then escaped from the spaceship by this reaction force. The abacus is good, but Jason is not so happy. He leaned slightly to avoid him, and suddenly stretched out his hand to hold his ankle. This leg is strong. Feeling this power, Jason deduced that if he didn't use the energy shield, he would be kicked out even with his strength. The Black Girl was ashamed and angry when she was caught and couldn't get her feet out. Push the other foot hard on the ground to make the body rise in the air, then twist the body with the waist strength, and kick the opponent's head. Boom! Jason didn't dodge, he used his head to eat the kick. What? The Black Girl's feet hurt sharply, and she couldn't help screaming as if she had kicked an iron plate. You just kicked me in both feet, and I'll give you a punch now. Jason pulled her over and hit her abdomen with his fist. Because the ankle was caught, the punch was strong. The Black Girl's expression was extremely distorted, her mouth open and wailing silently. After the 3 moves, the judgment was made, and the difference between the two of them was huge. Now let's continue with the tropic. Just now? Do you insist on choosing death, or choose to be my slave? High Girl slumped her head, her long hair covered most of her face, but her eyes were still stubborn through her hair. Humphrey, Jason snorted. I like you the most, so that you can have the pleasure of conquering. He put down the Black Girl's leg, then stretched out his left hand to strangle her throat in an instant. Black Girl was lifted up, her feet hanging in the air, unable to breathe. But she still kicked Jason wildly with her feet, with an attitude that would rather die than yield. It seems that you are determined to choose the first way. Jason was impatient and issued an ultimatum, but the other party still didn't appreciate it. That's okay, actually think about it carefully. You are not my type at all. Being exiled to Saka has already wronged myself, and can no longer wrong it. After speaking, he called out a trace of the original energy. His right hand became a claw, and he pressed it on the Black Girl's head. Waste utilization. Before killing her, Jason had to extract some memories from his mind. In an instant, his mental power penetrated into the deepest memory of Black Girl. Unfamiliar and empty space. One side is shining brightly, and the other as dark as night. Thousands of female warriors riding double-winged Pegasus set out from the light, waved the dragon-tooth sword in their hands, and went to crusade the female devil in the abyss. The goddess of death Hela, shrouded in darkness, stood alone on the edge of the cliff, facing the Valkyrie warrior. Even if there was no one behind him, Hela was not afraid. With a wave of her hand, thousands of sharp swords stabbed in the air. This sharp sword has the power to kill the gods, easily piercing the armor of the Valkyrie, and shooting them in the sky without even giving them a chance to get close. Although the Valkyrie occupies the advantage in numbers, in front of Hela's terrifying power, it is like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and they die under the sword one after another. Black Girl. No, it should be Valkyrie. The sharp sword stabbed Tanma, and she fell from the sky without dying. Not reconciled, she got up again and rushed towards Hela brandishing the dragon-tooth sword. Hela used the flying sword again to kill Valkyrie. Suddenly, a non-dead companion pushed Valkyrie away, but he was killed by a flying sword, and he pressed Valkyrie under him before he died. A battle ended with Hela's overwhelming victory, and Valkyrie became the only remaining Valkyrie. At this time, Odin, the Lord of the Gods, finally appeared. I don't know if it was because Hela was his daughter, or because Odin was aging. He did not kill her after defeating Hela, but exiled her to the kingdom of death. As long as Odin is alive for one day, Hela will never get out of trouble. But the pain of failure and the guilt of her friends tormented Valkyrie all the time, which made her degenerate into self-deprecation. In order to escape reality, she came to Saka Star alone and became the main fighter under Gao Tanzan, alias Scavenger number 142. This is the deepest memory hidden in Black Girl's heart. After reading, Jason let go with a serious face. This memory contains a lot of information. Valkyrie and Hela are new terms that have never been heard. Unexpectedly, Odin, the Lord of the Gods, had an eldest daughter. Ironically, the youngest son is the god of thunder, but the eldest daughter is the goddess of death. Thinking about creating Odin's opposition. These things. Does that stunned youth know Saul? This memory is a scar in Valkyrie's heart. After being revealed by Jason mercilessly, she collapsed and fell to the ground. Seeing her in pain, Jason thought a little. He can snoop into other people's memories because of the original energy of the soul gem. However, the original energy has not been completely digested. He can only snoop into the most unforgettable memories deep in others' hearts. Obviously, there are other secrets hidden in this woman who has lived for thousands of years. These secrets are precious information, and it would be a shame to kill like this. I changed my mind. Jason thought for a moment and decided to say, I will choose the second way for you and be my slave. Valkyrie did not speak, but answered him with a scornful smile. While Jason uncovered the scars in her heart, it also allowed her to retrieve the glory of a Valkyrie. As Odin's most elite warrior, she can accept death calmly, but she never bows to her knees. It's a pity that Jason had guessed her mind a long time ago, and she didn't take it seriously. If you really regard death as home, you should have died together with the other Valkyrie. Since she can live under Gao Tanzan's hands till now, it shows that she still fears death deep in her heart. Perhaps there is reason for Hela. Jason squatted down, pinched her chin, and said in the tone of the domineering president, when we meet for the first time, let's give you a small gift. With a movement of his mind, light blue energy emerged in his hands. The energy is in a liquid state, slowly transferred to Valkyrie, then enters the body through the blood circulation, and finally blends into every cell in the body. Valkyrie closed his eyes and confessed his life, thinking that he was bound to die. However, as time passed, the energy in the body began to surge, and there was a feeling of enlightenment. Valkyrie felt that his body had endless strength, just like taking a pill. After the energy was transferred, Jason stood up and looked down at her. Is this gift still satisfactory? Valkyrie opened his eyes, his big eyes filled with questions. I want to catch him to sell money, and he actually gave me such a magical power. What exactly this man wants to do? No. You really fell in love with me. You don't get me wrong. Jason interrupted her directly, without giving any chance to be ambiguous. This energy in your body can indeed increase combat effectiveness. As my slave, I will lose face if I am too weak. Of course, it has another purpose. Jason smiled evilly, and the energy in Valkyrie began to burst. What? In an instant, Valkyrie's complexion changed drastically, and he collapsed on the ground and rolled and screamed, showing no mastery. From head to toe, from the inside out. Every cell in the body produces severe pain. When the pain of billions of cells comes together, it feels crueler than any punishment in the world. Jason only gave a slight punishment, and soon stopped. Valkyrie was limp as mud. His skin was red and bloody, and he was sweating profusely, panting quickly. Odin is here. This feeling is too painful. Compared with any kind of punishment she suffered, it was a little pediatric. She would never want to experience this kind of taste that could not be described in words. Now, tell me your choice. Jason stood with his hands in his hands and asked in a flat tone. I just got the clothes wet, and now I ask this kind of idiot question. This kind of person is either a scumbag or a devil, because there is only one answer to this question. You can see how terrible she looked just now. Sure enough, Valkyrie got up and thumped to his knees. My master, I am willing to give everything for you. Ha ha, this is something inside. Self-taught? Or was it trained by Odin? Upon hearing this, Jason smiled with satisfaction. "Congratulations, my loyal servant. You in the future will be grateful for you today." Jason is like a vampire possessing his body, full of two senses in his speech. He sniffed his nose, and there was something indescribable in the air besides the pungent smell of alcohol. Jason frowned, and said disgustedly, "Go and wash your body. Don't get drunk in the future." "As you wish, my master." The spacecraft is not small in size, and it integrates board and lodging, and of course there is a bathing place. Valkyrie stood up, went to the bedroom to get a change of clothes and walked into the bathroom. She leaned her head on the door, clenched her silver teeth, and fell into a struggle of thought. But soon the struggle ended, and she let go of her hand trying to lock the door. Now that she has chosen this path, she is mentally prepared. "Come on, hey." "Turn on the shower and rinse the body with warm water droplets." Valkyrie raised his head vigorously, controlling his breathing rhythm. When death passed by, she realized how beautiful it is to live. You can eat, sleep, be happy, sad, and drink while you are alive. Oh, no, it's time to quit drinking in the future. While taking a bath, Valkyrie raised his ears to pay attention to the movement outside the door. She deliberately washed very slowly, and every inch of her body was washed several times, as if there were endless stains. However, to her surprise, there was no movement outside the door from beginning to end. Jason sat in the driver's seat, called up the information about the spacecraft in the helmet, and then quickly learned by contrast. The car is always a man's romance. Compared to the one in the bathroom, he prefers the one under the ass. Half an hour later, Valkyrie, who put on new clothes, appeared behind him. Seeing Jason learning to drive a spaceship with great interest, she was shocked. "What the hell? My mother is not as fun as the spaceship? Is this guy a man?" Valkyrie suddenly felt confused. There is not only the joy of escaping a catastrophe, but also the anger of being ignored in appearance and body. Hearing the movement behind him, Jason took the initiative to give up the driver's seat. Driving without a license is not necessary. After Valkyrie sat up, he respectfully asked, "Master, where are we going next?" Hearing this, Jason frowned and hesitated. He had just escaped. His original plan was completely disrupted, and he had not had time to plan for the future. "Send me to a secret place to rest first. Don't let Gao Tanzan know about it." "Understand." The spacecraft turned around and stayed away from the gambling city. Jason was sitting in the co-pilot with his palm supporting his head, his thumb rubbing his beard, not knowing what he was thinking. Valkyrie didn't dare to speak, but glanced secretly. "This man is not an advanced race. Why does he possess magical powers? And he was so powerful, who was exiled to Sakar?" The two of them came to a house in the suburbs with their stomachs full of questions. Looking down, Jason smiled inexplicably. "Pasture. What a special ranch. I must have been a bohemian cowboy in my last life." Valkyrie took the initiative to explain. "The air in the suburbs is much better than that in the gambling city, so I picked a beautiful place to set up a ranch. When I feel upset, I will come to live for a few days." No one knows. The concentration of negative ions in the forest and the sea is high. If you are in a bad mood, staying there for a few days has a good relief effect. Jason nodded to express understanding, then focused his attention on the captive animals. Because Valkyrie lived for a short period of time, there were fewer animals in captivity, and only 7 or 8 strange animals were raised. There are yaks 5 or 6 times larger than the earth, roosters with 3 heads, and sheep with amazing hairs. These animals have never been seen on Earth. The spacecraft landed slowly beside the ranch, and the two went down one after another. "Master, the room is messy. I'll go ahead and clean it up." Valkyrie saw that the new owner had a little cleanliness. "Hurry up." Hearing this, Valkyrie trotted into the 2-story cottage. 10 minutes later, she carried a box of garbage and threw it away, and then led Jason into the cabin. Because it lives alone, the decoration of the cottage is simple. There are only living room, kitchen, dining room, bar on the first floor, and toilet, bedroom and terrace on the second floor. Not bad. After a tour, Jason gave a passing evaluation. "Yes, it means there is room for improvement." Valkyrie was very keen and immediately said, Tomorrow I will find the most famous interior designer in the city of gambling, and redecorate the cottage according to the owner's preferences. I'll talk about it later." Jason waved his hand. He does have higher requirements for accommodation, but it is not time for pleasure. Go back and immediately sort out the information of Gaotanzan and Saka Crossing. I will read it tomorrow. This is to drive people away. Okay, then I won't bother you to rest. Leave the contact information to confirm that Jason does not need to accompany the bed maid, and Valkyrie then left the cabin. Cool. Jason threw his body on the soft big bed, and his thoughts were mixed. 1 day ago, he was still living in a big villa in New York. 1 day later, he appeared on the ranch outside of Saka Star. It's really good luck. Hey, I was exiled to an alien, but I don't know how Harry and the others are doing. I hope that Master Gyu Yi can let them go. As long as she doesn't make a move, no one can hurt them on the earth. However, it is really a great shame in life to place hope on the enemy, and this kind of uncontrollable fright is too uncomfortable. Jason forced himself not to think about it, because thinking about it would only increase his troubles. With his brain empty, he fell asleep quickly, exhausted. 4,000 words, 2 chapters in 1. Chapter 330 Plan for Infinite Gems. Jason woke up. The sky was already bright outside the window. The first time I slept in Sakuksing, I slept very fragrantly, which may be related to my tired body. Putting on his clothes and walking to the terrace, there was a breeze blowing on him. He breathed the fresh air and stretched out to admire the scenery. The place chosen by Valkyrie is really good, and the air smells better than the garbage dump. Moreover, it is located on the hillside, standing high and looking far away, and the endless green grassland is faintly visible at the end of the line of sight. Excellent retirement resort. Go downstairs to the kitchen to settle breakfast. Although the extraterrestrial food is very different from the Earth, the strange thing is that the taste fits well with Jason's Earth stomach. After eating a simple breakfast, he sat down at the bar counter and poured himself a glass of wine, and then sent a voice message to Valkyrie. Has the information of Gaotanzan and Sakaxing been sorted out? Valkyrie didn't have any drunkenness, obviously he was prepared, and said in seconds, Master, the information was sorted out last night. I will send it to you immediately. It was sorted out last night. This slave is faithful enough. Jason took a sip of his wine with a smile, and waited for the download to end. The information sent by Valkyrie is very detailed, and it can be seen that she wrote it word by word, not just copied it from the internet. She is older than she is, and has been on Saka for thousands of years. This planet has no secrets to her. The information of Xakaxing is similar to that introduced by the scavenger leader. This is a place of exile known to everyone in the universe. The people who came here either violated the laws of the original planet and were exiled, or, like Valkyrie, ate and waited for death in order to escape reality, or got lost in space travel. To sum up, the people here are not simple, and the one who rules these thorns is Gaotanzan. According to the data, Gaotanzan is a mysterious man, who rarely shows his true strength. The only information available at the moment is that he is keen and proficient in all kinds of gambling, especially fond of death fights in the arena at the cost of life. He has almost unlimited life, is immune to aging and disease, physical attacks cannot hurt him, and he also has a strong regeneration ability. There is no record of his combat ability. Valkyrie's information, just a rumor. It is said that Gaotanzan once suppressed the rebellion of Sarkastar alone. After digesting and assimilating the complex information, Jason sighed faintly, and then fell into thinking about his future life. He has a tough personality and an unreliable personality. Until last night, he had considered the opposition of building Gaotanzan and ruled Saka by himself. Although Sarkastar has a cosmic fleet, for a powerhouse of Jason's level, no matter how many miscellaneous fish come, it is also a food delivery, which is not a concern. But now that he had read Gaotanzan's material, he felt helpless melancholy. Unlimited lifespan, immunity to diseases, regeneration ability, immunity to physical attacks. This guy is simply an undead, and has all the life-saving skills full. As I know, Jason's strongest output method is energy absorption. However, relying on this alone, he had no confidence in defeating Gao Danzun. And so, although not reconciled, the rebellion plan can only be temporarily shelved. At least before he has absorbed the source energy, he must act in a low-key manner and not have a head-on conflict with Gao Danzun. As the wine fell into sorrow, Jason's thoughts began to diffuse. He will definitely not be able to leave Saka in the short term, but in the long run, he will definitely return to Earth, and he will inevitably have to fight against Gyu Yi Mage. In that battle, Master Gyu Yi completely awake him. Jason finally realized that there are still many powerful characters in the universe on Earth. Superpower is not omnipotent, and energy absorption is not omnipotent. Even if he was 10 times more powerful, he still couldn't see enough in the face of unpredictable magic. He needs a higher level of attack methods, such as the original energy. Yesterday, when he read Valkyrie's deep mind, he saw the miracle of a universe-class treasure. Even the tip of the iceberg gave him a great shock. I believe that after all the original energy is absorbed, there will be even greater surprises waiting for him. As we all know, there are 6 infinite gems. The gem of the soul becomes a power bank in Jason's hands. Time gems are used to protect the Earth in the hands of ancient masters. The space gem was brought back to Asgard by Soul. There are 3 unknown gems left. If you absorb all 6 infinite gems into your body, your strength will definitely change qualitatively. After thinking for a long time, Jason finally had a clear plan in his mind. He immediately sent a voice to Valkyrie. Find a suitable excuse. I want to meet Gao Danzun. It is best to stay with him for a long time. The area of Saka Star is less than 1/10 of the Earth, and the universe is considered a very small planet. If you look forward to it for a long time, you will not be able to escape Gao Danzun's eyes. Maybe you can hide it for 3 to 5 days, but you can't hide it for longer. He wants to take the initiative in his own hands. Instead of being discovered by Gao Danzun, he should take the initiative to move forward. The most important thing is that Gao Danzun lived long enough, and the knowledge and information stored in his mind are infinite treasures. As long as he gains his trust, it is not difficult to tell the news of infinite gems. Valkyrie was surprised to receive the news. Yesterday Jason was still cautious, not daring to live in the city of gambling, for fear of being discovered by Gao Danzun. Why suddenly changed my mind today? She has some doubts in her heart, but from her perspective, there are some things that shouldn't be asked and can't be asked. Of course it's okay to meet. I am Gao Danzun's fighter, and I have always been trusted by him. I can say that the master is a friend of the same race. The appearance of the two is very similar, and it is normal to be mistaken for the same race unless a blood test is performed. She continued, it's easy to stay with him. Gao Danzun often goes to the arena to watch games. As long as the owner can try his skills, he can gain his respect and trust. Jason thought for a while. These are not difficult for him, most afraid of Gao Danzun's evil intentions against him, disrupting his plan. Gao Danzun is very friendly to the fighters in the arena? Valkyrie replied. Yes, to be precise, he is friendly and generous to the powerful fighters who can bring him fun. There were many such fighters before, but once he loses in the arena, he will love the new and dislike the old. It seems that, as the information suggests, Gao Danzun likes gambling, excitement, and novelty. If it is based on his preferences, it does not seem too difficult to gain trust. I see, you can make arrangements. In addition, prepare a copy of the information about the arena, including the competition system, rules, players. Gao Danzun's personality likes and dislikes should also be made into separate information, the more detailed the better. As you wish, Master. After cutting off the contact, Jason drank the wine in 1 cup. He couldn't wait to meet this legendary boss. Chapter 331. Don't know each other after changing clothes. 2 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Valkyrie lived up to his expectations and successfully persuaded Gao Danzun to come and meet her so-called family. The meeting time is set to this afternoon. After lunch, Valkyrie's spacecraft landed on the ranch, and she walked into the cabin with a black bag in her hand. The host, Jason, sat on the soft sofa, holding a wine glass in his hand, and turned his head to look over. Valkyrie was still wearing a cool combat uniform. She knelt on one knee, lowered her head, and her back was parallel to the ground. Is this Asgard's etiquette? Jason is not very clear about this, but he enjoys this feeling inexplicably. Maybe it's the desire to conquer in the bones. Fortunately, get up. Valkyrie stood up ably, stepped forward a few steps, hunched his waist, stretched out his hands, and handed the black bag over. Jason pointed to the black bag and asked, "What is this?" Valkyrie lowered his head and said, "This is the clothes when I saw Gao Danzun. I specially selected the style and color he likes." Great, even the clothes are considered. Although she is a female warrior holding a dragon-tooth sword, women are indeed more delicate than men. Jason smiled and nodded, his eyes full of admiration. Good job. He reached for the black bag and went to the bedroom on the second floor to change his clothes. Although Valkyrie is only a slave, he is not used to undressing and showing his figure in front of strange women. Untie the black bag, take out the clothes and spread them flat on the bed. This suit is similar to ancient costumes. The color of the underwear is simple and elegant, the material is soft and comfortable, and the outer garment is similar to tulle, sewn by gold thread. Putting on his clothes and standing in front of the mirror, Jason adjusted his bow tie and looked at himself. It's a bit unexpected, this suit fits well. Although the clothes were a bit flashy, Jason was quite satisfied overall. Before that, he was worried that Sakuk Singh would dress in a weird style and would wear a straw skirt and leather jacket. Humphrey. Jason walked downstairs slowly, his clothes fluttering behind him, like a handsome prince in an ancient microservice private visit. Valkyrie raised his head slightly and his eyes lit up. Although she had seen Jason's prosperous beauty, she had a certain resistance. But after changing into Sokka's characteristic costume, Jason's handsomeness became a little more chic, which made this old woman who hadn't touched a man for thousands of years moved in awe. The originally dry river of love actually began to swell with water, out of control. She looked flustered and quietly lowered her head, not daring to look Jason's eyes directly. "Master, there will be a game in the arena tonight. After seeing Gao Danzun in the afternoon, you are most likely to end the information I sent over. Don't worry, I've seen it all. There is nothing worth noting," Jason replied casually, still immersed in the joy of wearing new clothes. In the past 2 days, he has studied Gao Danzun's personality and hobbies, as well as the competition system, rules, and players of the arena, and everything is thoroughly familiar. As he said, there is nothing worth noting, including the players. "Well, let's go now." The spaceship flew towards the gambling city unhurriedly. Valkyrie was sitting in the driver's seat, peeking sideways. She was really worried about Jason's safety, and even at this point on the road, she had to check the information again. I don't know if it was Jason's beautiful boy, or worried that Jason's failure would drag her into the water. Although Jason was impatient, he also expressed understanding. Fortunately, he answered fluently, without a single error, which made Valkyrie feel at ease. 10 minutes later, the city of gambling was near. The population and area of this city are comparable to that of New York, but in terms of urban landscape and modernization, it is far inferior. Except for Gao Danzun's palace and surrounding casinos, there is no building higher than 5 stories in the entire gambling city. The layout of the city is chaotic and disorderly. There is no subway, no elevated, and even ordinary roads have not been repaired. I don't know who designed this city. The level is not as good as the average player of City Skyline. Valkyrie controls the speed and introduces to Jason, 90% of the area in the gambling city is slum areas. There are no laws and security in these places, and fighting erupts every day. The strong own everything. The weak only deserve to survive, and I came out from here. Jason looked over with a facial expression and said, "With your strength, it should be easy to escape from here." Valkyrie is the Valkyrie under Odin, and she is much stronger than these civilians, otherwise the scavenger leader would not list her as the most dangerous person. Yes. Valkyrie began to recall the past. I came to Sokka to escape reality, so it took me only 3 months to become the queen of this civilian area, and then Gao Danzun found me, and I became his fighter." Jason nodded, and after a few glances, he lost interest. "No matter which world you are in, the weak and the strong are the eternal truth." He is a villain, not a philanthropist, and he is not interested in standing up for these people. The spacecraft continued forward and came to the core area of the gambling city. Thousands of casinos, bars, nightclubs, restaurants, exchanges, the CBD, transportation, landscape, and modernization of a gambling city is far from comparable to slums. I can't see anything during the day, but at night, when neon lights illuminate the whole city, it feels like Las Vegas. Countless people got rich here overnight, and countless people went bankrupt here. The city of gambling has never lacked such stories. Jason was not interested in gambling, and he just glanced hastily, and focused his attention on Gao Danzun's palace. From the appearance of this palace, it looks like a blessed oriental pearl tower. This is not only Gao Danzun's residence, but also the location of the space fleet, as well as guest rooms, prisons, drawing rooms, collection rooms. Gao Danzun stuffed the indispensable departments of the city and government in one mind. From the perspective of acting style, he looks like an otaku. "The entrance is right now." Valkyrie stretched his fingers. Jason looked up and saw only a black square hole. "Smash a spacecraft, please explain your intentions." Approaching the entrance, a military signal was immediately connected to the spacecraft. "I am Scavenger number 142, and I have already made an appointment with Grandmaster." "When you talk to Gao Danzun, you must respectfully call it the Master, similar to the name of Emperor in ancient times and President in modern times. The database has your information. Please slow down and turn off the fire control system." "Understand." Reduce the speed to the lowest. The spacecraft slowly enters the hole. After sailing in the dark for a while, unemployment suddenly became clear. This is the spaceship parking area. In addition to the visitor spacecraft, there are also military fighter jets. As the spacecraft stopped, Valkyrie apologized. "Master." Next, Jason knew what she wanted to say. "I understand. From now on, you and I are friends of the same race." The two walked off the spaceship side by side. 7 soldiers in full armor holding lasers, waiting in 2 rows. Chapter 332. Jason, I want to fight 10. The warrior leader looked at the 2 men seriously, and said in a mechanical voice, "Please hand over your weapons." Jason and Valkyrie looked at each other. She said, "Understand the rules. The weapons are all on the spacecraft." The leader did not question her statement. Valkyrie was a celebrity under Gao Danzun and would not do these stupid things. And the essence of disarming the weapon is a kind of disarming power, not Gao Danzun's fear of someone assassinating him. The leader turned his head to look at Jason. "Before meeting the Grandmaster, everyone must learn etiquette." Valkyrie helped and said, "I have already studied." There is this one in the information she sent, and Jason's confirmation is really practiced. At this time, the leader became more rigorous, and said suspiciously, "I need to test it." I looked like a dumpling from the country." With a smile on Jason's face, he felt very disapproving. He made a few gestures of seeing Gao Danzun in front of him, and his standard of action couldn't find the slightest fault. The leader believed, and turned around and said, "Come with me." The 2 followed him out of the spaceship parking area. The 2 rows of soldiers behind them followed. Their steps were neatly aligned, their eyes fixed on Jason and Valkyrie. "Don't guess, their laser gun has been insured." He deserves to be a man with full life-saving skills, even his defensive power is so strict. Climbing up 3 flights of stairs, passing through layers of guards, finally came to an electric iron gate. The iron door opened after the leader announced and a group of people walked in. Here is the palace of Gao Danzun. The whole room is bright, and the surrounding transparent floor-to-ceiling windows can give you a panoramic view of the gambling city. At the end of the red carpet straight ahead from the iron gate is a row of ring-shaped red sofas. The beautiful alien girl in fancy dress sat on the sofa and looked at the visitors curiously with her wineglass. Surrounded by these beauties is a man with his grandma's grey hair dyed and dressed like Jason, who looks like he is about 50 years old. When Jason appeared in his sight, he kept smiling and observed it carefully. Of course he knew Valkyrie, but the handsome blonde guy beside him was a bit stunned. Is he Gao Tanzan? Just looking at his appearance, he is an ordinary old man, not a relative of Gao Tanzan's family. Jason was also observing him, but his eyes were hidden a lot, because no big man liked being stared at. Grandmaster Valkyrie took a few steps quickly and rushed to Jason to pose in the highest courtesy posture of Sarkastar. It really is him. Jason did not change his face, but also assumed the courtesy posture he had seen. Ha ha ha. Gao Tanzan walked to the front with a soft smile. No matter his walking posture or laughter, he was a little bit motherly. Junk Scavenger number 142. The gifts you bring always make me very satisfied. I wonder if this is. Valkyrie quickly said, Grandmaster. He is the one I mentioned before, my friend of the same race. Oh, I remember. Gao Tanzan took a few steps closer to observe. Oh, God. The look in this guy's eyes seemed to check for damage to the product, making Jason feel uncomfortable. He immediately said, Grandmaster. This is Jason Walter. Gao Tanzan didn't answer. He observed for a long time, and then said with a smile, like, it's so alike. You put on this suit and reminds me of me when I was young. Your uncle. Jason was deeply ashamed, but he was surprised on the surface. Really? Gao Tanzan nodded affirmatively. Jason's excited face flushed, being a little like the master. This is my supreme glory. This flattering Gao Tanzan was very comfortable and immediately let them get up. Sit back to the main seat slowly. He asked, I heard Scavenger 142 say that you are a fighter, a very strong fighter. Finally asking a question, Jason stood up straight, his brain thinking quickly. According to data, Gao Tanzan's men have many fighters, including Valkyrie. Everyone was crazy, because Gao Tanzan especially admired this kind of people. In his eyes, humility is a vice. As long as you can show the strength that matches, the more arrogant he is, the happier he will be. With lightning flashing in his mind, Jason replied with a proud expression, I am the first fighter in the clan. I have had no opponents for thousands of years, including this friend by my side. Hearing this, Gao Tanzan's eyes were a little bit of surprise. He knows the strength of Valkyrie, even in the expert Sarkastar, he is considered a strong one. The Scavenger number 142. Is what your fellow clan said true? Valkyrie frowned and wanted to refute, but he thought for a while and sighed helplessly. Thousands of years ago, I often fought with him, but unfortunately there were more than 300 battles but I never won one. Hearing that, Gao Tan respects Jason, the new star, and expects him a little more. Tonight, there is a game in the arena. Do you dare to participate? Jason frowned slightly, hesitating between his eyebrows. Gao Tanzan was puzzled, so he was lured by profit. The opponent is not weak tonight. But if you can win, you can become my fighter just like her. Jason smiled and said contemptuously, Grandmaster. I have no problem with participating in a gladiatorial match, but I want to choose my opponent. Gao Tanzan asked, Oh, who do you want to challenge? Jason replied, I heard that anyone who achieves a victorious record in the arena can get the title of champion, and there are 10 such masters under the command of the master. Hearing this, Gao Tanzan and the beauties around him were taken aback, and even Valkyrie was a little surprised. Gao Tanzan, it is true. Do you want to challenge them? Jason, yes. If it's convenient, please invite them over now. I want to choose an opponent from them. Gao Tanzan narrowed his eyes, as if to recognize him again. Ambitious. Call all the champion fighters here. Yes. The leader who brought them over went to other floors to call. The Grandmaster called. The 10 champion fighters did not dare to neglect. They were all there after only 5 minutes. The 9 warriors are tall or short, fat or thin, handsome or ugly, but they all have a fierce murderous aura between their eyebrows and eyes. From this, it is inferred that the lives on their hands are definitely not less. Gao Tanzan pointed to Jason and introduced, this is a friend of the same race of Scavenger 142. I invited him to participate in the arena competition tonight. but he thinks his opponent is too weak and wants to challenge some of your champion fighters. I don't know. Would you like to accept it? Gao Tanzan's words deliberately fan the flames. This is because he lives too long and is too boring. In order to pass the time, he must do something exciting. Just like now, a man with a low reputation actually pretended to challenge the champion fighter. As long as I light the fire in the middle, hey, there will be a good show tonight. As soon as Gao Tanzan's voice fell, the eyes of the 10 soldiers glancing at Jason were not right. They strode to Jason. Their eyes were contempt, or disdain, or contempt. Humphrey, you weak guy, dare to challenge us? Is there a problem with your brain? The first to speak was a giant man who was more than 3 meters tall and had arms thicker than Jason's waist. Trash like him is only worthy of food for untouchables. The person speaking here is a monster whose body is covered with rocks. The soldiers humiliated Jason all the time, but he was not angry. He swept across with his slanted eyes. A handsome guy with good looks in a dress and top hat is getting impatient. Waved and interrupted. Don't make any noise. Grandmaster said you want to challenge us, so just pick one. In his opinion, killing Jason is as simple as eating and drinking, and it is not worth the time to discuss. Gao Tanzan couldn't wait, and asked quickly, have you chosen? Jason stepped forward and said, Grandmaster, you have chosen. I want to fight 10. Chapter 333. Everyone here is rubbish. As soon as the voice fell, the whole hall was shocked. Gao Tanzan, Valkyrie, and the 10 champion fighters were all dumbfounded in surprise. The palace was silent, and I could not even hear the breathing. Ha ha ha. Interesting. So interesting. After a while, Gao Tanzan's face flushed. He slapped his thighs and laughed wildly. Jason Walter, this is what you said, don't regret it. Gao Tanzan likes arrogant people. After experiencing the baptism of 10 champion fighters, he thought he was immune to rhetoric. But Jason's appearance unexpectedly gave him a surprise. Challenge 10 champion fighters alone. This is the first grand occasion since Gao Tanzan organized a gladiatorial competition. Once the news comes out, the arena must be overcrowded, and the game tonight will be interesting. I hope he is as strong as his tone, otherwise this game will become a joke. The 10 soldiers came back to their senses one after another. All of them were furious, squeezing their fists. One of the soldiers shook his head and said, I have lived for thousands of years, and I have never seen such an arrogant person. Jason smiled triumphantly and said, hey, you saw it today. Everyone was furious. If it weren't for Gao Tanzan to look forward to tonight's game, they could not wait to tear this arrogant boy to pieces on the spot. Let him know the fate of provoking the champion fighter. Valkyrie turned his head and looked at him with a complicated expression, feeling like a mess. If it's a heads up, based on her prediction of Jason's strength, she should be sure of winning against any champion fighter. But if it is one-hitting 10, to be honest, she doesn't even have a little confidence. The players in the arena come from all over the universe, with countless strange races and abilities. It is not easy to get 100 victories here. These champion fighters can be killed out of it. They must be extremely brutal and invincible. What the hell did this man think? He had to choose this path. The champion warrior dared not do anything, so he could only spread his teeth and claws around him. Jason showed disdain and sneered loudly, actually, the reason why I want to challenge the 10 of you is because I don't want Master to be deceived by you all the time. A swordsman held the scabbard and said angrily, nonsense. When did we deceive the Grandmaster? Jason glanced at the mediocre swordsman, and said, you people are obviously garbage with less than 5 combat strengths, but you dare to show off your strength in front of the Grandmaster to gain a high position. What is this not being deceived? I want to reveal today. Open your disguised masks, arsehole. The swordsman stared at him with a flick of his wrist, and the sword came out of its sheath, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Jason's heart. Dare to insult me is rubbish, I swear. You will never survive tonight. As a swordsman, but so easily irritated, you are not rubbish. Who are you? Jason raised his hands carefully to avoid the tip of the sword, still with a faint smile on his face. Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. I mean, Everyone here is rubbish. Boom. The words came out like a bolt from the blue. What are you looking for? Little beast, I will kill you now. I'm going to throw you into the frying pan and fry you. Champion fighters can't bear it anymore. Regardless of Gao Tanzan's presence, they immediately tried to make Jason corpse on the spot. Stop. Suddenly, Gao Tanzan stood up from the main position. The crowd stopped angrily and turned around, but saw Gao Tanzan's eyes congested and his cheek muscles twitched. He swallowed, raised his head, his eyes frantically muttered to himself, "Everyone here is rubbish." Afterwards, the corners of his mouth curled up, he drew a satisfied smile, and screamed excitedly, "Jason Walter, you are such a funny person. I have never heard such arrogant words in my life." Funny? So funny. Gao Tanzan was like a child who got a toy, excited and overwhelmed, completely devoid of any superior posture. Perhaps because of his strength, he no longer needs the so-called posture to maintain his majesty and rule. Those champion fighters are still preparing to file a complaint. I didn't expect Gao Tanzan to be so excited. Maybe he would like this arrogant brat. Oops. The Grandmaster won't let us play a fake match, so let's deliberately lose to him. The champion fighters looked ugly, and their eyes exchanged vaguely. Gao Tanzan's personality is detached. His ideas are wild and unconstrained. As long as he is happy, any rules can be discarded. Their hunch may be true. Gao Tanzan is just self-consciously happy no matter what they think. After he was happy enough, he put a smile away and said, "Jason, your expression is unexpected. I like you very much. But you should also know that I hate big talkers, so I won't be behind this game. Everything depends on you. If you lose, I will regret for you. If you win, you are the hero of soccer." Jason smiled weirdly. "Hero? I look forward to this title." The game is so decided. The group left the palace. Jason and Valkyrie went to the lounge prepared by Gao Tanzan. The guard closed the door and left. Valkyrie's emotions broke out completely. One person singles out 10 champion fighters. Are you crazy? What are you thinking about? Jason looked around at the decoration style of the lounge, poking his lips in disgust. Say something. Valkyrie was furious, and Jason calmly calmed down. Don't worry, I'm not a reckless person. From your information, these champion fighters are like that. In order to ensure that there is no accident, I also specially observed it face to face. With my current strength, although 1 to 10 is a bit difficult, the result will not be any changes. After listening to his explanation, Valkyrie gradually calmed down. Even so, you don't have to take risks, just in case. Just in case you miss it, Jason said. Nothing. I approached Gao Tanzan not for this broken house. The title of a trivial soldier is not worth mentioning to me. Valkyrie asked, then what do you want? Jason replied, information. Very confidential information. That's why I must gain his trust and favor. Valkyrie finally calmed down. I thought that Jason was a foolish man, but he didn't expect that he would have another purpose in doing this, and he was a little stunned. Do you really have confidence in the game tonight? Jason nodded. You just wait for a good show. Valkyrie sighed. If you are true, I really don't know how terrible you are. What kind of weapon do you use? Well, I'll find it for you. No, I prefer hand-to-hand combat to weapons. Valkyrie looked serious. The arena is not a show. You just need a set of armor. Jason hesitated and nodded. Okay, be the most handsome. Valkyrie nodded and walked away. A mysterious man versus 10 champion fighters. Once the news came out, it completely ignited the city of gambling. Someone was surprised to see their favorite champion fighters play tonight. Some people wondered whether this mysterious man was crazy, and he dared to single out 10 champion fighters. Some people worry about whether this game will be just a gimmick or a manipulated exhibition game. Because 10 champion fighters played together, this is the first time in the history of the arena. But no matter what, tonight's game attracted everyone's attention. Tickets that had previously been worrisome in sales were sold out within a few minutes after the announcement. Those who are late can only buy from the scalpers at a high price, but the fare has doubled dozens of times, causing public protests and dissatisfaction. As time goes by, The sky gets darker. 2 hours before the game, the arena opened its doors. The huge circular stadium, which can accommodate 100,000 people, is full of seats. The audience is looking forward to it, waiting for the soldiers to appear on the stage. Jason sat in the lounge with his eyes closed and rested. The super soundproof glass still could not stop the enthusiasm of the 100,000 audience. Click. The door opened, and Valkyrie walked in carrying the white box. "Your armor." Jason thanked him, stretched out his hand to take it, then sniffed his nose, frowned and said, "It smells of blood. Did you kill?" Valkyrie's expression was unnatural, and he turned his head and said, "The armors in the arena are all inferior products, so I went to the underground black market to buy you a good set." As a result, the dam boss temporarily raised the price. A lot of money, so Jason's heart warmed, and he smiled. "Understand, I will do the same instead." "Thank you." Valkyrie ignored him and complained slightly, "Play the game well. Don't lose." After speaking, she left without waiting for an answer. Looking at her back, Jason looked strange. "This girl won't like me anymore." "But she is really not my type, and she is thousands of years older than me." "I've only heard of female juniors holding gold bricks." "What are female juniors?" Shaking his head without thinking, Jason opened the white box. There is a set of metal armor in the box, which is cool, which suits Jason's taste. Ding. He flicked his finger. It hurts." Change the armor and walk to the floor mirror. He looks like a medieval knight in the mirror. The golden silk cloak is a bit more chic, while the metal armor is a bit more cruel and domineering. "Yes, I like it." Warming up in armor and reading the information of 10 champion fighters again. There is only half an hour left before the game. The door of the room suddenly opened, and 2 rows of gunmen appeared at the door. "It's game time." Jason was holding an épée. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he exhaled a long breath. "Lead the way." A group of people walked into the elevator and landed to the first floor. The arena is next door to the building. Gao Tanzan only needs to sit in the palace window to get the best viewing angle. The first floor is very lively. In addition to the staff, there are many low-level gladiators. They were isolated behind the laser door and looked at Jason curiously. "Is it him?" "Should be." "This kid doesn't look very good. He dares to challenge 10 champion fighters." "The armor is pretty handsome, and it should be valuable." "I guess he is tired of living and wants to be brilliant at the last moment of his life." "Hey, this makes sense. Or we will challenge the champion fighters next time, and we will be brilliant." Go ahead, I'll cheer for you." Jason stood at the entrance and waited, turning a deaf ear to the doubts of others, all as a joke. Clang clang. In the arena, 2 warriors in armor are fighting each other. They are holding swords and shields, constantly moving their steps, brandishing long swords and attacking the vital parts of their opponents. The sharp blade pierced the armor, slashed the skin, and spilled blood on the field. Scarlet blood and injured screams stimulated the brains of the audience, making them irrational and roaring. A few minutes later, one person fell down without being defeated. The victor had no martial ethics. He swung his sword and cut off his head, raising his cheers. After today's game, he will get a week of rest, which also means that he can live an extra week, and then set foot on the arena again. This is the tragic status of the bottom gladiators. The staff lifted the body of the loser, and the winner threw his head back to the rest room for healing. When the audience's emotions just calmed down, several airships appeared in the air, and laser beams projected Gao Tanzan's figure. "Good evening, everyone, I am the host of the game." Gao Tanzan waved his hand skillfully to say hello. "Are you satisfied with the warm-up match tonight? Anyway, let us give them the applause." The 100,000 audience suddenly burst into deafening applause and cheers, but it's a pity that someone will never hear it. Well, not much gossip. The long-awaited race is about to begin. I hope I, like you, will be worthwhile tonight. Next, let us welcome the players into the arena. First of all, wow, this person is extraordinary. Although it is the first time to participate in the competition, but the skill is extraordinary and strong, and the handsome face always reminds me of the past. Let us welcome tonight's challenger fighter Jason Walter, The iron door opened and Jason strode into the arena in his armor. SHHH. The sky booed, and the audience spared no effort to despise him. The mere newcomers dared to challenge the champion fighters. Go to death. Not to be outdone, Jason stretched out his hands and raised his middle finger to the audience. Fortunately, they don't understand the meaning of the middle finger, otherwise the booing might be louder. I shouldn't need to introduce the next players. They are all kings of the arena, champion fighters with hundreds of victories. Pay attention. Not one of them, but 10 players together. Roar. As soon as the voice fell, the audience began to cry out for their favorite fighters. The iron door opened, and 10 champion fighters walked into the stadium and stopped at the center of the stadium. During this period of time, the roar and cheers have never stopped. Jason walked forward and stopped 30 meters from them. Gao Tanzan was reading the rules of the game, and these 11 people were not idle. Boy, tonight is your death date. The swordsman drew his long sword and made a wiping motion. It is a shame that Jason insulted him as rubbish. It looks like you are going to line up. This kid is my snack. The giant man holding an axe has bloodthirsty eyes and licks his lips. So many people are uncomfortable, so I stunned him and took him home for frying. I have been obsessed with fried things recently. The stone man smiled, imagining the deliciousness of fried food. Boy, how many seconds do you think you can hold on? The little dwarf in the top hat sarcastically. Jason smiled faintly and didn't bother to pay attention to him. If you want to kill me, please cheer for me. At this point, the rules have been read out. Gao Tanzan dragged the long tone and shouted, "The game. Start." Chapter 334. This man is unremarkable. Bang bang bang. A bunch of fireworks rose up in the arena and exploded into stars in the sky at the highest point. After the game started, the audience was silent for an instant, and they all stared at the 11 people in the stadium. In what direction will this game develop? It was the champion fighter who crushed and won, or a mysterious person exploded against killing. The results are really exciting. After the game started, the champion fighters did not rush to make a move, but watched Jason jokingly and loudly discussed. Jason was not in a hurry to clean them up, and listened carefully. As I said earlier, this nasty kid really deserves to die. But if we swarm them, do we really value him? Yes, it was his glory to die in the hands of 10 of us. This kid is good at heart. I'm afraid it wasn't the idea he had made early in the morning. HMPH, so we won't let him do what he wants. I have an idea. 10 of us will take turns to teach him, but each one has only 1 minute. Who can cut off his head depends on his ability. This is a good idea. Yes, I agree. Then how is the order of playing? Just start from low to high according to the number of wins in the arena, otherwise the game will end in 1 second. Okay, then it's so decided. The 10-person negotiation is over and they are ready to play the game with Wheel Warfare. That's right. In their view, tonight's game is just a game. I don't know what Gao Tanzan thinks. For a fledgling boy, he actually dispatched 10 champion fighters, which is really worthy of him. 9 people backed up and 1 came forward. Boy, your opponent is me. I hope you can cheer up and hold on for a minute. The speaker is tall and muscular. He holds a buckler in his left hand and a long sword in his right, a standard gladiator suit. Seeing his smirking expression, Jason chuckled weakly. These stupid guys didn't even know they were near death. 10 people might be able to leave a wound on his body, but the one-on-one battle is like a gravedigger for himself. Listening to your conversation just now, are you the weakest among the 10? The brawny man's expression was stiff, his bull's eyes widened, and he said angrily, "It's not the weakest, but the least wins. It's been less than 5 years since I came to Soccer Star, so I only won 121 games. Oh." Jason suddenly realized, so you are still the weakest. Hearing that, the strong man was furious. His face twitched. "Weak man, you angered me. Within a minute, I will take your dog head." After speaking, there was a clang of sword and shield collision, and the strong man rushed over with his feet. The distance of 30 meters is fleeting. The strong man intruded in front of him, raised his sword high, and slashed at Jason's head vigorously. "Go to death." Jason was cold-blooded and stood still. Clang! With a crisp sound, The sword broke. What? The strong man's eyes were about to stake out. This long sword is so sharp that it breaks directly, just like cutting a leek. The brawny man's brain is down and he loses his ability to think. Jason raised his eyes slightly and murmured in his mouth, "You can value yourself too much. 1 minute. No, 1 second is enough." His right arm pierced suddenly, and his palm pierced the strong man's throat. With another hard stroke, the head fell from his head. Boom! The tall body swayed and finally fell to the ground. The warm blood spewed out, staining the arena red. The whole audience was silent. The audience were dumbfounded, as if they had been used to hold their bodies, and were motionless. After a while, everyone finally reacted. What happened just now? Their warrior who won 121 games in the arena actually lost. And still a spike. The faces of the 9 champion fighters were filled with surprise. In the palace, Gao Tanzan also recovered from his astonishment. "It's so beautiful, it seems that he is more than just a sharp mouth." Valkyrie stood aside. "I said, Jason is the strongest fighter in the clan." Gao Tanzan nodded slightly, and then said excitedly, "Keep watching and see how many surprises he can bring me." The venue was quiet for a long time, and there was an astonishing applause. "It's amazing. The action just now. So handsome." The audience was incoherent with excitement. Killing a champion fighter in seconds with just one move is extremely rare in the long history of the arena. Tonight's ticket is really bought. This kid might really do a miracle. Wanting to be popular in the arena is actually very simple. As long as you use your strength to conquer the audience, you can get superstar-like treatment. After World War I, Jason also began to receive applause. The remaining 9 champion fighters looked at each other and began to discuss something. Looking at it, this guy's strength can't be underestimated. Although the idiot is mediocre, if it's a spike, I can't do it. And you have seen it, his head can break the iron sword. I see. What should I do? Do you want to go together? Idiot. Going together at this time? Isn't it a joke by the audience? Yes. Even if you win at that time, you won't be pleased with the master. You can fight alone. I'm afraid it is not his opponent. I still have an idea. The 3 Qianqings will not play for the time being. How about a few of us rushing forward? I think it's okay. The 3 Qianqing won't play. It's already a release. We also have an explanation from Master Grandmaster. Okay. Then what's the deal? After some discussion, in addition to the 3 Qianqing, the other 6 fighters walked forward together. Wow! There was another uproar inside and outside the venue. 6 champion fighters challenge one person, which is too shameless. No matter how strong the person is, his 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. The 6 surrounded him, and Jason couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Didn't you say that one person should be singled out every minute?" The 6 of them knew they were wrong, didn't speak much, and rushed up with their weapons high. Jason sneered, and to deal with these scums, he didn't even need to turn on the full energy mode. Boom! With a vigorous volley, the energy-carrying head hit a soldier's chest precisely. Snapped. The head exploded on the spot, and the soldier's sternum and heart also exploded and died. What? It's a spike again. The remaining 5 people were shocked and immediately urged their full strength to attack. This guy is very strong. Don't keep your hands. Boom. The intensive attack rained down. Jason did not choose to take a shot, but strolled in the attack. Although their attacks were fierce and rapid, for a strong man like Jason, avoiding these attacks is as simple as breathing. Oh woo! The stadium burst into cheers. Beautiful. Such an intensive attack can be avoided by just walking. This man is simply invincible. Jason won the audience's love with his strong strength. The trend of support has gradually begun to change, and more audiences abandon their old love and switch to new ones. After playing with the enemy for a few minutes, the 5 fighters were a little tired, and Jason also lost patience and turned from defense to offense. He put energy into his fists and feet, and started a counterattack when the enemy launched an attack and was unable to defend. Bang bang bang. After several continuous muffled noises, the 4 soldiers flew out. Their bodies plunged deeply into the rock wall of the arena. The bones shattered, the muscles eroded, the organs exploded, and he couldn't die anymore. The only one who stayed in the stadium was the giant who initially mocked Jason for being weak. What? The giant man more than 3 meters high raised his battle axe and smashed Hua Xian head-on. Jason clasped his 5 fingers into claws, and steadily grasped the tomahawk with one hand. That's it. Weak arm. Give me some strength. The giant man's face flushed, and the 2 old tree roots swelled with blue veins. But no matter how hard he tried, the battle axe was firmly grasped by Jason and couldn't go any further. Click! A crisp sound. Cracks appeared on the surface of the tomahawk. The giant man was shocked and said in panic, "Impossible. This is an axe made of meteorite metal." "Huh? How strange is rare." Jason pushed harder again. The battle axe shattered, and the metal fragments fell to the ground. The sound was not light. "Boring," Jason murmured, then jumped slightly to hit an uppercut. Boom! The giant man was beaten and flew to a height of 100 meters, and he rolled his eyes and fainted. The 1-ton body began to fall freely, and finally hit the center of the stadium heavily. Cracks appeared on the hard ground. Woohoo! The direction of support has been completely reversed. The audience stood up excitedly to applaud, or shouted Jason's name with their mouths open. Wonderful! Fantastic! Regardless of the final result of this game, the name Jason will be recorded in history. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Gao Danzun smiled and clapped his hands. Valkyrie quietly breathed a sigh of relief, his dark eyes fixed on Jason in the center of the stadium. It seems that my worry is unnecessary. Everything is under the control of that man. Keep watching. It will be exciting next. Gao Danzun cheered up and looked forward to it. Hearing this, Valkyrie's heart came up again. The remaining 3 are all legendary fighters who have won thousands of victories, far from the previous Yum Trash. These 3 people have come to Sarkasta longer than Valkyrie. Because they have rarely played games in recent years, they can find less information and their strength has become a mystery. I don't know if Jason can pass their level. 5 minutes later, the applause and cheers of the audience gradually subsided. The game continued, and 3,000 victorious fighters came together. Until now, they will not be stupid enough to use wheel warfare against him. Yes, you are very good. Among the enemies I have met, you can rank in the top 10. The man in the tuxedo applauded gently, the expression on his face still relaxed and natural. Only in the top 10. It seems that I am still far behind. Jason laughed lightly. The swordsman spoke to help. It is a great commendation to be ranked in the top 10 in his mind. It is really surprising that you can kill 7 champion fighters, but it is nothing more than that. Have you always talked so madly? Jason asked curiously. Since I am nothing but this, dare you to challenge me? Of course. Shut up. The swordsman had a violent personality and was almost fooled by Jason. However, the man in the tuxedo extinguished his monstrous anger with just a glance. Jason's eyes gradually became serious. This ordinary-looking man is actually the strongest of the 3. It's really not good to look at. For more information, Jason sarcastically said, I am not afraid of 1 not 3. All 7 of you just couldn't beat me, so only 3 of you want to win? The swordsman glanced at the man in the tuxedo and said angrily, then you may have made a mistake. The 3 of us are not the weak chickens before. Jason made a serious complaint. Well, forgive me for my clumsy eyesight. I really can't see the difference between you. Just as the swordsman was about to speak, the man in the dress suddenly opened his arms. In an instant, Jason activated the energy shield and his eyes were on guard. Okay. The court was quiet. Nothing happened. The swordsman and the stone man slowly walked to the front, standing separately. The swordsman drew his long sword and sneered, you will know what is different. The stone man touched his fists and smirked, squash you, smash you. The man in the tuxedo had serious eyes, his left hand aimed at the swordsman, and his right hand aimed at the stone man, muttering words. Suddenly, the swordsman burst into blue light all over his body. He put on an attacking posture and laughed excitedly. I really miss this feeling. The stone man showed a red light, and his eyes instantly became crazy. Jason frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on the man in the dress. Is this magic? Boom! Suddenly, There was a loud noise on the ground. The golem speeded up and rushed like a group of tanks charging. What's more amazing is that with such a heavy and tall body, his running speed is even faster than the previous 9. The stone man's eyes were already red, and his eyes were full of brutal killing intent. "Squash you!" With a ghost roar, he raised his stone fist and smashed it at Jason's face. My goodness, this guy is a copy of Hulk. Jason thought to himself, clenched his right fist, and greeted him without fear. Regarding power, even Hulk has to kneel down and call daddy in front of me. Boom! When the two fists collided, a loud and deafening noise broke out. The audience covered their ears with painful expressions, but they couldn't help but stare. On one side is a huge stone fist, on the other is a weak flesh fist. The two visually contradictory, unexpectedly stalemate and match each other. Jason gritted his teeth and supported him with great surprise. This stone man has something, and his strength alone is actually stronger than Hulk. The key is, what kind of stone are you? Even Thor could not catch this punch, but the peak of the punch hit him with a slight pain. Before he was surprised, a cold light suddenly hit from the side. What a fast speed, Jason thought, and the light blue energy shield opened. In the next instant, the cold light fell like a meteor. Zzz, a strange sound rang. That slender iron sword easily pierced the energy shield and pierced Jason's neck directly. An indescribable sense of crisis is coming. My muscles were stiff, my body was numb, and my heart almost stopped beating. Is this ... Is the sense of crisis coming from death? Before Jason could react, the cold light flashed, and his neck felt slightly cold. A thin red line appeared on the side of the white neck and the human artery. The thin line opened his mouth, blood gushing out. Chapter 335. These brothers divided. Jason's back was chilly, and his heart was terrified. If it hadn't just twisted his head subconsciously, I'm afraid the neck has been pierced by the long sword. This sword can actually ignore the shield of pure energy. Why? This is not scientific. Could it be that the blue buff imposed by the man in the dress is weird? But in any case, the strength of these 3 people should not be underestimated. He had planned to hide his hand in front of Gao Tanzan, but now it seemed that hiding his life would be dangerous. Forget it. Don't install it. I have a showdown. Anyway, there are 2 cards, so let's open one first. At this point, the terrifying energy in Jason burst out. Boom! With a loud noise, the ring-shaped energy wave started with Jason, surging around with a force of destruction, and the 2 people close to the body were directly shaken out. The earth was shaking, the rock wall creaked. Some people in the front row were stunned by the energy wave, and some people in the back row were stunned by the energy wave, and the entire arena was filled with thick smoke. The 3 soldiers were rushed out, their backs pressed against the wall. The man in the tuxedo drew a barrier to protect himself, with a serious expression. I mentioned the iron plate. I didn't expect him to hide his strength. The swordsman who was originally arrogant at this moment is also full of shock and regrets. Damn it, it was just a bit worse. Now it's troublesome. Squash him. Squash him. The stone man had low intelligence, and saw Jason explode with such a strong power. He was even more eager to try. The vibration subsided and the smoke dispersed. Jason stood alone in the middle of the arena. The light blue energy continued to gush, hitting the air with a continuous hissing sound. This is Jason's strongest fighting state, full energy mode. The audience recovered from their surprise, and pointed their fingers at Jason's excitement beyond words. So handsome. What's gushing out of him? I don't know. It looks like some kind of gas. Although I don't know what happened, I feel that they are all amazing. In the palace, Gao Tanzan was very curious about Jason's appearance. Hey, what is this? Are you stunts in your clan? With a blank expression on his face, Valkyrie shook his head and said, no. It should be a trick he secretly practiced. Gao Tanzan was on his head and didn't delve into it deeply. It seems that the 3,000 victory fighters have caused him a lot of trouble, and he has even used his tricks to press the bottom of the box. This game is getting better and better. Back on the court, Jason abandoned his cynical attitude. His face was murderous, and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. He stretched out his hand and made a light hook with his index and middle fingers. "Come here." The three champion fighters looked at each other, and then walked forward in the shape of the character. The swordsman was surprised by Jason's strength. But even so he didn't forget his pretending instinct. "I left the wound on your neck. This is your lifetime glory." Jason looked indifferent and said, "It is indeed glory, but it is your glory. Few people in the universe can hurt me. After you die, I will engrave it on the monument for you." Hearing this, the swordsman showed blue light all over his body, and made a starting gesture of drawing his sword. "You are not ashamed of speaking. If it weren't for my carelessness just now, you are already a corpse at this moment." Jason contemptuously said, "You need 3 people to kill me, and I want to kill you anytime." In an instant, Jason appeared in front of the swordsman across a distance of 100 meters. How is this possible? The distance of a few hundred meters was over in one step. The swordsman was shocked. "Draw the sword. Draw your sword. I will cut off his head." Time seemed to stagnate at this moment, and the brain desperately sent the command to draw the sword, but the body did not receive it. Even if it did, it would be lazy. Just when he was drowsy, Jason shot. An unpretentious straight fist hit his face. "Draw the sword. Pull the sword." The swordsmen are going crazy. But that damn sword just couldn't be pulled out. I could only watch the fist getting bigger and bigger. Boom! Shocking explosion. Jason shot angrily and smashed the swordsman with a punch. The shockwave aroused by the fist peak punched a 10-meter diameter hole through the guardrail stone wall. Roar! Before the audience could react, the golem suddenly violently jumped into the air, clasping his fists and smashing it down. "Your power." "I have seen it." Jason raised his hand and aimed at the stone man with one palm. He was in midair at the moment, absolutely unable to dodge. Boom! An energy ball aced out. Before the stone man landed, he was blown into the air and exploded by nuclear bomb-level energy compressed into a basketball. The hard body turned into fine gravel in the sky, and the sand fell to the ground. Just as Jason lowered his arm, a powerful force came. The ground with a radius of tens of meters cracked into a spider-web shape. Jason arched his waist, bent his knees, and almost fell to his knees. He tried to move his steps, but found that he couldn't move a single inch. A force weighing 100 tons pressed on him. "This is gravity." There was a surprised expression on his face. He has seen many wonderful technologies, magic, and superpowers, but this is the first time he has seen gravity. Turning his head, he looked at the man in tuxedo outside the circle of gravity. "Apply buffs to opponents and debuffs to enemies." "Is this your magic?" The expression of the man in the tuxedo seemed a little surprised. Under the weight of 100 tons of gravity, ordinary powerful enemies have long turned into meatloaf. Even if the enemy itself is powerful, the internal organs and blood vessels cannot support such a strong pressure. But the man in front of him not only didn't kneel down and even spoke freely. How terrifying is his strength! "It's magic, so what?" the tuxedo admitted generously. With a stroke of his finger, the long sword that the swordsman had left floated in front of him. "This sword is a bit interesting." The owner was bombarded and killed, but the blade was not damaged at all. 100 tons of gravity can't kill you. I admit your strength, but this should be your full strength. Jason snorted coldly, the frog at the bottom of the well. "When did I use my full strength in front of you?" the man in the tuxedo said contemptuously, still stiff. "I can see it just now. You can't even move a step, and I still have spare energy." "Oh, you can't move one step? Do you mean this?" Jason raised his right foot and walked out of the circle of gravity easily. "No. It's impossible." The calm expression of the man in the tuxedo broke in an instant, and his facial features were deformed in surprise. "You obviously couldn't move just now. How could you come out?" Jason stepped outside the circle, twisted his neck and said, "Which one of your eyes sees? I can't move." "You." The man in the dress was speechless. Jason began to preach. "The universe is very vast, and there are countless masters. It's better to be a low-key person." The man in the tuxedo was furious, thinking that everyone present was the least low-key. Looking up at the sky, Jason murmured, "It's getting late, and this game should end." "Yeah, it's time to end." The man in the tuxedo had a grim expression and threw his hands forward. Boom! 100 tons of gravity strikes again. At the same time, the long sword emitting blue light shot out and pointed directly at Jason's heart. The neck is closest to the brain, it is easy to be dodged by targeting it, and the heart has a much higher success rate. Jason frowned slightly and sighed. I used the same move twice, so it seems you are the same. Thinking of the battle with Gyuyi Master, the two are not in the same dimension at all. What? Jason roared, and the surging energy of his body soared by 3 points. He suddenly broke free from the gravitational restraint, a sideways dodge the stab of the long sword, holding it backhand in his hand. Teleported to the man in the dress, raised the sword and cut it down. The man in the tuxedo widened his eyes in astonishment, and a bloodline extended down his forehead. Damn it! Blood splatter! The body of the man in the tuxedo was divided into 2 parts. The gravitational circle and the blue light on a long sword disappeared at the same time. The whole audience was silent. The audience was silent for a long time, and finally burst into violent cheers. The sound was deafening, and seemed to roar through the sky. My God! What did I see? It's amazing! It's amazing! Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded. Singly challenged 10 champion fighters to win. What the hell does this man come from? I can't do it. My heart is about to jump out. The cheers kept coming and going. With a smile on his face, Jason simply waved his hand and walked towards the exit. Sir, please here. Grandmaster is waiting for you in the palace. The attitude of the leading soldier has undergone a 180-degree reversal. Even a bit humbling. Jason nodded slightly and followed him into the elevator. At the gate of the palace, the electric iron door opened. As soon as he entered, Gao Tanzan strode towards him. Welcome back, my bravest soldier. He put his arms around Jason's shoulders, and led him to sit with him. His expression on his face was excited. It's so exciting. This game makes me dizzy. I swear, I will be so excited tonight I will not fall asleep. Jason still had an expression of humiliation. Grandmaster is happy. It's not just happiness, it's excitement. He couldn't think of a word. A sentence stuck in the middle. Stop talking. From now on you are the hero of Saka, the only champion warrior in the arena. Gao Tanzan began to win over people's hearts. The 10 waste rooms have been cleaned up. You can check it out later, and you can live in whichever room you like, or you can take turns in 10 rooms. In addition, their money, treasures, and women are also rewarded to you. This is the prize for the winner. Jason smiled and nodded in thanks. After talking about the prizes, Gao Tanzan took him to talk about the game again, especially the light that emerged from him. Jason had prepared a set of rhetoric long ago, and confused the matter of superpowers. The two chatted for more than a long time, until Jason said that the scar on his neck was still bleeding and he needed to go back for treatment. Gao Tanzan let him go back to rest with unfulfilled intentions. Congratulations. Leaving the palace, Valkyrie followed closely behind him. Jason's expression was calm. What is expected is not worthy of joy. After a few steps, he thanked again. However, thank you for the armor. Valkyrie didn't take credit. It's all I should do. Jason was too lazy to be long-winded. It's not early, you can go back and rest. From now on, no matter if Gao Tanzan is or not, you and I will be friends. Valkyrie showed joy and nodded slightly. The two separated at the elevator entrance. Valkyrie had no right to stay in the palace, so he had to leave by spacecraft. And Jason, he has to go to receive his prize. The 10 rooms were divided into 3 floors. Jason turned them all around and finally chose the room for the man in the dress, because his room decoration style best suits his liking. Lie on the bed to rest. The electric doorbell rang. Opening the door, a leader led a group of soldiers into the room carrying dozens of large boxes, followed by a group of women of different races. Soldiers, boxes, women, filled the huge room. Sir, Grandmaster asked me to send over the legacy of the 10 previous champion fighters. This is a list. You can count it. No, I don't worry about Grandmaster's affairs. Jason fluttered in the air and asked the soldiers to pile the boxes in the corner. It contains treasures in the universe, which is worth studying. The soldier pointed to the group of women again, and said quietly, "These are the women of the former champion fighters. All of them have stunning looks, and many of them have not yet been fucked. You can inspect the goods tonight." Jason raised his head and swept over, frowning suddenly. Among these timid women, there are red skins, blue skins, purple skins, horns on their heads, and tails. With this alone, I can't go down the guy. With an idea, Jason patted the leader's shoulder generously. "There are too many people, I can't enjoy it alone. Let me keep a few, and you can share the remaining women with the soldiers." Hearing this, the leader and the soldiers stood up, and the whole person became energetic. I'm afraid it's not appropriate." The leader was a little itchy, but also a little worried. "These are all rewards from Master Grandmaster. I am changing hands and reward you now." "Why not? Big deal. I will talk to Master Grandmaster tomorrow." Jason persuaded me kindly. Then since Mr. insists on doing this, we will. "Hey." The soldiers looked at each other and couldn't help smiling happily. "That's it. And you guys." Jason ordered 7 or 8 normal women, and the women who were spotted consciously stood on his side. "I'm done choosing. It's your turn." "Sir, 8 are too few, so choose a few more." The leader persuaded. Jason waved his hand and motioned for them to choose. Upon seeing this, the leader was not polite, and immediately selected more than 20 people. "This guy has a good vision." Those selected women, except for some blemishes in skin and organs, a star level. In terms of appearance on the earth, a draft fast came to an end, and the soldiers happily dispersed with their arms around the woman. Before leaving, the leader said something to Jason. The meaning is probably, "Brother is too special, righteous, and if you have any difficulties in Sakura in the future, just come to me." Jason meant this, and followed a few hypocritical flatteries. When everyone left, Jason bathed in the service of 8 female slaves. The ring pool surrounded 8 stunning beauties, pinching their waists and beating their legs. This treatment finally understood why the ancient kings didn't want to go to court early. Taking a bath, it is inevitable to get wet. Once wet, the clothes become transparent. Jason stays alone in the dark thinking. The battle tonight was extremely thrilling, but the result was not bad. He has gained the trust of Gao Tanzan and has the capital to settle down on Sakura. This is the first step of the plan, and the second step is to digest the original energy in the body. I don't know how many years this step will take, let alone how many years the comrades on Earth can wait for him. Thinking of this, Jason became irritated. He quickly closed his eyes to meditate, and dispelled all the bad emotions. Believe in yourself and believe in them. No matter how long the interval, how far apart, there will be a day in the future. Chapter 336. The head that appeared at the party. Bright room. Jason sat alone in front of the window, staring at the scenery outside. But looking closely at his eyes, he found that his attention was completely off the scenery. He naturally opened his right hand, and a beam of yellow fluid energy wandered between his 5 fingers, like a spirit. "I don't know how long I've been sitting." The door of the room suddenly opens. Jason raised his mouth slightly. "In Sakura, Valkyrie is the only one who can come in without knocking." "All ready." "Well, let's go." Jason took the yellow energy back into his body, stood up and walked out the door. The two were speechless all the way, and took the elevator to Gao Tanzan's palace. Inside and outside the palace crowded with people, brightly dressed men and women can be seen everywhere, and the empty hall is full of tables, chairs and delicate dishes. Today is Gao Tanzan's birthday, and celebrities from all walks of life in the city will attend parties to celebrate his birthday. Jason and Valkyrie stepped into the palace through security checks. Gao Tanzan was wearing a bright yellow robe and holding a wine glass to chat with the people who came to the party. Seeing his happy smile, he is obviously in a good mood today. "Hey, see who's here." His eyes cast away, and he immediately rushed out of the crowd. "My champion fighter, I am very happy to have you come to my party." Jason smiled and handed a gift. "Grandmaster, I wish you a happy birthday." "It is my honor to be able to attend your birthday party." The attendant took the gift, and Gao Tanzan smiled and said, "Have fun today, But remember not to get too drunk. We will be on tour later." The so-called tour is to drive a high heavenly spacecraft around Sakaar for a week, during which a large number of fireworks will be burned, so that the global residents will feel the birthday atmosphere. He has participated in this kind of boring matter twice. Jason nodded and agreed, then took Valkyrie to the corner and looked around, eating and drinking. Before long, a charming lady came over with a wine glass. "Hey, strong Mr. Champion, can I have the honor to have a drink with you?" Jason raised his glass. Of course. The two laughed and clinked their glasses gently, and then drank all the drinks in the glasses. "I wish you a happy playing." Before leaving, the lady cast a wink meaningfully. Valkyrie looked at it coldly, and said sarcastically, "You have become more and more hungry lately." "She is old enough to be your grandmother." Jason put down his wine glass and said, "I only found out when I arrived in an alien. As long as my body does not get old, age is not a hindrance." "Just like you, you are almost 3,000 years old, and you seem to be in your 20s. Valkyrie curled his lips and reluctantly agreed, "I haven't seen this lady with a big butt. How did you meet?" Jason smiled and recalled, "I met her on her sister's 180th birthday. She drank too much wine and was walking in the garden that day. I happened to meet it when I was convenient, and then ... Hee. She will. The tricks are really eye-opening for me, and I am much more comfortable than you." "Ha ha." Valkyrie rolled his eyes speechlessly, not interested in listening to his story. Relying on the title of the strongest champion fighter in the arena, many celebrities come over to talk to Jason to toast. Jason also refused to come. When it got dark, he had already filled 3 bottles of spirits. The lively dinner is about to enter the second half, and ordinary celebrities have already got up to leave. The so-called second half is Gao Tanzan's global tour. Those who are fortunate enough to participate are the closest people around him, as well as the dignitaries from all over the world. The original bustling hall was mostly empty, and Jason was too embarrassed to sit in the corner, got up and chose a position near the main seat. Gao Tanzan drank a lot of wine, but his expression didn't change at all. He sat at the main table excitedly, summoned the army generals to come in, and asked him to immediately arrange the tour. In addition to Gao Tanzan's spacecraft for the global tour, the military also has to arrange a certain number of spacecraft. This is not to worry that Gao Tanzan is in danger, but that Gao Tanzan's spacecraft cannot carry so many people. After the general nodded in agreement, he immediately left the palace. The party continued. Gao Tanzan turned his gaze to Jason. "My champion fighter, are you having fun tonight?" Jason hypocritically said, "Very happy, pooh. Not even a dancing girl. Happy ass. Just be happy. Join the tour later, you continue to be with me." Boom. The two were saying this when suddenly there was an explosion outside. Immediately afterwards, shouts and fighting sounded one after another. "What happened? What's the sound outside? Where did the explosion happen?" The complexions of the dignitaries changed instantly, and they stood up and looked out. Gao Tanzan was also at a loss at this moment. "What happened?" "Grandmaster, I'll go and see." Jason left his seat and ran outside the palace. A few minutes later, he rushed back all the way, panicking, and said, "Grandmaster, the fighters in the arena have a collective rebellion." As soon as the voice fell, there was a burst of noise in the palace, and the dignitaries who were pampered in daily life suddenly panicked. Gao Tanzan opened his mouth in surprise. "What? How could those slaves rebel? What about the guards who take care of them? Where are all dead?" Just when everyone was at a loss, the general responsible for arranging the spaceship rushed into the palace regardless of etiquette. "Grandmaster, those slaves have broken through the defense and entered the building." Hearing this, Gao Tanzan said loudly, "Quick, send out the army and suppress them all. All the insurgents are killed." The general looked ugly and desperately said, "Most of the soldiers in the army have also joined the rebel army." Boom. This remark immediately detonated the audience. The order in the palace was out of control in an instant, and dignitaries rushed out the door, wanting to take a spaceship to leave before the rebels invaded. Gao Tanzan patted the table angrily, and roared, "Trash! It's a bunch of timid trash." Jason stood in front of him. Liquid energy emerged from his body. "Grandmaster, Please rest assured, as long as I am here, these rebels shouldn't worry about it. And me. Valkyrie kicked over the table and chairs and stood beside Jason. Good. Gao Tanzan finally showed a relieved expression on his face. See the truth in adversity. I can rest assured that you are there at the critical moment. But the expression on his face suddenly changed, and his gentle aura became sharp. He was like a weak and panicked old man just now, and now he is more like a decisive emperor. Today is my birthday. It should have been my happiest day, but those things that don't know how to live or die, dare to stir my interest this day. Damn. Today, I want them to see the anger of my Gao Tanzan. Jason said worriedly, Grandmaster, leave those rebels to us. I'm worried about your power. Gao Tanzan snorted coldly and interrupted, Jason, don't underestimate me. Use what you said during the championship 3 years ago. When did I show my strength in front of you? Ha. This sentence is finely said. It is really domineering. This. Jason hesitated. Stop talking. All back behind me. Okay. Shoo. After a while, the sound of the laser gun appeared outside the door. What? The screams of the palace guards were endless. Then there was a loud bang. The electric iron gate was blown open by a laser cannon, and a group of rebels composed of fighters and soldiers attacked the palace. They filled the palace hall with their weapons and shouted, Kill the tyrant! Kill the tyrant! Kill the tyrant! Gao Tanzan sat at the main table, behind which stood Jason and Valkyrie. He straightened his collar, stood up and walked to the front, and said angrily, I won't ask about those damn slaves. You guys were originally my soldiers. Why did you join them against me? How did I treat you badly? Well, a soldier in armor stood up and said, You really have not treated us badly, but your tyrannical and moody personality, a little bit uncomfortable with you, will be sent to the arena to die. We have had enough of such fearful days. Up, because of this? Gao Tanzan asked. Someone took the lead, and the rest of the soldiers spoke. Why are you incompetent old man sitting in this position? We don't want a bad old man to be the ruler. Yes, we should take this position. Oh, it turns out that you are coveting the throne behind me. Gao Tanzan was full of disdain after learning the reason. Then do you know why I, an incompetent, bad old man, can rule Saka for so many years? The people in the hall looked at each other. No one could answer this question. To be honest, they are also very curious. Historical data records that Saka has existed for hundreds of millions of years, and Gao Tanzan has been firmly on the throne. After such a long time, no one stood up against him. There is a gossip that Saka Star once had a rebellion, but Gao Tanzan suppressed it alone. But this news was nonsense to them. What is the power of a bad old man to suppress a rebellion? This must be because he deliberately rewritten history so as to stabilize his rule. Besides, all this happened thousands of years ago. Even if Gao Tanzan was once superb, he couldn't hide the fact that he was a bad old man now. Everyone has no answer, and Gao Tanzan does not intend to answer directly. I opened my arms and said indifferently, this question, use your life to answer it. Pretend to be. Watch me hack you to death. A fighter rushed out of the crowd, raised a gem-encrusted axe and struck Gao Tanzan's head. Gao Tanzan stood there and didn't dodge. When the axe was about to fall, he suddenly grabbed the fighter's wrist. The axe stopped in midair immediately, unable to get in even an inch. The fighter struggled hard, but in vain. I seem to remember you. Gao Tanzan looked at him seriously. The person who has the most hope to become a champion fighter in the arena seems to have 193. What a pity. It is a pity. Go to hell, tyrant. The fighter gave up struggling and took out a sharp short blade from behind his waist to pierce his heart. Clang! The short blade broke immediately, but Gao Tanzan was unscathed. The fighter's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Gao Tanzan raised his hand and hit his forehead, and the fighter's body burst into pieces. This scene deeply shocked the rebel army. Stand for a moment, someone exclaimed. Hurry up! Shoot! Someone echoed. Yes. Everyone rushed forward. I don't believe I can't kill him. The rebel army launched a general offensive aggressively. All attacks were directed at Gao Tanzan. There are lasers, lightning, flames, sword energy. But Gao Tanzan did nothing. opened his arms to take all these attacks. What was surprising was that there were no scars on his whole body, and no matter what kind of attack method could cause him damage. "You stupid guys. Let me tell you." Gao Tanzan laughed triumphantly. "My body is immune to all physical attacks. Not to mention your painless and itchy attacks. Even if you smash a star on my face, I can still be unharmed." After hearing this sentence, the rebel army really panicked. What's the point of trying to kill someone who can't die at all? Some people stopped the attack in despair, while others turned around and prepared to escape. Gao Tanzan appeared outside the door in a flash, waved his hand and killed several rebels. "No one wants to escape." After speaking, he took off his robe and rushed into the flock like a tiger. In addition to his almost immortal physique, Gao Tanzan's speed and strength are also extremely amazing. I saw him flashing back and forth in the crowd, as long as the person hit by the punches and feet turned into a pool of ground meat. Jason watched this scene with enthusiasm, and the fighting spirit in his heart was difficult to suppress, and he said loudly, "Grandmaster, I will help you too." After speaking, he teleported into the crowd, and followed him to the murder. "Ha, good. Let me compete with you, a champion fighter, and see who kills more people." Gao Tanzan was bloodied and laughed wildly. "Cool. That's great. Killing is really a refreshing thing." From this perspective, today's birthday party is also great. Gao Tanzan blocked the door without letting anyone escape, while Jason went all the way from near the main table to the door. The rebel army was completely desperate, and the two killing gods shot together, and their only fate was death. Just when the two of them got together and prepared to fight side by side, Jason suddenly stretched out his palm and pressed it on Gao Tanzan's chest. Gao Tanzan was shocked, but before he could react, a burst of yellow energy penetrated into his body. The expression on his face instantly stiffened, and Gao Tanzan had lost control of his body. This scene happened too suddenly. What happened to Jason? Why would you attack Gao Tanzan? What is even more chilling is that the surrounding insurgents kept silent about the unexpected event, and stepped aside to make room. This uniform execution makes people suspect that everything that happened before was acting. Valkyrie rushed to the two of them, holding the Valkyrie Dragon Tooth sword in his hand. The hall that was originally chaotic and noisy is now terribly quiet. Jason closed his eyes and frowned. Gao Tanzan's expression was dull, his thoughts wandering. The two seemed to be fighting fiercely in an unknown field. What? After a stalemate, Gao Tanzan's eyes suddenly turned black, and he raised his head and screamed in pain. Jason was already sweating on his forehead, and roared, "Do it!" Before he could finish his words, Valkyrie waved the dragon tooth sword and cut off Gao Tanzan's neck. Click! A heavy head fell to the ground. Chapter 337 Fighting the Tyrant. Divide the fields. Jason gave a light push with his palm. Gao Tanzan's headless corpse fell to the ground with a plop, and a lot of blood gushed out from the break. Jason squatted down and looked at the body carefully to check his vital signs. There was silence inside and outside the palace, and everyone stared at it. After a while, it was confirmed that Gao Tanzan was completely dead. Jason stood up and shouted to the rebel army, "The tyrant is dead. We have won this revolution." Wow! All the fighters and soldiers waved their weapons and cheered in unison. This demon-like man, bloody ruling them for dozens of hundreds of years, was finally eliminated today. Very few people who were coerced into the rebel army under pressure, all looked dumbfounded at this moment. This Jason is obviously a champion fighter under Gao Tanzan, and he just killed many brothers on his side. In a blink of an eye, he actually rebelled against Gao Tanzan and killed him with this woman. This group of bewildered soldiers turned and asked the teammates beside them, wondering what happened. "Why do you look so excited?" "But I don't know anything, like a fool." "Gao Tanzan is dead, and there is nothing to hide." The soldiers excitedly told them the whole story of the rebellion. The origin of the matter has to be discussed 3 months ago. After more than 2 years, Jason finally digested all the original energy in the body. Now he has all the power of the spiritual gems, and his understanding of gems has improved to a higher level. The method of controlling the enemy by the psychic gem is similar to that of Stamfield's psychic manipulation in the final effect, but the specific logic is slightly different. Telepathy can peek into other people's thoughts, and high-level people can even achieve their own goals by manipulating other people's brains. The Soul Gem can directly destroy the opponent's psychological defense line, allowing the opponent to obey the user from the heart and act according to his ideas. Taken together, the two have their own advantages and disadvantages regardless of the outcome. After digesting the original energy, Jason's strength soared. At the same time, the system also released a mission: kill Gao Tanzan and seize the rule of Sarkastar. The task of the system coincides with Jason's idea. So 3 months ago, he secretly called Valkyrie. After completely controlling her with the original energy, the two began to plot to overthrow Gao Tanzan's rule. For Jason now, the fighters and army under Gao Tanzan are simply terracotta dogs, and it is no effort to get rid of them. The only obstacle is Gao Tanzan himself. Jason has known before that Gao Tanzan is immune to diseases, immune to aging, immune to physical attacks, and has a super recovery ability. Simply put, if there is no special means, this person can't be killed at all. The rebel army's stormy attacks just failed to harm him, which has been confirmed. So if you want to get rid of Gao Tanzan, you must figure out his true origins and the reason for immortality. As a result, Jason and Valkyrie began to act separately. Jason used the Gems of the Soul to control the army of Sokka, as well as the nobles who have followed Gao Tanzan for many years. They may hold Gao Tanzan's secrets. Jason, who possesses all the original energy, is powerful enough to pervert. If you want to control ordinary people, you don't need to touch the other person's body at all, just a look or a movement of thought. Valkyrie ran through the ancient sites of Sokka, looking for items and documents left over from the ancient times. Huang Tan has paid his attention. After 2 months of secret investigation, they finally found the secret of Gao Tanzan. According to legend, the race of Gao Tanzan was born during the Big Bang, which means that Gao Tanzan's age is the same as that of the universe, and he lives with the sky in a real way, and this race has the above abilities. Since birth, Gao Tanzan once had a wife and children, but they were bored with life after too long, so choose to give up life. The death of his wife and children caused Gao Tanzan to suffer a blow. In order to escape reality, he came to Sarkastar by accident. Gao Tanzan didn't want to die. In order not to follow the same path as his wife and children, he began to try his best to find stimuli to divert attention. So he became obsessed with gambling. From an ordinary gambler, he has grown into a master who is proficient in thousands of gambling techniques, and established the current Sarkastar. After learning the above information, the method of killing Gao Tanzan suddenly appeared in Jason's mind. That is to use spiritual gems to make him voluntarily give up his life, so as to truly kill him. Otherwise, even if Valkyrie uses the Dragon Tooth Sword to chop off his head, relying on the abnormal recovery ability can make him instantly resurrected. This is the real reason for this rebellion. Of course, these fighters didn't know Gao Tanzan's secrets and spiritual gems. In their hearts, they hated Gao Tanzan's rule, and it happened that Jason came to the door to discuss the removal of Gao Tanzan. They hit it off and became Jason's men. Everything is settled. The soldiers removed one by one the corpses from the palace and cleaned the ground that was stained red with blood. After Gao Tanzan's death, this place will become Jason Walter's palace. Outside the palace gate, a group of soldiers came over with hundreds of soldiers. Master, these are the elites of Gao Tanzan. We captured them before launching the rebellion. What should we do now? Gao Tanzan has many secret troops under his command. These people act secretly and only listen to him alone. In order not to startle the snake, Jason did not choose to contact them. So when the rebellion began, the rebel army spent a lot of money to attack the palace because of these people's obstruction. Grandmaster, when the soldiers saw Gao Tanzan's body, their faces suddenly showed despair and pain. Even if the owner is dead, they still cling to the glory of the warrior. Even if it is death, never surrender. Those soldiers who had been controlled by Jason were very happy to see this scene. These arrogant things usually rely on Gao Tanzan's trust to run wild and domineering everywhere, and they are even more exclusive in the army. Now that Feng Shui takes turns, it's their turn to taste what it's like to be abused. Jason stood in front of these people and swept past them. This group of people were all wounded, and it was clear that they were unfortunately captured after going through a deadly battle. Their spirits are commendable. To be selected by Gao Danzun to become an elite under his command, his military literacy must be better than that of ordinary soldiers. It would be a shame that such a talent would kill him. As soon as Jason moved his mind, a touch of yellow energy left his body. The energy is like a goldfish that can swim in the air, turning around in these hundreds of fighters and returning. The whites of the soldiers' eyes turned black for an instant, their expressions were dumb, and they returned to normal after a few seconds in a daze. Jason, okay, let them loose. Master, this. The soldier's expression hesitated a little, but after seeing Jason's confident gaze, he untied them. Click. The soldiers held weapons and their expressions became serious. Once these people behaved abnormally, they swarmed them to pieces. What surprised everyone was that these hundreds of fighters did not attack Jason after regaining their freedom. They knelt on one knee together, and offered the highest courtesy to the man who killed Gao Danzun in front of them. Okay. Very good. Jason nodded in satisfaction. It is so simple to include the most elite soldiers under Gao Danzun's command, and the master's strength is really mysterious and unpredictable. Jason faced the crowd and said loudly, although Gao Danzun is dead, the dignitaries who used to dominate with him are still alive and free. These accomplices must be liquidated together. Yes, can't let them go. Jason turned to look at Gao Danzun's attendant. Has the names of those who came to the birthday party today been recorded? The attendant knelt on one knee and presented a thick roster. Master, there are 1,428 participants in total, and all the names are recorded in the roster, without any omission. You did a good job. He took the list and passed it to an army general. The soldiers are divided into two groups. Some people ransack their homes according to this list, and bring back the people on the list and their treasures. Everyone has a share of these treasure women, but they are definitely not allowed to be embezzled. Yes, the army general respectfully accepted the list, and turned away with a murderous gang. One more thing, the people of Sarkastar still don't know the news that Gao Danzun has died. The rest of them acted immediately and took the spacecraft to all corners of Sarkastar to spread the news. Jason drew a piece of paper from his clothes. This is the copy of the speech. Just read it according to this, and you are not allowed to make any mistakes. Sarkastar has a population of 1 billion. How could Jason miss such a good opportunity to earn prestige? Understand. Another general received the order to lead the others out of the palace. In the dream, the mother's tears are faint, and the city head is changing with the king's flag. No matter what era, no matter what planet, the death of the ruler is a shocking event. Tonight, billions of people of Sarkastar are destined to lose sleep. Suddenly, the evil laughter that had surrounded them for so many years was no longer heard. This is certainly something to celebrate. But will the person replacing him really do better than his predecessor? Sarka residents are worried about this. Just when everyone was anxious, their new king was lying on the big bed and sleeping. Over the past 3 years, Jason has worked hard to achieve this goal. In order not to repeat the same mistakes, he must think before and after everything he does. This method is too difficult. It does not fit his character at all. Fortunately, he finally persevered and succeeded. At the moment Gao Danzun died, the stone he had been holding for 3 years finally fell to the ground, and he felt a sense of relief in his whole body. When everything was over, Jason did not go to the celebration party, nor did he go to the homes of high-ranking officials to bully men and women. He just went back to the room, without worries, and slept peacefully. This small request has been an extravagant hope in these 3 years. And this night, he slept soundly. When Jason opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. Pulling open the curtains and looking at the scenery outside, a sense of accomplishment of the ultimate victory came to life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The system prompts that the long-lost one appears before you. Jason's proficient virtual screen, receive task rewards and complete additional upgrades. 3 years of dormancy, finally ushered in the harvest. As a familiar pain subsided like a tide, the energy absorption superpower finally reached level 8. Jason clenched his fists, quietly feeling the turbulent energy in his body. The experience value is enough. Just wait for the subordinates to copy the homes of Gao Tanzan and those high-ranking officials, and then they will be able to purchase level 8 superpowers for all the comrades. There has been no news in the past 3 years. I wonder if they are doing well, but since the system did not prompt, at least it means that they are still alive. Ding. System update. Estimated completion time 72 hours. Update. The system won't come up with another moth. Jason's heart suddenly tightened. I'm all aliens, and it's already miserable. Okay, can you be a little loving to get rid of you? In the evening, the sky was dim. The hall of the palace was beaming with joy, and hundreds of generals gathered for the dinner. The decoration style in the hall has been very different. Compared with Gao Tanzan's modern simplicity, Jason's palace is more majestic and solemn. The generals who attended the celebration dinner were in awe involuntarily. Jason, wearing a black robes, stepped into the palace surrounded by guards. As the new king, after a few inspiring words, the celebration dinner began. A group of dancers in ragged clothes danced and sang in the middle of the hall. They danced gracefully and sang beautifully, which dispelled a lot of the solemn atmosphere before the opening. Jason and the generals chatted with each other, and the atmosphere was so lively. 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Valkyrie, who was exempted from drinking, hugged the bottle alone and drank to his fill, then walked out of the seat. Master, about the infinite gems, I have already found out a little bit. Oh, Jason's eyes lit up, and he was immediately intrigued. He waved away the dancer and asked, "Stand up and talk about it in detail." Valkyrie stood up and said, "We got a piece of news that a black market merchant has paid a big price and sent someone to find the cosmic spiritual ball." Jason frowned and asked, "What is the cosmic spiritual ball?" Valkyrie said, "According to legend, there is a gem that can destroy the planet in the cosmic spiritual orb. Millions of years ago, someone had inlaid it on a scepter, and then used this scepter to destroy half of the galaxy. His atrocities were finally stopped by a deity. In order to prevent anyone from using gems to do evil, the deity sealed it in the cosmic spiritual ball. It was not discovered until recently." Jason muttered to himself, "Half a galaxy was destroyed. It should be the power gem." "Where is the universe spiritual ball?" Valkyrie said. "Morag, the civilization on this planet was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago." Jason said, "It's great. Without further ado, let's set off immediately to Morag Star." A general stepped up and suggested, "Master, crossing the galaxy is not a simple matter. I suggest to postpone it for a few days and wait until the Commander is overhauled before leaving." The Commander is the largest spaceship of Sakaar, capable of accommodating 1,500 soldiers, and has a super-light engine with the ability to travel through the universe. Jason thought a little, and nodded in agreement. "Okay, hurry up and prepare." He thought for a while, and added, "The future of space voyage is unknown." In addition to the 1,000 elite soldiers on the Commander, 500 experts from all walks of life have to be summoned to prevent accidents. Under the heavy reward, there must be a brave man. The order continues. All successfully hired people, whether civilians or criminals, will leave the status of untouchables and become nobles, and will reward houses and money. Yes. The banquet ended in a hurry, and all the generals left the palace and went busy. Chapter 338. Disciplinary Discipline. Cut. The capital of Sakaar, the city of gambling. The common people walked on the street with nothing to do as usual. They raised their heads and faced yellow and thin faces, and looked at the towering palace, with a trace of worry in their hearts. Gao Tanzan fell into the rank of the new emperor, and he did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse, and whether this morbid society would change. Still, like before, those people who don't know how to gamble can only have nothing to do and die. Suddenly, a soldier in armor came over. The complexion of the people on the road changed drastically, and they quickly avoided away for fear of offending the soldiers. The soldier didn't cause trouble, just posted a stack of brochures in his hand in a prominent position. Looking at the back of the soldiers leaving, the people gathered around and cast their eyes on the brochure. What the hell is this posted? Recruit ... It seems to be recruiting someone. Oh, why are you illiterate to join in the fun? Are you literate? Please read it. I can read. An old man with a cane stepped forward. He rubbed his yellow eyes, stretched out his fingers and pressed them on the brochure, chanting word by word. When he finished reciting the last word, the old man's expression became excited, and his body couldn't stop shaking. He turned around and said to everyone, This is a recruitment order issued by Lord Jason. It said that Lord Jason is about to recruit an army to the aliens. Because space navigation is unpredictable, it is necessary to recruit special talents. No matter what talents you have, you can become a fleet soldier by passing the interview. Hey, what am I supposed to be? It turned out to be for us to die on the battlefield. Before the old man had finished speaking, he was interrupted by a bleak youth. His tone was full of disdain for recruitment orders. The friend on the side also echoed loudly, That's right, this kind of thing is a fool. There are so many masters in the arena, why are they looking for people in the field? It must be that the masters are all dead. I heard that this new monarch killed a lot of people during the rebellion. True or false? Then he is not more cruel than Gao Danzun. It's a must. So this recruitment order, everyone must not go. If you go, you will be cannon fodder. The young man said something to me, and the angry old man flushed and beat the ground with his cane. Stupid. Where is this for you to die? Master Jason has given you a good opportunity to make a fortune. Hearing that, the young man said with disdain, Old man, don't play us. If this is a good thing, why don't you go? Why don't you let your son go? Don't make a noise, let him finish. Suddenly, a few sturdy middle-aged men spoke. My Nima. Several young people rolled up their sleeves angrily, preparing to beat each other. Huh? The middle-aged man pressed the knife in his hand. The young man's expression froze, and he dared not speak. The old man continued, as stated in the recruitment order, as long as you become a fleet soldier, whether you are a pariah or a criminal, you will be pardoned and promoted to a nobleman, hereditary. In addition, the adults will also reward houses and money. Unfortunately, you lost your life in the expedition, and you will be given a pension to your family. Old man, there really is such a good thing. The eyes of several middle-aged men lit up. The old man knocked on the recruitment order with a cane. The interview location is clearly written on it. Can there be fakes? One of them said, Yes, Lord Jason has just taken the post, and it is unlikely that he will make changes in the future. I think so too. Do you want to try it? Well, I want to go. Go together. Several middle-aged men discussed and respectfully saluted the elderly, and then walked towards the interview site. With the recruitment order all over the world, similar scenarios have appeared all over the world. There are many short-sighted people, just like those young people, who sneered at the above content and regarded it as a conspiracy by the new monarch. But more people choose to believe in Xinjiang and want to fight for the future. If it succeeds, even descendants can become aristocrats hereditary. With similar thoughts, countless people with unique skills rushed to the nearby interview site. The population of Sarkasing exceeds 1 billion, so there are thousands of interview sites. No matter which city you are from, you can join the interview nearby. Gambling City is the capital of Sakar, with a population of tens of millions. In order to accommodate enough people, Jason set the interview location in the arena that everyone is familiar with. Today's arena is more lively than ever. There were long queues at the entrances of the 24 venues. A dozen soldiers armed with guns guarded each entrance to maintain order. If you want to participate in an interview, you must first verify your identity, then fill in your specialties, and finally receive a number plate. After entering the venue, the interviewer will sit and wait in the designated stand area according to the numbers on the number plate. Dozens of interview sites have been built in the huge competition venue, and there are more than a dozen airships floating in the sky. After the airship announces your number, you can go to the designated place for an interview. Interview point number 1, specializes in interviewing people who specialize in fighting. The interviewer is Valkyrie. Boom! Valkyrie kicked the interviewer out with a beautiful kick, which shocked the people outside. Hey! She shook her head helplessly, and said, unqualified. The two interviewers sitting in the chairs drew a difference on the number plate and said lightly, next. The selection of the recruitment order is divided into 3 rounds, namely preliminary rounds, semi-finals and finals. Interviewers can set rules on their own and decide whether interviewers are eligible to participate in the semi-finals. Therefore, in addition to strength, it takes a little luck to pass the test. Valkyrie's rule is that anyone who can take over her 3 moves can participate in the rematch. But she has interviewed more than 100 people, but no one can survive the 3 moves. In fact, she is not to blame, because the entire Saka Star fighters with strong fighting ability were caught by Gotensan in the arena. Recruiting master fighters among the people is as difficult as finding virgins in a kiln. It's boring. I can't stand it anymore. I have to go out and go around. Valkyrie was about to quit. After staying with Jason for a long time, her personality has become a bit similar. Jason doesn't like to abuse food, nor does she like it. Seeing this, the 2 interviewers quickly dissuaded them. No, the interview is not over yet. How can you go as the master interviewer? Valkyrie said without looking back. The folks don't have masters of fighting at all. Even if one pops out, there won't be the 2 of you. Well, let me make a rule for you. As long as you can survive 5 moves in your hands. Even if he passes. After that, she slipped away without waiting for the 2 to agree. The quality of the preliminary contestants varies from good to bad, and there are all kinds of cats and dogs. But it would be interesting to be able to enter the semi-finals through the selection of preliminary interviewers. How about how many people did you hire? Valkyrie found the interviewer he knew well, and after entering the door, he sat in a chair carelessly. The rematch interviewer took 3 pieces of paper and walked over excitedly. Don't tell me, there are really good seedlings. Look at this man. He used to be a spacecraft repairman and was proficient in repairing all kinds of malfunctions. But for some reason he offended his boss and was exiled to become a pariah. And this one, he is a space traveler who accidentally came to Sakaar when the spacecraft broke down. He is good at piloting a variety of types of spacecraft. Because he travels north and south all the year round, he has accumulated a wealth of insight and vision. The most interesting thing is she, a magician. Her magic can cure diseases and all kinds of discomfort. With such a person, this cosmic voyage will be much safer. The rematch interviewer's excitement spits. Valkyrie is also very excited. Sure enough, the rematch is interesting. What the hell are the preliminary rounds? Valkyrie was envious. But there was no way. Jason thought she was uneducated, and she was not allowed to host the semi-finals. I'm not convinced. The 2 were chatting, and shouts came from outside the door. What's the situation? Go out and have a look. They opened the door and ran to the scene of the accident with their voices. It was outside of a rematch interview room, and only a dozen people filled with righteous indignation surrounded a rematch interviewer, and there were hundreds of people who heard the wind and watched the excitement. Say, why did that nerd pass, but we didn't? Yeah, it's not fair. There must be shady in it. The interviewer is a weak fat man, facing the siege of a group of people. He can only defend himself. But these people were already on their heads and couldn't hear anything. They grabbed the interviewer's collar and were ready to punch someone. Let go, an indifferent voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and looked around, only to see Valkyrie holding the dragon-tooth sword and staring at them with grim expressions. The troublemakers were startled, and quickly retracted their hands, but when they thought of something, their expressions became angry. Hee, they are all acting. The interviewer saw Valkyrie as if he had seen a wrong child or a mother who had come with a knife. He ran over and cried with a nose and tears, finally saved, but it scared me to death. Big man, why cry? Valkyrie glanced at him contemptuously, and asked, what happened here? The troublemakers shouted. This fat man is cheating for personal gains. Yes, people like us are so talented, and as a result, he totally judged us unqualified. Not only that, but he also qualified a nerd with a problematic IQ. This must be shady, and the fat man must have received the benefits. Yes, we all saw it. This group of people, like the aunt at the vegetable market, started yelling again. Valkyrie glared at them and said coldly, "I was asking him, not you." The troublemaker was choked, his face flushed, but he dared not speak anymore. Valkyrie looked at the interviewer. "You really cheated for favoritism." The fat man shook his head repeatedly. "How dare I?" Although the young man looks dull, he is really knowledgeable. "And these I don't know how to describe them." "How did the preliminary interviewer check it, and let it happen?" "Everyone came in." "You fart. We came in by our own ability." "That's it. You cheated for favoritism, and you still don't admit it." "Shut up." Valkyrie raised his eyebrows and pointed at them angrily. "If you disagree with the interview result, you can go to the special channel to find the inspector to respond. Don't be noisy here and affect the interview of the people behind." "No," the leader said angrily. "I'm not doing anything else today. I just want to discuss something in public." "You call that nerd out, and we can compare it face to face to see who is truly capable." "Huh." Valkyrie drew out the dragon-tooth sword and split him in half with the sword. Seeing that his companions became corpses in an instant, all those who made trouble were panicked. "God, kill if you say kill. What kind of person is this?" Valkyrie tossed the blood from the sword and glanced at them. "Same thing. Don't let me repeat it twice." Hearing this, the rioters left their companions and fled in a hurry. Valkyrie put away the dragon-tooth sword, turned to the fat man and said, "Okay, you can continue the interview here." The fat man made a bitter face and defended, "You must believe me. I really didn't cheat for personal gains." Valkyrie waved his hand and said impatiently, "Whether you do favoritism or cheat is none of my business. There are special inspections to solve this matter. I only care about the order of the interview venue. No matter what, whoever is must follow the rules." This small episode quickly spread throughout the venue and became a conversation for everyone to pass the time. Some people supported and some opposed, but in any case, the interview continued in an orderly manner. After a day and night of selection, a total of 2,835 people emerged from the millions of selections and successfully passed the semi-finals. The final was hosted by Jason himself. He first congratulated more than 2,000 people. "From today onwards, they will leave the base and become a member of the Glorious Noble. However, the commander has limited space and can accommodate up to 500 people, so more than 2,000 people must be classified. There are 500 people in the special class, 1,000 people in the first class, and the rest are in the second class." After another day of selection, the 500 candidates to board the ship were finally finalized. These people looked at Jason on the viewing platform, with anticipation in their eyes, but also a little worried. In the era of Gao Tanzan, they were not taken seriously. In that morbid society, only those who are proficient in gambling and fighting can get the opportunity to become aristocrats. Now Jason overthrew Gao Tanzan and took the stage, finally giving them a chance to stand up. But who can guarantee that Jason did not give a bad check? Facts have proved that they are purely persecuted delusions. Before the recruitment order came out, Jason cleared out the assets of high-ranking officials and nobles, and selected 500 houses and corresponding wealth from them. When the final list of 500 people came out, Jason announced the reward in front of hundreds of thousands of onlookers. A name, a house, a sum of money. When they heard their names, houses and wealth that they could not even imagine in the past, these new aristocrats burst into tears of joy. They lingered in the darkness for half their lives, and they had to persevere countless times, trying to get rid of by death, or follow the trend. But in the end, they still waited until the dawn broke. A middle-aged man with white sideburns wiped away his tears and offered Jason the highest courtesy of Saka. This ceremony is not because of etiquette, but from the heart of gratitude. Thank him for saving himself and saving this country. The other upstarts also followed up with the highest courtesy. Gradually, the family members in the stands and the crowd watching the excitement also followed suit. Inside and outside the arena, the scene of hundreds of thousands of people kneeling together was extremely shocking. Jason's eyes swept away, and he suddenly felt his heart surge, and he blurted out a word. "Tomorrow, you will board the Commander and go to Aliens. The journey ahead is dangerous. I cannot guarantee that you will all come back alive, but I can guarantee that if you unfortunately sacrifice, your family will live well. No one dares to bully them." Chapter 339 I Still Need Medicine. An impassioned speech caused hundreds of thousands of audiences to boil. Jason's remarks can be said to have completely resolved their worries. They are fighters, warriors, and fighters. They are not afraid of bloodshed and sacrifices, but their sacrifices are meaningless. "I'm afraid that after my sacrifice, my wife and children will be bullied." Now that Jason is supporting them, those soldiers who are about to go on an unknown journey can be completely relieved. And they also truly acknowledged this new monarch in their hearts. Jason hates nonsense. After clarifying the meaning in a few words, a grand practice dinner kicked off. He set up a banquet in the palace and invited 1,500 soldiers from the commander to join him. There is no class distinction, no rules and regulations. Everyone eats, drinks and plays, just to release the depressed emotions before leaving. At the same time, a banquet for thousands of people in the arena is also ready. The square tables were set up, and they were piled up with delicious wine and delicacies that you can't eat in the ordinary day. The 100,000 residents in the auditorium entered and took their seats in an orderly manner. They all had a drink to celebrate the rise of the new king and pray for the upcoming unknown journey. This grand banquet with all the people participating continued until the early hours of the next day. After the banquet, all soldiers were given 6 hours of rest time. During this time, they need to adjust their mentality to bid farewell to their families. It was faintly bright, and all the soldiers returned to the barracks, put on combat uniforms to receive equipment, and then boarded the commander spacecraft. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the spacecraft full of 1,500 people sailed out of the tunnel, and slowly lifted off from Sakaar, driven by 6 engines. Hundreds of millions of people on the ground waved their arms and sent them off with blessings. The spacecraft left Sakaar and sailed into the unknown universe. Jason stayed in the flight control room, looking at the starry sky through the glass. The strangely shaped planets are in front of us, and the meteorite fragments pass by the spacecraft. Seeing all this, Jason felt the blood flow accelerated and his heart surged. Since the birth of human beings, they have been full of curiosity about the universe and galaxies, and Jason is the same. But the last time he came to Sakaar, he landed directly on the surface of the planet and saw everything. But this time, he witnessed the vastness and grandeur of the universe galaxy. Jason stood there for a long time, and this scene was truly unforgettable. At this time, Valkyrie wore the battlesuit of the Valkyrie and walked to his side. "How is it? The magnificent waves of the universe make you an eye-opener and feel surging?" She broke Jason's state of mind at the moment with a single sentence. Jason chuckled, "It sounds like you are taunting me." "Well, I admit that I was really excited when I saw the universe for the first time." Valkyrie smiled lightly, shook his head and said, "No, how dare I? The reason for saying this is because I had this silly expression when I left Asgard for the first time to fight." Jason glanced in his eyes. "You still said that this is not irony." Valkyrie shrugged. "If you want to think so, just think so. But I still want to remind you that space navigation is very dangerous. Once the spacecraft officially sails, it will cause a great burden on the body." With that, she took a bottle from her pocket and handed it over. "What is this?" "Viagra." "Are you looking down on me?" There were blue pills in the glass bottle, and Jason immediately wanted to tilt it. "What is Viagra?" "This is an antmetic medicine, necessary for space travel." "Oh, I see. You are really underestimating me." Jason snorted and threw the medicine to her. "I don't need it." Valkyrie frowned, feeling that the chat was not on the same channel. She squeezed the medicine bottle and said indifferent, "Slap the swollen face to fill the fat man, don't regret it for a while." The 2 cross-servers chatted, and the fleet commander came over. "Master, the spacecraft's data is normal, and the superlight engine is about to be activated. The estimated time to reach the magic star is 45 days." "So long," Jason just wanted to say, and immediately swallowed the words back. "I almost forgot. This is the universe, not the global village. 45 days is already considered very fast. Well, let's go. Understand. The commander went to the flight console and gave orders to the soldiers. Rumble. With a violent tremor, the 6 sets of superlight engines on the spacecraft began to start. The spacecraft gradually accelerated and quickly left its place. When the engine reached 100% load, all the magnificent galaxies in the field of vision turned into blurred lights. Jason didn't wear a seat belt, he only relied on energy to stabilize his figure, but his eyes were a little swollen. After closing it for a while, the feeling eased a little. After adapting to the slight discomfort at the speed of light, he turned around and said with a relaxed expression, "Space voyage is nothing more than that. You actually have to prepare anthematics." Valkyrie ignored the irony in his words, opened his mouth and stuffed a pill in, and said vaguely, "Don't worry, the real test has not yet begun." "Not yet started?" Jason asked. Suddenly, the commander shouted, "The front is about to approach the jumping point. Everyone is ready." Jump point. What is this again? 3, 2, 1. As the commander's countdown ended, the spacecraft went straight into a dark hole. The field of vision was dark, and Jason's head was dizzy, and he felt that he was not well. In the next instant, the spacecraft passed through the hole and the vision returned to normal. But Jason felt his skin numb and crisp. He felt an unexplainable strange feeling all over his body, and there was a surge in his stomach. Shit! Jason cursed secretly, frowned, and covered his mouth with his hands. But the desire to vomit grew stronger. Careless, pretending to be forced all day long, I did not expect to be. Valkyrie on the side seemed safe and sound after taking the pills. She happily said, "I just advised you not to take medicine. But now you regret it." Jason arched his waist, stretched out his other hand, and asked for the medicine bottle. "It's better to admit it than to spit it out in public." Unexpectedly, Valkyrie shook his head and said, "This medicine can only be taken in advance. Once you feel sick, it will be useless." "What?" Jason subconsciously wants to run to the bathroom. "Hey, it's your turn to play." Valkyrie waved, and a timid girl came out from the crowd. She patted the girl on the shoulder and introduced, "This is the baby I dug up from a friend. I specially called her out of the battle sequence to take care of you." She gave the girl a look. The girl nodded, approached Jason timidly, and then stretched out her hand on her shoulder. A touch of comfortable energy wandered from the shoulders to the whole body, and the feeling of feeling uncomfortable and wanting to vomit instantly subsided. Jason released the hand covering his mouth and asked in surprise, "Are you a superpower?" The energy made him feel a bit like Belmod's healing superpower, but Belmod can only heal injuries. The girl shook her head as expected, and whispered, "It's not superpower, it's magic." Magic. Jason suddenly remembered the magician he killed when he first came to Psyche 3 years ago. "Is this energy also a kind of buff? What can your magic do?" Jason looked expectantly. The girl has a low self-esteem, perhaps because of her timid nature. She lowered her head and said, "It can only relieve mental pressure, but cannot fight at all." "So, I finally know why she feels inferior and timid." "Damn Gao Danzun." Jason's mouth curled up and smiled with satisfaction. "Be confident. Your magic is great, it's amazing. You will stay by my side in the future." The girl raised her head, her eyes full of surprises. Oh my god, this happiness came too suddenly. However, she was handsome for only 3 seconds, and she said unconfidently, "But I can't fight." "Jason, it's not a big deal if you can't fight. There are too many warriors around me, but they can magic and heal, but you are the only one." Hearing Jason's encouragement, the girl was visibly excited and nodded with a smile. Valkyrie stood by eating melons, with an expression that I had expected it to be. It was only when the girl settled down that Jason remembered what he had just pretended to fail. He couldn't hold his face, and didn't want to talk to Valkyrie, so he went back to the lounge alone. Ding. The system update is complete. Please click to view. As soon as the door was closed, the system that had been missing for 3 days was back online. Jason calculated in his heart that the update time was indeed 72 hours, and the dog system was quite punctual. "Come on, let me see you, grizzly little fairy," and think of any way to torture me. I found a comfortable chair to lie down and opened the system with my finger to read the update. The system has been grinding foreign workers for 3 days, and the updated content is actually only a few lines. But after Jason finished reading, he bounced off the chair. Perhaps it was too miserable to see him living in an alien. This system update not only did not increase the difficulty, but also gave him a great convenience. Recruiting comrades requires the host to personally accept it. The above rule has been cancelled. From now on, as long as Jason draws a fellow party, he will automatically implant his memory and become a loyal subordinate. The system is so caring, it's raining in time. Jason was worried about this before. He is now in an alien and just got on the spaceship, in case the recruited party appears in the corner of the universe. I'm afraid it would take 10 or 8 years to run over to find him, and it would take him to recruit a ball. So this time, the system can be regarded as giving him a gift. After silently calling his father a few times, Jason turned on the system again, raising all his party's superpowers to level 8. After ransacking the homes of those high-ranking officials, he was bulging and rich, and he was not merciless in spending money. How generous is he now, after spending a lot of points to upgrade all of a dozen of his party members? The remaining points are still much richer than before. 3 years to clear the prefect. 100,000 snowflake silver. Those vampires have sucked the blood of the people of Saka for thousands of years, and their wealth is almost breaking through the sky. It's a pity that these wealth were picked up by Jason. After purchasing the superpowers, it came to the popular lottery, not right. The recruiting part of the party. In addition to recruiting soldiers in the past 2 days, Jason also carried out drastic reforms in Saka. Although the reform has just started, the killing of Gao Tanzan and the recruitment order have successfully captured the hearts of billions of people in Sakastar. The accumulation of these prestige points finally exceeded the value required to recruit the next comrade. Ding. Do you use the rewards for recruiting comrades immediately? Jason rubbed his hands, silently made a wish in his heart, and then reached out and clicked to confirm. Ding. Successful recruitment of the same party. The memory has been implanted. Seeing the name emerging on the transparent light curtain, Jason's eyes lit up and his heart screamed. Fuck, it was him. After the shock, the uneasy heart finally calmed down. There is such a powerful comrade in the party, plus newly upgraded superpowers. As long as Harry and the others don't provoke an ancient wizard, they can really walk sideways on the Earth. Jason's cosmic journey will take 45 days, but a major event is happening on Earth, trillions of light-years away from the spacecraft. Austria Vienna. At noon, the roads along the Danube were empty, not to mention that the shadows of pedestrians were invisible to vehicles. Today is the day when the United Nations office at Vienna will hold a closed-door meeting. Because of the sensitivity of the issue, security guards are extremely strict. Martial law has been imposed on several main roads near the building. One after another, riot armored vehicles were parked on the side of the road, and armed helicopters hovered around the building. Elite soldiers drawn from across the country, armed with rifles and wearing bulletproof vests, occupy 4 intersections and commanding heights, with a highly guarded expression. Outside the building, media from various countries waited in the press conference area. No reporters were allowed to enter this meeting. Only after the results of the meeting were discussed did anyone come out to answer reporters' questions. Representatives from various countries gathered in a huge conference hall. The topic they are discussing today is about the clown organization, so it must be kept strictly confidential. At 12 o'clock noon, the meeting officially began. One of the initiators of the meeting, the representative of the beautiful country, first came to the stage to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you will forget the battle in New York 3 years ago. It was a cruel battle that will go down in history. The Prince of Asgard, Loki, and the Zetarians invaded the Earth, causing incalculable losses and casualties to New York, and the shameless clown organization took the opportunity to seek profits in the chaos. God bless America. With the joint efforts of the military and SHIELD, we not only repelled the Zetaric army, but also caused serious damage to the clown organization. Its leader Jason Walter was defeated and seriously injured. The members suffered heavy casualties. This is a victory for the United States and a victory for all mankind. Wow! The representatives of the countries were expressionless and gave some symbolic applause. It is probably because of the thick-skinned representative. How did you win this battle? Do you have any ideas in your heart? The representative of the beautiful country smiled and waited for the applause to end before continuing to say, after the New York War, governments of various countries signed the Anti-Clown Organization Declaration and decided to join forces to encircle and suppress the remaining forces of the Clown Organization. In 3 years, our side and governments of various countries have worked together to successfully eliminate the cancer of the Clown Organization. My country alone has captured more than 150,000 criminals. However, in the past 3 years, the core members of the Clown Organization, that is, Jason's comrades, have not been arrested so far. If these people are not found for a day, I believe the governments and people of all countries will not be at ease. But fortunately not long ago, a secret investigation by S.H.I.E.L.D. made new discoveries. They found through various means that the Clown Organization is now hiding in the African continent. Chapter 340 Recall the fear of being dominated by a clown. Clown Organization in Africa. As soon as the U.S. representative's voice fell, representatives from various countries began to whisper. In the 3 years after the Battle of New York, they captured countless clown members. But everyone in the room knew that those people were nothing more than trash fish in the periphery, and it was difficult to shake the foundation of the Clown Organization whether they were caught or not. The reason for arresting them is simply to give the people an explanation, show the government's political achievements, show that they have not eaten for nothing, and let the people relax. However, the real threat to the Clown Organization is the leader Jason Walter and his dozen or so comrades. If these core figures are not removed for a day, the Clown Organization will hang over everyone like a sword. Once opportunities arise, they will develop and grow rapidly like a virus. Weeds removed by governments in 3 years may grow back in 3 months. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, the government has spent countless resources to find these comrades, but it has found nothing in 3 years. Unexpectedly, the beautiful country was the first to break through and found their hiding place. The U.S. representative watched the discussion below, with a superb smile on his face. He turned and pressed the remote control in his hand, and the huge screen behind him lit up. This is a satellite map. Judging from the outline on the edge of the map, it is indeed the African continent, and a certain forest on the mainland is marked by a red circle. The U.S. representative motioned for everyone to be quiet, then pointed at the red circle on the map and said, according to the intelligence of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the 24-hour uninterrupted satellite detection, it can be confirmed that there have been signs of activities of the Clown Organization in the area marked with a red circle. After that, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sent 13 groups of secret agents into the investigation. But all lost contact without exception, and even the bodies were gone. So it is basically certain that the red circle is where the core members of the Clown Organization hide. After listening, representatives from various countries immediately communicated with their colleagues. After discussing for a while, a representative of an African country spoke. Is there any more detailed data? The red circle covers hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, and it is all mountains and rainforests. Such a large range, unless the carpet of millions of people is activated. It's difficult to confirm the specific location. The representative finished his speech, and representatives of other African countries nodded. They grew up there since they were young, and they know the complex topography of this area best. If you rush to mobilize large-scale civilians to search, I am afraid that the Clown Organization has not been found yet, and you have already suffered heavy casualties. The U.S. representative continued, of course we know the terrain here, because several secret agents did not die in the hands of the Clown Organization, but died in the complex and changeable environment and deadly poisonous beasts. Our power in Africa is weak. and there have been more than half of non-combat attritions. So we think it is difficult to find anything in this area on our own. Therefore, we need governments of all countries to unite, mobilize their own investigative elites, form a large number of investigation teams, and conduct thorough investigations in the Red Circle area. Hearing that, the expressions of representatives from all sides were a bit hesitant. Well, by the way, you want our soldiers to accompany you to die? This request, I'm afraid, seeing their expressions of constipation. The U.S. representative was not surprised at all, saying, I want to solemnly state here that the proposal for a joint search is entirely to eliminate the remnants of the clown organization, without any selfish intentions. I think everyone here knows what will happen if the clown organization is given a chance to breathe. The first half of his sentence is pure nonsense. The representative of a certain country chuckled undisguisedly, wishing to write the word sneer on his face. The government of a beautiful country is committed to the public but not for personal gain? This is simply the biggest joke of the 21st century. But the second half of what he said made sense. When it comes to other matters, countries can shirk their arguments, but once the clown organization is involved, it must be taken seriously. This is the consensus of all governments. In just a few years, the cancer of the clown organization has been making waves all over the world, causing unimaginable harm to most countries. This time, it must be wiped out. A representative of a certain country discussed for a while, decisively pressed the approval button on the table and raised his hand. Our country agrees. Soon, another country with good relations also pressed the approval button. The representatives of the two major powers are in their early days, and those small countries are not embarrassed to fish anymore, and they all agree with the establishment of a joint search team. The most important proposals of the meeting were passed with 100% approval. The U.S. representative beamed with joy and continued, in addition to forming a joint search team, we also need the support of the local government. He stretched his hand to the Red Circle again. We see that Wakanda's land is completely covered by the Red Circle. The residents here are familiar with the terrain and know how to deal with the troubles of poisonous insects and beasts, so we hope that Wakanda can play a greater role in joint operations. Effect. The so-called playing a greater role is to send more people to die. Sure enough, there is no such thing as good intentions in a beautiful country. Wakanda is one of the poorest countries in the world. There are no 3 melons and 2 dates in your pocket. Some of the same poor African countries set their sights on King Wakanda. Although expressing sympathy for Wakanda's experience, how can a weak country have the courage to antagonize a beautiful country? King Wakanda stretched his head forward and put his mouth close to the microphone. About this matter, the representative of the United States has negotiated with me before. The clown organization is a cancer of human civilization. Although Wakanda is poor, it is never allowed. They act recklessly on the African continent. So we fully agree to the U.S. request. We will send a large number of guides familiar with the environment to give full support to the joint search team. Sure enough, I still couldn't bear the pressure. Those small countries were silent and sighed secretly. The U.S. representative applauded and continued to speak, thanks to King T'Chaka for his speech and support. Considering that Wakanda's per capita income is among the lowest in the world, the U.S. decided to grant Wakanda a $1 billion loan in a humanitarian spirit. Donate a batch of weapons and equipment and genetically modified crops to help Wakanda develop military and agricultural power. What pretty country will actually help poor countries? This representative did not say anything wrong, or missed some harsh conditions. The audience suddenly burst into applause. Those poor countries that had sympathized with Wakanda just now all looked at King T'Chaka with envy. Wakanda was able to catch the Lomai line. $1 billion in loans, advanced weapons and equipment, and genetically modified crops that are easy to grow. With these aids, as long as King T'Chaka develops seriously, perhaps within a few years, Wakanda, the one of the poorest countries in the world, will be taken off. King T'Chaka applauded and nodded. However, Prince T'Challa, who was sitting on the side, had no expression on his face, as if he had no interest in the financial aid. Hey, young man, you don't even know how much your dad made. The representative of the nearby country shook his head helplessly, with an expression that you are too young and childish. Boring. Prince Takara whispered. King Takaku applauded forcefully and whispered, be patient. When you inherit the throne, you will often encounter these occasions. When I succeed to the throne, Wakanda's seat will appear in the first row. Takara was proud and disdainful of the 5 representatives in the first row. After the 2 most important things were finalized, the conference gradually came to an end, and subsequent proposals were trivial things. Takara yawned sleepily. After the meeting, there will definitely be a group of people coming over to catch up and build relationships. I hope I can take advantage of Wakanda's east wind to climb the beautiful country. Takara was extremely resistant to what happened next, and whispered, Father, I'm waiting for you outside. After speaking, he knelt down and sneaked out of the court. In the scorching sun, the special police responsible for blocking the roads are still on duty meticulously. Sweat-soaked clothes, lips dry and cracked, and skin flushed from the sun. The special police thought to himself, I really hope there will be a heavy rain at this time. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The special police on duty was overjoyed, and there was a gust of wind just about to cool off, which was also very lucky. But when the breeze passed, the special police shivered uncontrollably. Hell, this wind is actually cold. I'm afraid it's not coming from Siberia. Chukao returns to Chukao. This situation will never happen in reality. The special police looked at each other, feeling something unusual in the gust of wind. There is someone over there, a special policeman shouted. Everyone turned and looked, and a thin man in a suit walked slowly over. Stop! The special police opened the insurance and aimed their guns at him. This road is temporarily under traffic control. Please stay away. Although subconsciously feel that this man is not easy, in order to prevent accidental injury, the special police still use a loudspeaker to shout. The special police spoke the local language first, and then switched to English again. On the second time, the man really stopped and raised his hand in a sorry gesture. Sure enough, it was a misunderstanding. Fortunately, I didn't disconnect the gun just now, or something serious would happen. The special police secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a thick white mist burst out of the man. Bai Wu enveloped all his body, and then surged in all directions at a very fast speed. This man has a problem. Shoot! Shoot! The special police were shocked and immediately raised their guns to shoot. But as soon as the index finger was about to pull the trigger, a biting chill came. The joints of the SWAT's body immediately stiffened, and even the force of pulling the trigger could not be exerted. It was delayed for a second or two, and the overwhelming fog hit, and the special police immediately lost consciousness. The thick fog passed by and went on, and the special police officers turned into ice sculptures. Cool. The man put his hands in his pockets and spit out a cloud of white mist. It's been 3 years without knowing it. It's time to remind you of the fear of being ruled by the organization. Stepping on the thin ice on the ground, John Wick walked toward the building unhurriedly. Group A, what happened to you? Please, let me answer it personally. Downstairs in the building, a group of soldiers called their companions anxiously, but there is no response after waiting for a long time. Quick, arrange the line of defense. The situation was critical, and the team leader promptly issued an order. The explosion-proof armored vehicle started, adjusted its direction and stopped on the road sideways. All the soldiers opened the insurance, raised their guns to aim, and looked extremely serious. Have you ... What happened? The reporter who was waiting saw the soldiers approaching an enemy and immediately ran forward and asked. The team leader squeezed the walkie-talkie, and said in a short story, an unknown enemy invaded. You guys quickly hide in the building. Upon hearing this, the faces of the reporters present changed drastically. Enemy? Will it be them? Something happened. Everyone hid in the building. The reporters shouted to remind each other, and then each took the guy who was eating and left the interview area in an orderly manner. At this time, a large number of unidentified objects appeared in the sky suddenly, with a light and fluffy texture like feathers. Look. What's that? It looks a bit like a card, depending on the size and material. Both reporters and soldiers focused on the sky. A reporter put down the microphone. jumped up and caught a card. When he saw the pattern on the card clearly, his legs fell on his knees directly. This is a playing card with a clown pattern printed on it. A clown with blood on his hands and a grinning smile. It's not uncommon to have clowns on playing cards, but only they dare to make clowns with this pattern. A playing card instantly activated their fear hidden in their genes. The reporters, like a conditioned reflex, ignored the guys who were eating, and ran towards the building. Clown. The clown organization is here. A heart-piercing roar easily destroyed the order inside and outside the building. After 3 years, will that man appear again? On the roof of a nearby building, a military sniper team died tragically in place. Several people in black coats stood near the body. Just a few poker cards scared them like this. I thought that after 3 years, they have made progress. You are too demanding. They are not SHIELD agents, just unarmed ordinary people. Well, the opening scene has ended. It's time for the big show. Who shot first? It's just a group of politicians. Leave it to me in any order. A man with a shaved head stepped on the roof guardrail and stretched out a hand to aim at the distant helicopter. There are 8 helicopter gunships hovering in mid-air nearby, responsible for the air safety of the building. Drop. 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 Suddenly, the helicopter's instruments failed, the operating lever adjusted by itself, and the helicopter aimed at the building. The pilot tried to move the joystick back to no avail, and cutting off the power supply had no effect. Shit. Asuka 1 failed. Asuka 1 failed. Number 2 also failed. Number 5 is also malfunctioning. Oops. The fire control insurance on number 6 is on. It's over. Something big happened. Mayday. Mayday. Call the headquarters. The helicopter was hijacked by unknown personnel. The missile is about to be launched. The missile is about to be launched. Chapter 341 News that shocked 7 billion people. During the 3 years that Jason was in exile, in line with the principle of acting low-key, his comrades have never done anything unusual. As time goes by, the clown organization's influence becomes weaker and weaker. The mainstream newspapers are full of satirical articles, and even ordinary people on the internet dare to adapt Jason's deeds to ridicule. These words are like needles sticking into the hearts of the comrades. But even so, they can only endure. All the changes originated from 3 days ago, when the superpowers of all the party members were upgraded to level 8. This shows that Jason did not die in the alien. Not only that, but also became stronger. This signal seems to be a booster, allowing the comrades to regain their confidence. It just so happens that the World Council chose to hold a meeting on the clown organization today. The comrades will naturally not let go of this good opportunity. 8 armed helicopters fired more than a dozen missiles in a row. With long tail inflammation, the missile hit the waist of the building. Boom! Shocking noises. The explosion lit up bursts of fire, the fragmented walls turned into rubble and fell, and the building lit up with thick black smoke. On the top of the building opposite, the clowns organized several comrades who looked at everything in front of them. Awesome. This scene has not been seen for many years. Yes, 3 years ago, this was a common sight everywhere. After we hide, the world is very boring. The news media can only report on gossip all day long. Hee hee. It's all right now. They don't have to worry about the news. This scene reminds me of the global sensation at the beginning of the century. You said that. I am a bit impressed. But that person is dead, and we will officially return. Yes, after today we will become everyone's nightmare again. Those who have fallen into trouble, none of them can let go. It's a must. The anger received in the past 3 years will be returned to them 100 and 1,000 times. The statement of war has been handed out, and then it's the opponent's turn to move. Yes, there is no sense of accomplishment in dealing with these ordinary people. Do it. It's time to go back. Yeah, Franklin nodded as he stood on the edge of the rooftop. Then, with a strong grip on his right hand, the 8 helicopter gunships immediately increased their horsepower and slammed into the building. The already grumbling building was hit by a helicopter, and eventually collapsed and turned into rubble. The earth trembled violently, and the whole city was covered by smoke and dust. The comrades finished all this and drifted away. Half an hour later, Hundreds of rescue teams came from all directions. They dispatched machines to clear the ruins, then carried out the corpses one by one, and finally did an identity test to confirm the death toll. Although they knew it was impossible, all those involved in the rescue had the illusion of a miracle. But fantasy is fantasy after all. 8 hours later, the rescue work was all over. On the wide road, corpses covered with white cloth were lined up. The rescue team stood in it, depressed and heavy. The 3,000 soldiers and policemen responsible for the security work all died. The 172 photographers and reporters who were in charge of the interview all sacrificed. The 835 United Nations personnel responsible for the daily work of the building were all sacrificed. Government representatives, assistants, translators, security guards from various countries who participated in this conference. A total of 1,236 people and 1,235 people died. The only survivor is Wakanda Prince Tekara, who fortunately escaped the disaster because he went out for a walk early. Tekara was sitting on the ruined stone, and the white cloth in front of him covered his father's body. The black suit was missing. The white shirt was torn, and his strong body was marked with scars, which were injured when he cleared the rocks just now. He just came to a meeting, but his father died unfortunately. For Tekara, in his early 30s, this is tantamount to a catastrophe, and he couldn't believe it was true until now. Prince Tekara, hearing someone calling his name, Tekara recovered and slowly raised his head. A group of reporters and photographers aimed at him with long guns and short cannons. In 8 hours, the situation here has spread all over the world. Media from various countries quickly dispatched professional teams to Vienna to report on the spot. But apart from the ruins and corpses, there is no report value. The information that the rescue teams knew was very limited, and the reporters naturally focused their hope of obtaining information on the only survivor, Prince Tekara. The violent explosion caused thousands of deaths. Why did you escape? The reporter raised a question, and dozens of microphones were stunned. Tekara's face was indifferent, and she slowly opened her dry lips, and said in a hoarse, magnetic voice, "I hate hypocritical diplomacy. I left early before the meeting ended." Another reporter asked, "Did you notice anything unusual when the explosion happened?" Tekara said, "I was walking along the river, and many cards fell in the sky." The helicopter that was originally responsible for defending the building suddenly fired missiles at the building, and then launched a suicide impact, causing the building to eventually collapse. All reporters were shocked when this remark came out. They originally guessed whether the explosion was an attack by a terrorist organization. They also wondered how the terrorist organization crossed the line of defense and sent explosives to the building. Unexpectedly, the culprit responsible for the collapse of the building was actually a military gunship. Could it be that this matter is related to the local internal affairs card? A reporter found a key question and asked, "What kind of card is it?" Tekara took out a bloodied playing card from his pocket and turned it over to show it. The reporters showed horror and subconsciously stepped back. "This is a playing card organized by the clown." Could it really be them? You can't go wrong. Controlling electrical appliances is the superpower of Franklin Clinton, a fellow clown organization. These journalists are the best in the industry and have many years of work experience. They have continued to report since the appearance of the clown organization. They remember every bad thing the organization has done, and are even more familiar with the organization than their family members. It's over. The clown organization returns and the world is about to fall into chaos again. The reporters were in a panic, but their good professionalism kept them calm. This information is vital, and they must pass it on. The reporters dispersed one after another and began to set up equipment for live broadcast. A kind-hearted reporter said before leaving, "His Royal Highness, please keep your sorrow and change." Tekaram's face was expressionless, and his lips parted. In our country's culture, death is not the end of everything. It's more like the beginning of a journey to the unknown. You stretch out your hands to the Panther Godbuster, and she will lead you to the green grassland, where you can run freely. The reporter nodded and said, "It sounds very peaceful." Tekara stood up and put a ring on her hand, My father thinks so too. But I am not my father. I will let the clown organize blood to pay for it. After speaking, he strode away from the place and walked to a quiet place with no one. After checking around and confirming that there was no one around, Takara rolled up his sleeve and revealed a watch. Tap lightly. The watch shoots light, and a figure appears in the air. Prince Takara. The figure said in a low tone, I have heard about the king. Please be sorry. Everyone said so. Sorrow, mourning, how can the pain of bereavement be so easy to resolve? Takara's forehead violently blew veins, gritted his teeth and said, call the king's guard and take his father's body back. Yes, the figure continued, His Royal Highness. About the bombing. I already know who the murderer is. Takara clenched the cards, eyes full of killing intent. When the ceremony is completed, I will kill them myself. The explosion of the Vienna building has spread all over the world. Many people are speculating whether the explosion was man-made or accidental. If it is artificial, who would have such courage? An explosion caused the deaths of government representatives in more than 100 countries around the world. Such a heinous behavior, even those heinous terrorist organizations dare not claim to have done it themselves. Netizens and the media have different opinions on who the murderer is. But the interesting thing is that no one guesses about the clown organization. All said that the scars have forgotten to hurt. 3 years of silent lurking has made the public forget the world's largest terrorist organization. A few hours later, the latest intelligence on the scene came. A joker playing cards severely slapped the media. The murderer is actually a clown organization. How is this possible? Not only the mainstream media, but also social networks instantly exploded. The topic of clown organization topped the rankings. This matter is about the safety of billions of people around the world, and almost all that netizens are discussing this matter. The clown organization. God, is that demon coming back again? Impossible. It's not that the clown organization has been wiped out in the news. Even the leader Jason Walter is dead. What kind of news are you watching? The fake ones are too endless. I guess Jason is definitely not dead, but he was seriously injured for 3 years. Our government is too incompetent. 3 years. 3 years. The clown organization has revived. Brothers, I scolded Jason on Twitter before, so there should be nothing wrong. Go all the way. I will help take care of your wife, daughter and property. New York City, Stark Tower. Hey. It's not good to be a legend, honestly. I have to run out and make noise. On the square sofa in the living room, Tony Stark was sitting next to Pepper, staring at the Joker playing cards that appeared on the screen. In retrospect, the grudge between him and the clown organization can be traced back to 10 years ago. I thought that everything would settle down with Jason's disappearance. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, the clown organization jumped out to cause trouble. Compared to before, Tony can now look at this with a peaceful mood. There is even a leisurely sentiment, recalling the grievances of these years. The clown appears again. Pepper sighed heavily and leaned his head on Tony's chest. Why don't you seem nervous at all? Tony laughed and squeezed Pepper's hand. Because I have confidence. Pepper thought for a moment, and then said, no, there must be other reasons. Tony pretended to be furious. Dare you look down upon me? Mark's armor has been developed to the 50th generation. Pebble, it's not that I underestimate you, it's that I understand you. In addition to Mark's armor, you must have other support, so you can be so calm. Tony laughed a few times of loss. Well, you won. Pebble chuckled. Let's talk. Why on earth? Tony thought. Well. I don't know the specifics. I only know that there is a very powerful person living on the earth. Pebble asked, how powerful is a powerful character? Tony, it's so amazing. Able to hang Jason up and fight. Pebble's eyes lit up. Oh, really? Who is it? Do I know? Tony shook his head regretfully. I don't know who it is. Only the best hero knows, but he never tells us. Pebble frowned. What's the best hero? Tony smiled. Sol. Pepper, why did you give him this nickname? Tony, he has blonde hair and he likes to wear a red cape. He looks like the hero of Breaking Point. Pebble was speechless, and rolled his eyes at him. Okay. All in all, Jason's comeback must be taken seriously, but he shouldn't panic. The sky is falling, and a taller man will withstand it. Washington, top floor of SHIELD headquarters, Office of the World Security Council. Member, Chief Nick, how do you explain the Vienna matter? Nick Fury was still wearing that black leather jacket, and asked, explain what? The counselor said loudly, explain why the clown organization suddenly appeared in Vienna, and you have no news about SHIELD. Nick Fury, SHIELD has been searching for the clown organization Remnant Party, and the results of the past 3 years have been truthfully reported. They are hiding intelligence in Africa. Member, shut up. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. Nick Fury, this is not an excuse. If we are incompetent, then what is your country's intelligence organization that has not even seen the clown organization? Another congressman said roundly. This is not the time to blame each other. Our current task is to figure out the reason for the sudden comeback of the clown organization. Yes, according to the information in hand, they have been huddled in Africa for the past 3 years. So how come they suddenly come back? I guess it has something to do with Jason. Regarding Jason's material, SHIELD has always stated that it is missing. Could it be that he returned? I think this is a great possibility. Then what should we do? In the New York battle 3 years ago, we were completely lucky to win. Right. That mysterious man. The 5 congressmen immediately turned their eyes to Nick Fury. Nick Fury stretched his hands and said helplessly, I have asked Saul many times, but he refused to say the identity of the mysterious person. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 5 congressmen changed drastically. Hey, think about it too. A big man who can easily subdue Jason, how can he reveal his identity so easily? And even if they knew it, they might not be able to invite others. But, Nick Fury said, Saul said that the mysterious man is the guardian of the earth. I think if the critical moment comes, he will definitely appear. Ask for leave, stop the change today and make it up tomorrow. Chapter 343 Genius Lorry Scientist. The elder brother is about to become the king, but the younger sister is excited. But the mother frowned, as if something was on her mind. The underage sister Surui hugged her mother's arm and comforted, Mother, brother is Wakanda's most powerful warrior, and the challenge ceremony is easy for him. With his reputation, I even suspect that no one dares to challenge him, so don't worry. The mother sighed and said, I am not worried about the challenge ceremony, but the clown organization, especially the top carders. I have seen their fighting videos, they are all superpowers. I am afraid. Hearing this, Surui suddenly became miserable. Wakanda has the strongest military power on the surface, and is not afraid of wars against beautiful countries. But in the face of magical, unpredictable and extremely powerful superpowers, she didn't have the confidence anymore. Takara was full of self-confidence, and issued a military order to his mother, Mother, rest assured. We have collected a lot of information on the top cadre of the clown organization. Although superpowers are powerful, they are not invincible. Otherwise, they would not lose to SHIELD 3 years ago, right? So this time war, I have full confidence. Hearing her son's assurance, the mother reluctantly squeezed out a smile, but the worry in her heart remained unchanged. Noon the next day. There is a cliff on the back mountain of the king's palace. The turbulent waterfall falls from the top of the mountain into the abyss, and this is where the challenge ceremony is held. There are strict requirements for participating in the challenge ceremony. Participants must first obtain the approval of the 18 elders, and then defeat all challengers in this turbulent river. The terrain here is dangerous, with slippery pebbles everywhere. If you were an ordinary person, you would slip to the ground if you walk 2 steps here, and then be washed down the cliff by the current. At noon, the inheritance ceremony will begin. Important people from 18 tribes set off from the same place in their own dragon boat. Amidst the beating of drums, the strong men in the tribe rode hard, rushing to be the first to reach the field. Wakanda is technologically advanced, but its people are sturdy and brutal. Being strong and able to fight is the common standard of all tribes. Only a strong man can marry a young and beautiful girl. Even more puzzling is that women also apply this standard. After all the people of the 18 tribes arrived, a spaceship landed on the cliff. The hatch opened, and Takara stepped into the rushing pool of water with a sword and shield in his hand, naked. To Takara, to Takara. The 18 tribes greeted them with singing and dancing, and Takara waved. After the singing and dancing, the elder who presided over the ceremony also stepped into the pool. I, Zulai, son of Batu, introduce you, Prince Takara, our Black Panther. Takara put his hands on his chest, then swayed back vigorously while knelt on one knee. This is the highest etiquette of Wakanda. The heir should salute the 18 tribes before participating in the competition, which represents respect for the tribes. At the same time, the tribe must return a salute to Takara, representing allegiance to the royal family. After the simple ceremony, Elder Zulai came with a bowl of potion. In order to reflect the fairness of the challenge ceremony, the power of the Black Panther in the prince will be stripped. Takara opened his mouth and drank the potion. After a while, the muscles on his face twitched. He squatted down in pain, and his mental state was sluggish. Wakanda has a special herb called heart-shaped grass. The growth environment of this herb is very harsh and requires constant and meticulous care day and night. Therefore, the output of heart-shaped grass is very small, so only the royal family can consume it. After taking the heart-shaped grass, they will gain power beyond human limits. The Wakanda people call it the gift of the Panther God. After adjusting to a period of time, Takara, who had degenerated into an ordinary person, stood up. Zulai nodded with satisfaction, and then began to introduce the rules of the game. There are 2 ways to win the challenge ceremony: one side surrenders, or one side is killed. Is there any tribal warrior willing to challenge? And the road to the throne is open for you at this moment. Trade tribe, no one will challenge. Frontier tribe, no one will challenge. River tribe, no one will challenge. Mining tribe, no one will challenge. King T'Chaka's prestige in Wakanda is extremely high, and the elders of the 18 tribes trust him very much. For his only child, T'Chaka, the elders also watched him grow up. He wants to succeed to the throne, and the elders naturally have no objection. According to the ancestral calendar, there is no one to challenge the 18 tribes. 2 other members of the royal family want to challenge the throne. In the crowd, Sister Surui suddenly stretched out her hand. Oh! The crowd was in an uproar. Surui attracted everyone's attention, and then smiled mischievously. This waistband is too uncomfortable. I think we can go back soon. Oh, mother, it hurts. Surui was taught a lesson by the queen, causing everyone to laugh, and the tension disappeared. I challenge. A discordant voice sounded. Everyone was surprised and turned to look. Along with the sound of horns, a strong man led his men to the pool. Looking at the hungry wolf mask on the brawny man's head, Surui exclaimed, "They are Jabari." Mother nodded solemnly, "Yes." Thousands of years ago, a meteorite gave this area rich vibrating resources. Dozens of nearby tribes fought fiercely to fight for gold, and many tribes disappeared during this period. In the end, a strong man conquered most of the tribes and established the Wakanda Kingdom. Some of the failed tribes chose to join Wakanda, while others chose to live alone in the valley to fight the world. The Jabari tribe is one of them. Zulai glared at the strong man, and said dissatisfied, "Mbaku, what are you doing here?" Mbaku took off his mask. "Today is not the day of challenge." "Zulai, your tribe is not eligible to participate." Mbaku showed disdain, turned to face the 18 tribes, and said loudly, "We live in the mountains and watch with cold eyes, but we can't bear it anymore." He stretched out his weapon and pointed at Surui. "You have Zenjin, the strongest technological power, and all this is in the hands of this little girl, and she also despises our tradition." After attacking Surui, he walked towards Takara again. "Now you have to hand over the throne to this so-called prince, but he can't even keep his biological father's life. We do not recognize, we will never recognize such a person to be the king." "Me, Mbaku, Jabari." "Mbaku." Takara suddenly interrupted him, "I accept your challenge." Upon hearing this, the corners of Mbaku's mouth rose slightly. He was not qualified to participate in the challenge ceremony, but the prince had to challenge the game and can only continue. Boom. 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 The sound of war drums. Mbaku put on a hungry wolf mask, Jabari, fight. The accompanying clansmen hold spears and guard one exit. Takara put on a panther mask. Guards, ready to fight. The female guards blocked another exit. The two were surrounded by groups, leaving only the cliff road. It means that unless the battle is over, there will be no escape. Zuli. The challenge ceremony begins. As soon as the words fell, M'Baku swung a long iron hammer to hit it. Takara stepped back carefully, resisting with a shield on his hand. M'Baku attacked several times, and they were all defended. What? He suddenly roared and smashed it from the side with all his strength. Boom! The hammer hit the shield, and Takara was knocked to the ground by the force. Oh! The crowd around the audience exclaimed. The guards on both sides began to shrink their formations, constantly squeezing the space for activity. Takara got up from the ground and immediately launched a counterattack. He slashed over with a sword, luring the opponent to dodge sideways. Sure enough, M'Baku was fooled, and Takara took the opportunity to kick him to the ground. It is good, Takara's supporters shouted excitedly. M'Baku got up from the pool and began to use the advantage of the long pole to keep sweeping left and right. Because of the small space for activity, Takara was accidentally swept by a hammer after evading several times. He was beaten and rotated 360 degrees in the air, throwing his mask away. Standing up again, Takara dropped his sword and shield and chose to fight with his fists. Although the long rod hammer is powerful, its attack speed is very slow because it is too heavy. Chala caught this shortcoming, leaned over and dodged and kicked M'Baku in the face, kicking the mask away. Taking this opportunity, Takara quickly slammed his fist close to his face. M'Baku is too defensive. After taking a few punches, his consciousness remained clear. He hugged Takara, then hit his nose and mouth with his forehead. Takara was blood-stained and dizzy. The severe pain aroused Bloody. He pulled out his arm forcefully and hit M'Baku's head from top to bottom with his fist. M'Baku was smashed several times, his head was dizzy, and he finally couldn't hold back his hands. Takara took the opportunity to counterattack and kicked him in the knee. M'Baku immediately knelt on one knee, and Takara kicked him down. Taking this opportunity, T'Challa went around behind to perform the articulation skills in judo, and locked M'Baku's head with his strong legs. The two fell into the pool and wrestled with each other, and there was a cliff 1 meter away. M'Baku, surrender. Don't think about it. M'Baku didn't want to give up, struggling. You have defended your glory in battle. Your people are still waiting for you. Give up quickly and don't force me to kill you. Hurry up and surrender. M'Baku couldn't get rid of it, but his face was flushed with joints, unable to breathe. In the end, he helplessly patted Takara's thigh and signaled to surrender. Yay! Win! 1. The people of the 18 tribes cheered excitedly for Takara. This boring and ugly battle is finally over. If Jason is here, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for a second. Zulai stepped forward and put the king's necklace symbolizing supreme power on Takara's neck. Now please, King Takara, our panther. Long live the king! Long live the king! The 18 tribes applauded excitedly. Takara offered the highest courtesy. Long live Wakanda. On the first day of ascending to the throne, Takara began to plan a battle plan to destroy the clown organization. He summoned the generals of various tribes to the combat meeting room, and then relayed the information obtained at the UN General Assembly to everyone present. After listening to Takara's information, the generals were all surprised. Unexpectedly, the infamous clown organization hides hundreds of kilometers near Wakanda. In case they see through the blinding vision and suddenly launch an attack, Navakandak will be in danger. Takara issued an order. The clown organization is hidden in this forest. We must find them first. Yes, Your Majesty. The generals left the meeting room and went to prepare. Takara sat alone in the conference room, looking down and thinking about what might happen. His younger sister Surui called him through the rosary. Brother, come to my laboratory, I have something good for you. Good stuff. Takara showed expectant eyes and took the spaceship to the laboratory. Suru is more than just the princess of Wakanda. She has been extremely intelligent since she was a child, and has become the chief scientist of Wakanda. As a young adult, produced a large number of advanced weapons and civilian equipment for Wakanda. Looking at the entire planet, I am afraid that only arms tycoon Tony Stark can wrestle with her in this regard. Your Majesty the King, Surui, wearing a white dress, stood at the door to greet. Ha ha. Takara touched her head dozingly. You have researched out something interesting again. That's too much. Surui led him into the laboratory and pointed at a box of invisible headphones. This is the communicator I prepared for the soldiers. It has unlimited communication distance and is equipped with an audio monitoring system. And this, the remotely controlled Shimoyazu, as long as it is placed on any vehicle, it can be connected to my sand table for remote control. Oh, Takara didn't know anything about these, but she also thought her sister was very good. What is this? He pointed to a row of insoles. I'm going to ask what you are wearing. Surui suddenly exploded. Takara looked down, and his black sandals showed 5 black toes. Surui was full of disgust. How can you wear slippers in my laboratory? Hee hee, these are my royal slippers. Takara seemed to like these shoes very much, and stepped his feet on the stool. The first day I took office, I was going to take the retro route. Huh. I bet those elders like it. Surui, who wore a beautiful dress, cast his lips in disdain. Try these. She put 2 insoles on the floor. Takara took off his shoes and stepped on the insole. The black insole immediately turned into countless particles, wrapping up the entire pair of feet, and finally turned into a pair of black sports shoes. Surui introduced fully automatic equipment and noise reduction function. Is it very similar to the Hollywood movies Dad has seen before? T'Challa stepped hard on the ground, and there was no sound at all. Interesting. What are these names? Sneak shoes. Keep following me. Surui led him elsewhere, and there was a row of panther armor in the huge space. Since you want to fight the clown organization, you must be equipped with a set of top equipment. This is my design. Takara pointed to the armor and said with satisfaction. Yes, it's a pity it's out of date. Outdated? It still works. Then what if someone shoots you suddenly? Surui's acting skills exploded. Please wait a moment, let me put on the armor. Enough. Takara sighed helplessly, reluctantly accepting the fact that the armor was outdated. Chapter 344. The location of the base is exposed. Wakanda Laboratory. After some satire, Surui continued to introduce the Black Panther armor to Takara. Brother, forget your old antiques, come and see these. 2 sets of full-body doll models were placed in front of them. The model is undressed, muscular, and a Wakanda-style leopard tooth necklace hung around her neck. One string is golden, the other string is silver. Surui looked around, as if thinking about which color would be more suitable. After thinking for a while, she pointed to the golden leopard tooth necklace and asked, "Do you like that?" T'Challa walked to the model to observe carefully. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, but finally shook his head and said, "This necklace is very cool, but my style can't be too ostentatious." He didn't want to wander around outside wearing a steel armor like Tony Stark, and instantly became a national internet celebrity. Wakanda implements a closed policy and does not intend to be exposed to the eyes of the world for the time being. However, if the clown organization was really eliminated this time, it would be useless to hide it. At that time, those greedy powers will do everything possible to seize Wakanda's vibrancy. At that time, I am afraid that apart from handing over the vibrating money, there will only be war. Wakanda has developed peacefully for thousands of years, and I don't want to be the first king to wage war. Takara was a little irritable, and he emptied his head from thinking about these 2 distant things. Pointing to another necklace and said, "This one is silver." Surui declined to comment on his brother's choice. Instead, he manipulated the rosary on his wrist to close to Takara's neck to bind the silver armor to Takara's jeans. After binding the jean, even if the armor is stolen, outsiders cannot use it. Surui said, "Brother, try to start it now." Takara stared at the model with his eyes intently, silently thinking of starting the armor. Suddenly, black nano-robots poured out from the necklace in dense numbers, and soon covered the doll model. In less than a second, the naked puppet had already put on the panther armor. Looking at his own work, Surui looked proud and said, I hid the whole armor in the leopard teeth of the necklace, activated and retracted at any time. T'Challa smashed her mouth in surprise, her eyes a little fiery. He was very satisfied with this suit and would never have to wear clothes again. However, the magic of this suit is not so. Suruha continued, "Brother, try it twice. Do you want to fight?" "Yes." Hearing that, Takara moved his muscles and bones, brewed twice, and then kicked the model more than 10 meters away. "Don't use so hard." Suruha was angry, and ran to lift the model back. Takara was wronged and didn't want to carry this pot. "You said you can hit it casually, but you didn't say you can't use force." Suruha glared at him and said angrily, "I invite you to the laboratory, not for you to disrupt." Takara immediately retorted, "Perhaps you should make it a little stronger." "Wait a minute, what are these stripes?" I saw a few blue-violet rays of light appearing in the spot where the Black Panther armor was hit just now. Suruha explained to him, "The nano-robot in the clothes can absorb kinetic energy, and then release it again after the accumulation, which can release up to 10 million joules of energy." Absorb kinetic energy and release it. Takara couldn't help but feel a little moved. Very good. With this feature, his combat effectiveness will increase several steps, and Suruha finally gave me a surprise this time. "Brother, you strike again in the same position." Suruha suddenly stepped back, then manipulated the rosary in his hand to turn on the video mode. T'Challa turned around and asked in confusion, "Why do you want to record?" Suruha answered naturally, "Of course it is to record experimental data." "Is it really?" Takara was suspicious. However, he still kicked in the same position in accordance with Suruha's request. In order not to kick the puppet into the air this time, he deliberately collected some strength. When the calf touched the place emitting blue-violet light, Suruha manipulated the armor to release the energy accumulated just now. Boom! Takara was directly flew out by this energy bomb, fell to the ground and rolled over twice. Ha 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 ha! After the trickery succeeded, Suruha couldn't help holding his belly and laughing. "It's so fun, it's one of the few pleasures to make old brother Gao fool her." Before Takara got up, she pointed to Suruha and said, "Delete the video for me." Joke. If this video is revealed, there is no dignity in this king. "No, I have to wait for my free time. Take it out and enjoy it." Suruha refused directly and saved the video in person. T'Challa quickly got up and walked towards her. "Suruha, hurry up and delete the video. I am the king now." "It's also my brother." Suruha laughed and hurried away. "Don't run." The brothers and sisters began to chase and fight, and Suruha's laughter resounded through the laboratory, buzzing. Suddenly, the rosary on T'Challa's wrist shook twice, and someone called him. T'Challa gave up the chase, gave Suruha a fierce look, and then turned on the rosary's video call function. The upper body of the captain of the guard, Oki, emerged. She looked around, and said, "Your Majesty." "Your Royal Highness." "The spacecraft is ready. According to your order, all this mission will be controlled remotely." Takara immediately said, "Order the spacecraft to dispatch and investigate carefully over the target area." "Understood." Oko disconnected. Takara sighed and waved to his sister, Suruha. "Come on, start working." Once encountered business affairs, Suruha no longer smiled happily, and became a female scientist with the highest IQ. She walked to an empty spot in the laboratory and activated the remote control system. A large number of nano-robots rushed to the ground and gradually became the shape of the cockpit of a spacecraft. "Brother, come up." Suruha held the joystick with an excited expression and couldn't wait. When his father was still alive, he was strict with both of them. "My brother needs to read and train, but she can only stay and work in the laboratory, and cannot go out to perform tasks at all." For a teenage girl, how tempting the outside world is. Now that Takara became king, the rules set by her father were immediately forgotten, and she could finally enjoy it. Takara got into the Go-Driver, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. The scene on the screen is Wakanda's hangar. This simulated cockpit will reflect the dynamics of the spacecraft in real time. If it becomes a car cockpit, absolutely all racing simulators on the market. Takara fastened his seat belt and said with a serious expression, "Go." But when the mission is over, that video must be deleted. Suruha started the spacecraft, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Spaceship hangar on the outskirts of the capital. The hatch on the top opened, and a series of spaceships continuously gushed straight into the sky, totaling more than 100. When discussing the plan in the combat laboratory, Takara divided the target area into 10 areas. These spaceships have also been organized into 10 teams, to cross-cruise these 10 areas to prevent emissions. After the spacecraft lifted off, the mirror reflection was activated, and all of them disappeared from the field of vision. Even the beautiful satellite above the head could not detect them. More than 100 spacecraft cruised at low speed for 3 hours, and finally completed the investigation of all areas. Takara couldn't help but asked, "Is there any result?" Tsurui shook his head helplessly. "There is nothing unusual." Upon hearing this, Takara couldn't hide his disappointment. He didn't expect to find the hiding place of the clown organization immediately. It took 3 years for SHIELD to find a little bit, and he solved the case in 3 hours without reason. However, this inspection did not even find a suspicious location, which is a bit abnormal. This area is full of barren mountains and ridges. Once there are humans, it is easy to be discovered, not to mention a large-scale organization. Takara went to ask Koko again and got the same answer. "That's weird." According to confidential information from SHIELD, the clown organization has more than 100,000 official members. In the past 3 years, fewer than 20,000 official members were captured, and the remaining 80,000 people hid in this area in front of them. A base that can accommodate more than 80,000 people is the size of a town. It stands to reason that even if the clown organization is hidden in the corner, it should be easy to find. However, the reality is that the satellites of those major powers have been shooting in the sky, but they can't find any whereabouts. In the end, the blind cat of SHIELD ran into the dead mouse and happened to find a clue. Takara unfastened his seat belt and went to the glass window of the laboratory. He couldn't figure out what method the clown organization used to escape everyone's eyes. In the dark and gloomy pothole, a high-speed minecart transported the vibrating gold to the factory outside. Tsurui's laboratory belongs to Wakanda's top secret, so the location of the laboratory was selected in the mine pit with the highest security level. Mine. Pothole. Seeing the sight in front of him, Takara gradually frowned, as if grasping a trace of inspiration. Will the clown organization build its base underground like Tsurui? Harley Quinn has the ability to manipulate space, and it shouldn't be difficult for her to do so. This is how she hid Jason Walter in the Battle of New York 3 years ago. It must be so. Only this is possible. Takara suddenly became excited. He turned round and asked, "Tsurui, I guess the clown organization is very likely to build the base underground. Do you have a way to find them with your current technology? They may be hidden very deep, such as a few hundred meters underground." Underground? Tsurui thought about it for a while, and found that what the old man said made sense. Only underground can evade the satellite's moment detection. She turned around and pressed the button, and said confidently, "Brother, don't worry. Don't say a few hundred meters. Even if you hide in a few kilometers, I can find them." Tsurui contacted Oko and relayed Takara's thoughts to them. Then let them start the ultrasonic detection device on the spacecraft and adjust the power to the maximum to conduct close-to-ground reconnaissance. After the order was issued, hundreds of spacecraft resumed their detection. Takara continued to stay in front of the window, staring at the miner cart that kept moving, but he didn't know where he was flying. After more than an hour of long wait, Tsurui suddenly exclaimed, "Found it!" Takara's eyes lit up, and she rushed past at an unimaginable speed. Tsurui pointed to the big screen in front of him. "Brother, look." Takara looked up and saw a huge underground structure picture on the big screen. This three-dimensional map is made by computer software, which can construct the data detected by ultrasound in real time. The location of the spacecraft is 300 kilometers straight from the capital of Wakanda. There is an uninhabited rainforest. The terrain is dangerous. There are many poisonous insects and beasts. Almost no one dares to approach it. According to the structural drawing, There is a building complex covering an area of close to 100,000 square kilometers in this rainforest 1 kilometer away. Judging from the rendered renderings, it looks like a magnificent city built underground. Great! Finally found their hiding place. Takara looked excited and clenched her fists. In addition to the magnificent underground city, dense thin lines have also appeared on the structural map, extending in all directions. Tsurui, what are these thin lines? Let me see. Tsurui controlled the spacecraft and cruised along the thin line towards other places. When the spacecraft approached a mountain range, it was surprisingly found that the interior of the mountain range had been hollowed out. Could it be said that these thin lines are mine tunnels? The siblings frowned. Why did the clown organization hollow out the mountain? Is it to store things? Takara told Oko of this discovery, and then ordered the soldiers to use the base as the origin to explore the surroundings. 10 minutes later, Oko replied, "Your Majesty, thousands of mountains around the dungeon have been hollowed out. I think they should be digging something." Oko's words instantly awakened Takara. The mountains of Africa are rich in mineral resources, but the most precious thing is of course gold. The clown organization is looking for vibrato. Hearing this, their backs felt cold for a while. God, it's so thrilling. The nearest mountain range is less than 50 kilometers from the capital of Wakanda. Just give them more than half a year to find it. When the clown organization takes the initiative, Wakanda will be really dangerous. After thinking about it, Oki nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Do you want the spacecraft to return first? Takara motioned to her to wait, then closed her eyes and fell into thought. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Tsurui, are radio shielding devices installed in every spacecraft?" Tsurui nodded and said, "Of course." Since the enemy is the clown organization, then Franklin's superpowers must be guarded. I hacked into the SHIELD database and found their radio shielding data. Very good. Takara nodded in satisfaction. Oki, I suggest a surprise attack first to test the reaction and strength of the clown organization. Takara spoke out his thoughts. More than 100 vibrating spacecraft, bombarding underground cities and towns indiscriminately, are far more powerful than the armored divisions of the U.S. military. If the clown organization is not as powerful as the rumors, then this matter will directly end here. If the clown organization easily defeated the Wakanda spacecraft, it means that the intelligence in their hands is out of date. In this way, targeted prevention can be carried out based on the strength exposed by the clown organization. Use more than 100 unmanned spacecraft to test the true strength of the clown organization. This transaction is very cost-effective for Wakanda, who is rich in wealth. After hearing Takara's plan, Oki immediately questioned the army generals in the combat laboratory. After a while, she replied, "Your Majesty, I and several other generals agree to your plan." Hearing this, Takara stared at the rainforest on the screen, gritted his teeth and said, "Let's blow up all these bitches." Chapter 345, A Mother is Kind to Her Son. The war is on. The clown organization's African base is located about a kilometer below the ground. Although it is a base, it is more appropriate to call it an underground city. This underground city occupies an area of 100,000 square kilometers and is home to 80 to 9 million people. It is divided into core areas, administrative areas, industrial areas, residential areas, and entertainment areas. This is Harley Quinn, a masterpiece that took several years to create. At noon, the scorching sun scorched the rainforest. Underground city, core area. The party members sat around the rectangular table and enjoyed a rich and delicious lunch. Have you seen the news this morning? Of course. The United Nations building incident has passed for several days, and the leaders of those major powers finally dared to speak out. Ha, they can't be blamed. The organization's comeback caught them off guard. Those elite think tanks are probably working overtime. What the news media say is meaningless. Yes, it's just a few cliches. It's more interesting to read comments on the internet. I agree with this point. Social networks have been thoroughly fried, and topics related to organizations have always been at the top of the list. Those bastards who like to cheer on the internet are probably scared to pee now. The party members were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere at the table was very lively. The organization's operation in Vienna has achieved good results, completely dispelling the arrogance of governments of various countries, and at the same time sweeping away their 3-year backlog of grievances. I am in a great mood, eating more fragrant, and more topics. The men drank and chatted, and all smiled. If it weren't for the 2 ladies and 2 minors, these rough guys could drive the car into the gutter. Brian Walter sat next to Hawley, his round cheeks filled with pasta, chewing like a squirrel. And Angelina, wearing a black dress, is more gentle, and her elegant dining etiquette is simply impeccable. Unlike Brian's rough nerves, she put down the knife and fork early, and pricked her ears to listen to the adults, because she noticed that the atmosphere on the table was obviously different from the past. When eating in the past, these uncles had a bitter expression, and the tone of conversation was relatively negative. Even a table full of delicious food would not make them happy. What happened these days? Angelina was very curious. She waited patiently until the topic was over before looking at Belmode and asking, "Mommy, you and your uncles are a little different today. Have you met something happy?" Belmode and Hallie looked at each other, squinted and smiled. "Well, something happy happened," Angelina asked curiously. "What's the matter?" "Can you tell me?" Belmode thought for a while, and it was not suitable to tell the children about the bombing. So he smiled and said, "Mommy received a gift from Dad, so she was very happy." Gift. Hearing the key words, Brian immediately looked up from the food pile. He stretched out his little white hand. "Show it to me." Hallie frowned and pulled his hand back. "This gift is only visible to Mom and a few uncles." This answer is so perfunctory. Brian pursed his mouth, his expression very dissatisfied. "Dad is giving you gifts? Did you mean that Dad will be back soon?" Angelina's expression became excited. The little girl hasn't seen her father for more than 3 years. Whenever she missed her father, she could only view past videos and photos. If things go on like this, the image of the father is blurred. Her question silenced her comrades. Based on the current intelligence, it can only be inferred that Jason lived well in the alien, but no one knows when to come back. Belmode nodded vigorously and comforted, "Yes, Dad will be back soon." Angelina immediately became happy when she got the answer she wanted. She gently stretched her arms and opened her palms. Boom! A ball of fire instantly ignited in the palm of his hand. "Then I must train well and surprise her when Dad comes back." The comrades cast their gazes on Angelina, with gratified smiles on their faces. Jason gave birth to a good daughter. Upon seeing this, Hawley was a little unwilling to show weakness. She turned around to induce her son, "Brian, what are you going to surprise your father when he comes back?" Brian was upset and used a fork to put the steak into his mouth and chew. He frowned and thought for a while. A trace of complaint appeared on his face. His palm was slightly hard, and the knife and fork were suddenly pinched into a ball. "I'm going to punch him hard. Then ask him where he has been fooling around in the past few years." Ha ha ha. Hearing this answer, all the colleagues in the industry were happy and laughed unscrupulously. Compared to Angelina's standard answer, this kid's answer is more interesting. Some accomplices who started early, took the opportunity to quietly tell others about the relationship between Chloe and Brian. Upon learning of this breaking news, other comrades suddenly became Spartan. Obediently, dared to give a woman to his father. "This kid is definitely a devil when he grows up." The laughter of the same party made Hawley's embarrassed face flushed. It was the same father. How could this gap be so big? She hates that iron can't make steel, so she smashed Brian a violent shudder. "Which vocabulary do you learn?" "Dad is going out to work, not a fool." Brian touched his head with a disdain on his face. He. "All work is a lie." "Don't think I am young, but I know everything. I have heard people say that a man uses his work to cover his whereabouts, which means that he has a ghost in his heart, and it is almost impossible to find another woman." The audience was shocked when he said this. The comrades lowered their heads to dine in silence, not daring to take up this topic. Although this kid has a bad mouth, he is right. If Jason is playing on an alien, it is hard to guarantee that he will not forget his wife and daughter on Earth. Thinking about it this way, the mother and daughter are quite pitiful. In order to take care of their emotions, The comrades were silent. Belmode smiled freely and took this sentence as a kid's joke. But Halley's lungs were about to explode. This bastard hasn't given his old mother a face since he was born. Look at Angelina, how cute and sweet. Why did I give birth to such a thing? Halley was so angry that she really wanted to chop up those who bewitched Brian. She bitterly said, "Brian, I think your training content during this period is too simple. Starting tomorrow, your training volume will double." Brian looked distressed. Last month, his bench press training had just increased to 1 ton. If it doubles, wouldn't it become 2 tons? No, you will be very tired like this. And how correct my reasoning just now. Why punish me? Brian raised his head in dissatisfaction, and his immature face was full of question marks. Just as they were enjoying lunch, David suddenly raised his head, his expression becoming serious and cold. His anomaly attracted attention, and the laughing comrades at the table were immediately silent. Harry didn't care to teach the bear boy, and asked quickly, "David, is there something wrong outside?" David's ultrasound can detect conditions within a range of tens of kilometers and is called a humanoid radar, so it must be something out of the base. David nodded vigorously, then closed his eyes and activated his superpowers. Suru is really smart and knows how to use ultrasound to detect underground conditions. When she had forgotten a little, the ultra-radio wave would also warn David while detecting the terrain. After a while, David opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. Hey, after hiding for 3 years, it was discovered after all. Upon hearing this, the comrades were slightly surprised. When SHIELD locked them to hide in Africa, the comrades knew that this day would come sooner or later. But no one thought it would come so soon. Today, it was only 3 days after the Vienna bombing. Which country's intelligence agency is? The efficiency is terrifying. Belmore asked, "How many people have they come?" David shook his head and said, "At present, I can only sense a giant fighter jet, which awakened me by launching ultrasonic waves. It is not clear if there are any enemies elsewhere." Giant fighter. That opponent must be a superpower. Belmode murmured a few words in his heart, and said, "The person who came is not good. The enemy must be well prepared. Immediately warn and prepare to fight." The comrades nodded earnestly and quickly left the restaurant to make preparations. Hearing that war was about to come, Brian's eyes lit up and he was eager to try. "Mother, please, let me go out and enjoy yourself." Belmode sighed and turned around and took Angelina's hand. "Baby, there may be danger here for a while. Go and hide in the safe house with your brother." Angelina nodded obediently. Halley glanced at Brian and hummed, "Did you remember?" Brian folded his hands and pleaded, "Mummy, let me fight with you, I can protect myself." Halley shook her head resolutely. "I said, unless you can break free from the confinement of space, don't want to participate in the battle." "Oh my God, what the devil is asking for?" "Don't talk about Brian. None of the comrades here can escape Halley's space confinement. I say that every time. I know." Brian was disappointed, and he reached out and picked up 2 dinner plates to turn his grief and anger into his appetite. Halley put her hand on the shoulders of the 2 of them and teleported to the safe house. Before leaving, she urged, "You must hide well." The 2 children nodded. "This safe house is built by Zenjin. Even if it blows up outside, the inside is absolutely safe. This is to provide a hiding place for the comrades and children in emergencies." After Hawley teleported back, a shrill alarm sounded. More than 80,000 members of the organization living in the underground city immediately put aside their work and hid in strong fortifications. The next battle is not something ordinary people can approach at all. Even if all these 80,000 people rushed out, they would still be reduced to cannon fodder. To deal with high-level wars, of course, the elite troops in the organization are responsible. After hearing the sirens, the Hulk Legion and the Armored Legion quickly assembled. 5 minutes later, 117 members of the Hulk Legion and 1,293 members of the Armored Legion were assembled. The comrades also put on their equipment and came to the assembly point, and Halley used superpowers to teleport them from the base to the ground. Outside the base, more than 100 spaceships in Wakanda have been assembled. The laser cannon is aimed at the ground, and the vibrato missile is ready, only waiting for King Takara to issue an attack order. The tree-lined rainforest in front of him will instantly become a sinkhole. Halley's troops teleported into the woods 10 kilometers away. After everyone landed, they immediately looked up to the sky. The sun is in the sky, and there is no cloud in the sky. What kind of giant fighter? David didn't explain, and directly activated the superpower to detect the spacecraft's position. Oh my god! In an instant, his expression became extremely surprised. What's the matter? Belmode gave a jerky heart. David pointed at the sky and said, here ... here ... here ... there are giant fighter jets everywhere. Probably more than 130. Hearing this, the comrades raised their heads and looked at it carefully, and they realized that the sky was a little strange. This seems to be the mirror reflection technology of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is the enemy S.H.I.E.L.D.? Looking at the current situation, I'm afraid it is. Except for S.H.I.E.L.D., who can dispatch so many spaceships at once. In just 3 years, more than 100 giant spaceships were built. S.H.I.E.L.D. is making dumplings. Thanks to the Battle of New York, the funding and authority of S.H.I.E.L.D. have expanded several times over the past. After a slight surprise, the comrades quickly calmed down. Isn't it S.H.I.E.L.D.? Both are old rivals, so what are you nervous about? Belmode looked at the spaceship in the sky and ordered, we haven't seen you in 3 years, let's go and say hello. As soon as the voice fell, thousands of armored legions took off at the same time, and the Hulk Legion quickly transformed and rushed towards the spaceship. Wakanda Laboratory. The spacecraft had already assembled, and T'Challa looked solemnly, ready to issue an attack command. Surui suddenly exclaimed, brother, there is a situation. Takara opened her mouth and suffocated her words abruptly, and said with dissatisfaction, what happened again? Surui pointed to the red dot on the screen, look. There is a lot of thermal reaction ahead. There are a lot of ground. Takara stared at the screen, watching the shape of the thermal response. This huge body doesn't look like a human being. When the red dot jumped over at an alarming speed, Takara immediately thought of someone. Hulk. Takara suddenly realized, and immediately notified Oko. The heat reaction that appeared on the ground was the Hulk Legion organized by the clowns, and the one in the sky should be the War Armor Legion. Surui was a little frustrated. The raid plan failed. Oko also noticed the anomaly in the distance, and said with disdain, Your Majesty, it seems that the clown organization has no intention of negotiating. T'Challa sneered, what a coincidence, neither did we. The Wakanda spacecraft found the target and immediately abandoned its original plan to bomb the ground. Rather, it hovered to an altitude of 3 kilometers, and then dispersed to lock the target, preparing to eliminate the vigorous power of the clown organization. Shoo! The blue sky suddenly shot out purple lasers. The stout laser obscures the sky, as if to weave a net in the sky. The enemy is attacking, ready to dodge. Although it is difficult to identify the spaceship with the naked eye, the special device of the Armored Legion can also know the opponent's location. Seeing the laser hit, the armored army immediately dispersed. However, the laser speed was too fast, and several suits of armor were unfortunately hit. Boom! The moment it hit the laser, the hard alloy battle armor exploded into a cloud of black smoke. Chapter 346. The suspected life was beaten. The Wakanda spacecraft shot out lasers in the sky, and the armored core immediately lost a dozen people. Be careful, everyone. These lasers are very lethal. Seeing the power of the lasers, the soldiers were frightened. The shell material of the steel armor is high-strength alloy. Even if it is hit by a large-caliber armor-piercing projectile from the military, it can only remove the outermost paint. But in the face of these purple lasers, the battle armor seemed to have become Lego toys, and it was simply vulnerable. This is a tough battle. The unprecedented strength of the enemy made the soldiers highly nervous. They understand that it is difficult to avoid laser attacks by relying on armor to maneuver, because theoretically, the speed of laser is equal to the speed of light. Fortunately, a highly sensitive detection device is installed on the steel armor. These devices can analyze the aiming direction of the laser cannon, so as to dodge before launching the laser. Shoo! There was another volley of lasers, and purple light was flying all over the sky. But this time, the battle-armored corps dodged to a safe position before the laser attack. In a volley, only 3 steel armors were lost. After adapting to the spaceship's attack mode, the battle-armored Legion can dodge more easily. They quickly zoomed in, then opened the arsenal to counterattack. The arm opened, revealing a number of high-explosive armor-piercing missiles. Puff puff, the missiles fired in a salvo, with tail inflammation, and slammed into the spacecraft like rain. Boom, there were loud noises, and fireballs burst into the sky. When the flames gradually dissipated, the specular reflection device on the outside of the spacecraft was destroyed, revealing a huge real body. The soldiers' eyes widened in horror, and such a dense missile attack did not even break the outer armor of the spacecraft. What materials are these spaceships made of? Takara looked at the screen with a big smile, and said with disdain, "This group of idiots. The spacecraft is made of vibrating gold. Even if your missiles are hit for a day, they cannot be broken." In the army war room, Oko stared at the big screen to grasp the overall situation of the battlefield. Seeing that the steel core evaded the laser cannon attack, she changed her plan and ordered, "Lock the target and launch the missile." The soldier sitting in the remote cockpit was ordered to immediately start marking the target, and then press the launch button. The magazine at the bottom of the spacecraft opened, and missiles 2 meters long and 1/2 meters wide fell from a high altitude. Puff puff. Flames spewed from the tail of the missile, blasting towards the armored Legion. Caveat: the missile strikes. The moment the missile was locked, an early warning appeared on the battle armor screen. The soldiers avoided the missile's attack route according to the instructions of the combat system. However, when these missiles were halfway through their flight, they suddenly began to split and became 6 small missiles. These missiles locked their respective targets to speed up tracking the past. Diddy. A rapid warning tone appeared on the screen. The steel armor that was locked by the missile immediately increased the output power of the ARC's reactor and wanted to use the high mobility of the armor to throw off the missile. However, these missiles are just like flies, and conventional evasion methods do not work at all. The armed forces had to release incendiary bombs to interfere with the missile's tracking route. What makes their spine chill is that these missiles simply ignore the incendiary inducement and continue to track their targets. Oops! 6 MAC missiles quickly hit the armor, bursts of fireballs in the sky, and the armor fell into the ground as fragments. This round of missile volleys directly destroyed half of the Iron Legion, and only a handful of locked armor escaped. Seeing half of the thermal imaging spots on the screen, Takara was in a good mood. As long as one more round of volleys, you can kill all the Iron Legion. My father always praised Tony Stark in front of me, but now it seems that his steel armor is nothing more than that. The comrades stood on the ground, watching the battle in the sky. "Hey, the situation is not so good. These spaceships are too strong. The defense is impeccable. Even the attack power is so amazing. It seems we all underestimated S.H.I.E.L.D. In just 3 years, their military technology has undergone earth-shaking changes." Yes, looking back at us, it seems that we have been on the same spot in the past 3 years. Not only did we not find vibrating gold, but there was also no breakthrough in military technology. If it wasn't for the boss to upgrade our superpowers, I'm afraid the organization would be really dangerous this time. Hearing that, Franklin put on the steel armor, leaked his head outside, and said, "Boss is the soul of the organization, and our superpowers are bestowed by him. It is not a shame to rely on him for food. Besides, whoever stipulates that military technology must be independently developed, we can just grab it." After speaking, flames spurted from the bottom of the armor boots, and Franklin hurried to the battlefield. The comrades looked at each other. To put the robbery righteously and solemnly, your special mother is really a talent. Drop. 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 Suru's radar made a sound and spotted the uninvited guest. "Who is this? Are you afraid of death?" She switched the infrared camera to a normal camera, and the high-definition image immediately appeared on the screen. Seeing the special pattern on the steel armor, Suru exclaimed, "Brother, Franklin has appeared." Takara's eyes were concentrated, and his fists were secretly clenched. Franklin Clinton was the principal culprit in the Vienna bombing and the murderer who killed King Takaka. The brothers and sisters hated him deeply. More than half of the battle-armored corps was killed and wounded, and the clown organization's cadres finally couldn't help it. Takara held back his anger and calmly said, "Don't be afraid. The spacecraft has been equipped with a shielding device, and Franklin's superpowers are not effective against us." After speaking, he said to Oko, "Order the spacecraft to shoot him together." Upon receiving the king's order, the laser cannon on the spacecraft immediately began to aim. Franklin came to the center of the battlefield, just floating in the air, and then slowly stretched out his hands. When the mind moved, the 8-level electrical control superpower turned into a powerful electromagnetic wave covering a large area of surrounding space. In an instant, the pilot in the war room was surprised to find that the spacecraft could not move. They thought it was a connection failure, but after trying to reconnect, the spacecraft remained motionless. The spacecraft lost control and a red warning light was lit in the cockpit. Oko's eyes widened in surprise, his face full of disbelief. This is impossible. Most of the more than 100 remote cockpits in the war room turned on red lights, indicating that most of the spaceships were controlled by Franklin. She will contact Takara immediately to report the information here. However, Takara knew it a long time ago, because the spacecraft that Tsuruya personally controlled had also lost control. How did that happen? Tsuruya and Takara frowned, puzzled. According to the intelligence of SHIELD, Franklin's superpowers belong to electromagnetic waves, which can be completely shielded. They have indeed succeeded in the previous battles with the clown organization. But in that case, why doesn't the same method work for us? Could it be that Tsuruya's shielding device had a problem? Just when Takara looked dazed, the experienced Oki had already recovered. According to the distance between the controlled spacecraft and Franklin, it can be judged that the effective range of the superpower is 10 kilometers. Oko decisively issued an order to allow the uncontrolled spacecraft to open a distance and attack from 10 kilometers away. Upon receiving the order, the spacecraft immediately aimed at Franklin and fired laser cannons. Shoo! Purple lasers are flying all over the sky. In the next second, something incredible happened to the Wakanda people. The laser stopped a few kilometers away from Franklin, as if the entire world had been pressed by the pause button. The spacecraft in the distance immediately mobilized the camera for investigation, and quickly locked a suspicious figure. Harley Quinn floated in midair, reaching out his hands to confine the surrounding space. "You have helpers, don't we have them?" snapped. She snapped her fingers with contempt, and the laser in the space was immediately moved to the ground. Boom! The primordial forest was suddenly exploded into sinkholes. Humphrey Hawley folded her shoulders and provocatively hooked her fingers at the spaceship. "A group of scum, if not for fear of hurting the spacecraft. I just came to test whether the spacecraft's laser is more powerful, or the spacecraft's armor is stronger." Franklin flew over and said, "Harry, these spaceships are precious. Move them all." Harry nodded, then teleported out, moving all the spacecraft 10 kilometers away into Franklin's superpower range. Diddy. In the Wakanda war room, red warning lights were lit one after another. More than 130 spaceships have all been controlled by Franklin. There was silence in the huge war room except for the buzzing of instruments. The soldiers sat in the remote cockpit. All of them bowed their heads in silence. "That's horrible. It's terrible." More than 130 state-of-the-art spacecraft were dispatched, and in just a few minutes, all of these spacecraft became enemies. Throughout the history of Wakanda, such a fiasco is definitely the first time. The soldiers' faces were gray and frustrated. Wakanda started a foreign war for the first time, and it ended up like this. For the arrogant Wakanda warrior, this is a dimensionality reduction blow, and it is directly doubtful of life. Okiai's face was gloomy, and her mood was equally sad. The most important thing is that she felt the frustration of being powerless when things were out of control for the first time. It is too painful. However, compared to himself and the soldiers, the young king should be more painful now. Oko was a little worried, and immediately set off to Surui's laboratory. Unsurprisingly, King Takara was sitting in his chair with a frustrated face. Today is his first day as king, and it is also the first time Wakanda has launched a foreign war. But the result of the war is really disappointing. This unprecedented fiasco plunged Takara into self-doubt. He began to ask himself whether he was qualified to sit on the throne and whether he was qualified to lead the most powerful country in the world. With experience studying abroad in Europe and America, he also began to reflect on Wakanda's political system. If I am not suitable to be a king, the political system that selected me is problematic. Perhaps the hereditary king selection system should really be thrown into the trash can. The world today is no longer a world that relies on personal force. The challenge ceremonies handed down from the ancient times have long been unable to keep up with the development of the times, and it is a joke to outsiders. The more Takara thought about it, the more frustrated he grew, from doubting himself to doubting the country. Seeing Okai coming in, Surui hurriedly cast her eyes for help. Obviously, she had just persuaded, but the effect was not satisfactory. Oko stepped forward and comforted, "King Takara, the defeat in this war is not your fault. It is the outdated information we have that allows the clown organization to take advantage of it. Don't blame yourself, Takara." Oki continued, "The war is fought with poor information. In the case of serious information mismatch, even if you change to the most experienced general or King Takara is reborn, you cannot do better than you." Oko's comfort did not make Takara wake up. He sneered, and said with emotion, "If it were my father, maybe this war would not start at all." Hearing that, Oko didn't know how to refute. Hey, no way. After all, Takara was just a man under 30. His knowledge, experience are far from enough to serve as a king. It would be fine if Wakanda went smoothly. In the event of a major change, it would definitely be a disaster for him to be the king. Seeing that he was still obsessed with understanding, Oko had to change his way of persuasion. She pointed out the window and roared, "King Takara, more than 130 spaceships have all fallen into the hands of the clown organization. With their abilities, they will soon be able to crack Wakanda's secrets. War is inevitable. The clown organization will lead an army to attack at any time. The safety of Wakanda's millions of people is in your hands. Even so, are you going to continue to be stunned? Do you want to disappoint your father? Do you want to watch the evil men and ruin everything in Wakanda?" The words came out like a thunderbolt. "Destroy Wakanda? No, no, no. I can't let this happen. Regardless of whether the hereditary system is right or wrong, whether I am qualified to be a king or not, I must pass this level before me. Otherwise, don't talk about Wakanda's future. Wakanda doesn't even have a tomorrow." The flames rekindled in Takara's eyes. He clenched his fists and walked towards the doll model, took off the silver necklace and put it on his neck. Then dial the rosary and call the border troops. Activate the energy barrier outside Wakanda, stop all other energy sources in the city, and maximize the power of the barrier. No one can enter. After speaking, he turned to look at Surui. "Franklin's superpowers are a big problem for us. The situation is urgent. From now on you have to try your best to crack his superpowers. Before that, you must lock the spaceship with chains and you can't give them to the clown organization. Oki, you are responsible for summoning all the warriors of the 18 tribes. This war is very important, and the result will directly determine the life and death of Wakanda." Seeing Takara regain their spirits, Suruya and Oko looked happy and nodded earnestly. "Yes, Your Majesty the King." Chapter 347 Siege of Wakanda. A battlefield with potholes like the surface of the moon. All the comrades gathered together. Franklin cut off the spacecraft's long-range connection, deactivated the mirror reflection system, and then controlled the spacecraft to land in sequence. Viewed from a quiet distance, the spacecraft is extremely large, and its black shell is very visually striking. The comrades walked to the nearest spaceship, and Franklin opened the belly compartment and walked in. The interior space of the spacecraft is not as spacious as imagined. Counting the pilot and co-pilot, It can only accommodate up to 20 fighters. Presumably other spaces are used for solid shells, a rich arsenal of weapons, and various advanced equipment. After visiting the belly compartment, the group walked into the spacecraft's cockpit. The structure of the cab is different from the plain belly cabin, which looks full of science fiction. There is not even a conventional joystick on the driver's seat. Instead, a semicircular ball is used to control the direction. The comrades sighed as they watched, as if a countryman entered the city and saw skyscrapers for the first time. Chloe, the liquid metal robot, slowly lowered his body. His eyes swept across the dashboard. She quickly found an interface, and stretched out a slender index finger. The white and smooth fingers like baby's skin began to deform, and then they were inserted into the interface on the console to decipher confidential documents. Soon, Wakanda guarded the secrets for thousands of years, flooding Chloe's memory like a tsunami. A processor comparable to a supercomputer runs frantically, cracking and analyzing these confidential data. The comrades waited quietly for 10 minutes before Chloe finished analyzing the massive amount of information. Chloe's snow-white face showed a humanized expression of surprise. Her eyes flashed and she looked at her comrades and asked, "Guess who sent these spaceships?" The comrades glanced at each other suspiciously. This question is not obvious. In addition to Laum and S.H.I.E.L.D., who else can make this kind of spaceship? Hallie suddenly looked nervous, and said seriously, "Could it be an alien?" The comrades looked surprised and turned to look at her. "This is so. It's possible. Maybe Jason had offended some big power in the alien, and the other party couldn't solve him, so he rushed to the Earth to prepare to kidnap his men and his wife and children as a threat." Chloe was stunned by Hallie's brain for a few seconds, then shook her head and pointed in one direction. "It's not an alien, but the kingdom of Wakanda 100 kilometers away." Upon hearing this, the pupils of the comrades shrank sharply, and their mouths opened wide in astonishment. What did she just say? Wakanda, that per capita GDP ranks among the lowest in the world, that feudal monarchy agricultural country, that small country that is so poor that even big evil men like them cannot bear to rob. In contrast, it is obvious that the alien who Hawley guessed is more reliable. The comrades recovered from the shock, and then looked at Chloe with questioning eyes. "It's over. This robot is out of order." "Then what to do?" "No one of us can repair robots, especially liquid metal robots." "Do you think it's the aliens or S.H.I.E.L.D. that set the virus on the spacecraft in advance?" "It's possible. Chloe's CPU must be broken." Hearing their unscrupulous slander, Chloe rolled his eyes and said, "I haven't had a problem, let alone a virus." After speaking, she inserted her finger into the interface again, and a transparent light curtain immediately appeared in the cockpit. "This is the call record of the spacecraft. It is the call between the pilot and the general of the base." Chloe said, "Did you hear clearly? These people speak all Wakanda." This audio is decisive evidence. But the fellow party still looked at each other, somewhat dubious. "It's not that they have little brains, but the plot is too dramatic. It looks like a small country in poverty and backwardness in Africa. In fact, it has the strongest technological power on Earth. This is a routine only found in movies. If Wakanda really pretends to be a pig and eat a tiger, he can't hide it from those superpowers for so many years. Test any missile. There are a bunch of satellites in the sky watching you." Chloe said, "Are you wondering why Wakanda possesses powerful technology without the big powers noticing it?" The comrades widened their eyes and nodded like garlic. "Chloe, the problem lies in the spacecraft's materials. Do you know why the steel-armored missiles can't penetrate the spacecraft's hull?" Shaking their heads with the party, like a high school student in math class, "Chloe, the answer is very simple. Most of the materials for these ships are made of vibrating gold." "You heard it right, it's the vibrating gold." "Hush." The comrades took a breath, and their brains went down. "The spaceship is actually made of vibranium, which is incredible." Being able to make a spaceship from the rarest metal in the world shows that Wakanda has inexhaustible vibrating gold in his hands. If Chloe is really not infected with the virus, then there is only one answer. The Clown Organization and governments of various countries have searched for the Zenjin mine, which has not been found for many years, and is hidden in Wakanda. God, this explosive intelligence is really amazing. But when you think about it carefully, this is the most reasonable answer. Wakanda has all the vibrating gold of the earth, so it can build a powerful spacecraft with high-tech technology that surpasses all countries. At the same time, in order to prevent the news of Zenjin from being exposed, the Wakanda people used some unknown means to block the investigation by the Clown Organization and the World Powers. Oh my god, this idea is crazy. After 5 minutes of silence, the comrades reluctantly accepted this reality. The locomotive asked curiously, since Wakanda has such a strong strength, why has it been disguised as a small and poor country? Why not show off his muscles, show off his force to the world, and even rule the world? Chloe gave the answer. She said, Wakanda's foreign policy has been conservative since ancient times. Although they have the most powerful technology and resources in the world, they still implement a backward feudal system, and even the throne is hereditary. The Wakanda people are not interested in ruling the world, nor are they interested in going to the world. They just want to protect their 1-acre 3-point land. This answer is really ridiculous, and even the comrades cannot understand it. Since Wakanda has such a strong power, when the infamous Triangle Trade happened back then, why didn't they stop it? Why didn't they drive away the invaders? The comrades do not understand, but can only say that the brains of all the kings of Wakanda have been sick. The locomotive asked again, since Wakanda has been acting low-key, why did he suddenly attack us today? Chloe pointed to Franklin and said, a few days ago, we killed representatives of many countries in the United Nations building, including King T'Chaka of Wakanda. The only survivor of that explosion was his son Tekka. Oh, I see. It turns out that the son inherited his father's inheritance and then avenged his father. So far, all the doubts have been solved. The organization has been busy in Africa for many years, just to find vibrancy. Now that the goal is finally found, it is time to discuss what to do next. After everyone talked and talked for a while, Belmore said, although Wakanda is technologically advanced, Franklin is precisely their nemesis. His superpower has reached level 8, and the shielding equipment on the Earth can't stop him at all. In that case, why don't we take advantage of it and directly capture Wakanda? To seize vibrating resources. Belmode's proposal speaks out the aspirations of the comrades. Zenjin's precious resource staying in Wakanda is indeed a major loss to human society. Only by entrusting the Clown Organization to this group of lofty people can it truly play its role. Every husband is not guilty, but he is guilty. To blame the Wakanda, King T'Chaka gave birth to a silly son. The failure to encircle and suppress the clowns revealed their true strength and sent more than 100 advanced spacecraft to their opponents. What is this called? This is called great selfless dedication. The two elite troops organized by the Clown have regrouped. Considering that Wakanda's technology is crushing the Clown Organization, Belmode ordered the Armored Legion to garrison in place to prevent Wakanda from taking the opportunity to steal home. The comrades led the Hulk Legion on the spaceship. Franklin thought, hundreds of spacecraft slowly lifted off, flying to Wakanda's territory at extremely fast speed. The area of Wakanda is not large, but the total population is less than 1 million. Therefore, if the average per capita is flat, it can be regarded as a large area with sparse population. From the satellite map, Wakanda is full of dilapidated buildings and wooden houses from the last century. It shows that they have hidden technology and cities, and the most likely place is the capital Bernanzana. After everyone discussed the result, Franklin immediately changed direction and flew towards the capital. Belmode reminded, be cautious, Wakanda's technological power should not be underestimated. Franklin nodded and said, I have sent 80 spacecrafts around the front, rear, left, and right, keeping a distance of more than 10 kilometers from us. If there is any danger, we can give early warning. Belmode nodded and stopped talking. The speed of the spacecraft is surprisingly fast, crushing any fighter in active service. 10 minutes later, The vanguard approached the capital of Wakanda. Franklin lowered the altitude and activated the spacecraft's detection device. This called for mastering the barbarians to control barbarians. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise ahead. The 3 spaceships hit a blue barrier, turning into fireballs and falling into the jungle. A huge explosion resounded across the sky. Through the transparent light curtain in the cockpit, the comrades saw the scene before the spaceship bombed. Belmode said with emotion, "What an amazing barrier, it must be here." Franklin was slightly surprised and controlled the spacecraft to slow down and stop outside the energy shield. "Let's go, let us meet the king." With a move, Hawley teleported the comrades and the Hulk Legion to the ground. Roar! The Hulk Legion immediately transformed into a giant, and then walked carefully forward. Everyone passed through the dense forest and finally saw the blue barrier. Inside the barrier, a city that would only appear in a science fiction movie came into view. Towering buildings, cars flying in the sky. The comrades looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. After more than 4 years of hard searching, the results finally came out. As soon as the comrades appeared outside the barrier, a large number of soldiers poured out from the hill in front. They wore traditional Wakanda costumes, shouted unintelligible slogans, held spears or steel knives, and stood in front of the barrier. From left to right, there are a total of 18 phalanxes, with each phalanx ranging from 300 to 400 people to as many as 700 to 800 people, with a total number of over 10,000. The paint on the face, the clothes on the body, and the weapons in the hands are also slightly different between different phalanxes. Chloe, who has now become a Wakanda expert, explained, "Wakanda has 18 ethnic groups, and there are also 18 tribes. Although the king of Wakanda has great power, the council formed by these tribal elders can limit the king's power and is also the king's right-hand man." The locomotive looked at the phalanx and sneered, 18 tribes, 18 phalanxes. "It seems that Wakanda has exhausted his family in order to deal with us." David pointed to the weapons in their hands and asked, "There is one thing I am curious about. These soldiers only hold spears and steel knives in their hands. Why don't they even have a gun?" Hawley complained. "That's right. I thought they would fight us in spaceships and mesh fighters." Chloe continued to explain, "They should be afraid of Franklin's superpowers if they don't drive the spaceship. As for the use of steel knives and spears, it is their tradition." Hearing this, John frowned sadly. "Violence of heavenly creatures, really violent creatures." David also echoed, "Yes, this group of people control the precious resource of Zenjin. They used cold weapons during the war. They didn't even wear any armor, and they came out wearing furs. They are connected to medieval countries. It's not as good." The locomotive covered his head. "Hey, I really have nothing to say." Belmode, "Don't sigh. If they are too advanced, we will have to work hard. Their stupidity and arrogance just make us cheaper." The locomotive asked, "Then how do we break through this barrier?" Hearing this, Hawley stepped forward and gently stroked the barrier with her hand, feeling the amazing energy from her palm. She missed it and said, "These barriers are very similar to Jason's energy shield." John added, "The difference is that Jason's energy shield is very small and its energy density is so huge that it is almost impossible to penetrate. And these idiots made the energy shield so large, even in every area, the energy is normal." Halley's eyes sparked interest and asked, "Want to try it?" Belmode thought for a while and said, "Yes." As soon as the voice fell, hundreds of Hulk roared and slammed into the energy shield. Zzz. The scorching energy invaded the body of Thulk, opening their burnt skin to the flesh, and even their arms were cut off by the energy shield. Screaming in pain, the Hulk Legion persisted for half a minute, but no one could break through the barrier. Belmode couldn't stand it anymore and ordered to stop the charge and heal them. John finally admitted one point and said, "Although it is far less than the pure energy shield of the boss, their barrier is also powerful. At least the matter on the earth is difficult to penetrate." Franklin strode forward and shouted at the 18 phalanx, "Hey, where is your king? I want to talk to him." Chapter 348, A Battlefield Flowing Blood. After a while, the crowd in front dispersed. Takara, wearing a panther armor, walked to the barrier surrounded by the king's guard. Takara solved the initial battle armor, looked at his comrades coldly, and said, I advise you not to waste your efforts. These barriers are powered by Zenjin, and it is impossible for you to break through. Franklin was immediately upset and yelled, since we can't break through, you just open it. You didn't attack us first, so why did you dare when it was our turn to fight back? Takara looked at him coldly without answering. Franklin continued, aren't you Wakanda the most technologically advanced country in the world? But I only see a group of skirmishers. Where are your spaceships? Are they all given to us, or are you afraid of my superpowers? Takara said angrily, this is Wakanda. If the clown organization dares to offend here, there will be no return. Franklin rolled his eyes. This is completely an answer. He changed his strategy and said, you are Takara, the son of King T'Chaka. It seems that you have inherited the throne of Wakanda. Then do you remember how your father died? He patted his chest and said proudly, Lao Tzu killed him. Hearing this, Takara clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead burst. Franklin performed with an exaggerated expression. Oh, your father died so miserably. He is now in hell, looking at you with his eyes open, and wants you to avenge him. Oko stood beside him and could clearly hear Takara's breathing. She clenched the spear and reminded, King Takara, this is the radical method of the clown organization. Don't be fooled. T'Challa nodded and said, I understand. Our first task now is to hold them back and bite time for Surui. After speaking, he turned away with a cold face and returned to the back of the square. Hey, coward, don't run. Franklin cursed for a long time, but T'Challa remained indifferent. He cleared his throat and said helplessly, hey, my mouth doesn't work, it's up to you. After speaking, the comrades put their hands on each other's shoulders. Hallie smiled faintly at the barrier in front of her. In the next instant, she teleported all the comrades and the Hulk Legion into the barrier. Seeing that the clown organization easily broke through the barrier, the soldiers of the 18 Phalanx were in an uproar. Takara smiled bitterly and said, it seems that they are still underestimated. He knew that Hawley had the ability to manipulate space, but he didn't know the principle of Hallie's space movement. Originally, I also expected the high-energy shield, which might block Hawley's spatial ability. But now it seems that this is a joke. Roar! The Hulk Legion roared and rushed towards the 18 Phalanx. The muffled noise they made when they stepped on the ground broke the fighting spirit of the soldiers a little bit. Stick to the defense! Takara roared. The first row of soldiers in the Phalanx immediately blocked the cloak behind them in front of them. These cloaks contain energy and all become blue barriers. The soldiers in the back row put their spears on the shoulders of the soldiers in the front row. Shoo! The spear shot out blue lasers. Boom! The laser hit the Hulk Legion, and it exploded immediately, leaving many people with their skins and flesh spattered. David saw this scene and said, it seems that we have miscalculated. I didn't expect that they also had guns in their hands. These laser guns are powerful enough to cause damage to Hulk, but Hulk has thick skin and cannot cause fatal damage. They charged forward with their heads guarded, and it didn't take long for them to enter the enemy line. Soldiers on both sides, hand in hand. The Hulk force is infinite, and with a fist and a kick, it can knock a piece of Wakanda fighters into the air. Although the Wakanda warriors are only mortal, the weapons in their hands are not ordinary. The spear and scimitar made of vibrating gold can easily cut the skin of Hulk. The battle became anxious, and over time, the number of casualties on both sides began to surge. Upon seeing this, Belmont said, it's time for us to take action. Although the combat effectiveness of the Hulk Legion has gradually been unable to keep up with the needs of the war, they are after all an elite force of the clown organization. It is impossible for the comrades to watch the Hulk Legion and die with more than 10,000 people. Hallie moved forward to prepare to do it. Hey, wait! The locomotive stopped her first. In the previous battle, you and Franklin made the show. This time it's our turn to take action. Don't try to grab the show. Hallie smiled, then backed away. Be careful. Don't run too fast, just hit someone's spear. The locomotive moved his ankles and said with a smile, then you have to choose a beautiful cemetery for me. After speaking, a gust of wind blew and the locomotive disappeared in place. His supernatural power reached level 8. Once he activated his superpowers, time seemed to stagnate. He quickly ran to the battlefield and picked up a scimitar on the ground, and then waved his hand at the Wakanda warrior. The scimitar made of vibrating gold was so sharp that it easily cut the soldier into two sections. Fuck. What a good knife. The locomotive stroked the blade, ecstatic in his heart. He also mixed up from the bottom of society. It is common practice to use a knife to cut people, but this knife is different. Holding it to chop people, it has a wonderful feel, really as silky as cutting tofu. This is the power of Zenjin. It's so cool. The locomotive was ecstatic, and picked up a machete from the ground. With his double swords, he drove in and out of the 18 phalanx, as if he had entered the land of no one. Wherever he went, there were stumps and broken arms everywhere. The addition of the locomotive broke the balance on the battlefield. Seeing that the situation is not good, the elders of the border tribes immediately lowered the horns round their waists and blew them. Oh, oh, oh. The deep sound of the horn spread far away. Soon, the earth trembled. The comrades looked up and saw a group of rhinos in armor rushing towards them. Franklin was surprised. My God, what did these rhinos eat and grow up? They are nearly twice as big as normal rhinos. At this time, David raised his foot and walked forward. We have lost our food tonight. Hawley looked disgusted. God, I have no appetite looking at it. David smiled. When I was a mercenary, I had eaten a lot of weird food, but I haven't tasted the taste of rhino. He ran to the battlefield alone, blocking the rhino herd. Seeing the enemy appearing in front of them, the rhino group roared in anger, then lowered its head to reveal the thick rhino horns, and rushed forward. David was not afraid of danger and smiled. When the dense rhino herd is less than 50 meters away from him, David slowly opened his mouth and sent out an ultrasonic wave forcefully. What? The harsh ultrasound swept the audience. Except for slight discomfort, humans have no abnormalities. But the sound reached the rhino's ears, and immediately let out a low sorrow, and then fell to the ground and died. Hundreds of rhinos came forward and fell one after another. This scene looks very spectacular. Seeing the beloved mounts die one after another, the border tribe elder raised his machete angrily and ran towards David. David noticed it immediately and picked up a spear from the ground. After a little fiddle, he raised his spear and pulled the trigger. Call out! A blue laser crossed the battlefield and accurately penetrated the elder's head. With a slap, blood splattered. No. Oko's eyes rounded, his expression extremely sad. The elder who was shot headshot by David was her husband. Takara's face was gloomy, and he silently saluted in the direction of the elder. At this moment, he is standing high on the hillside, mastering the overall situation of the battlefield. The warriors of the 18 tribes had already become defeated. Takara sighed helplessly, and moved the rosary on his wrist to open the video call. Takara, Surui. The battlefield situation is not good. Please execute Plan B as soon as possible. Surui was full of grief. Brother, have you really thought about it? Takara nodded firmly. Yeah. This is the only way. Surui lowered her head. Takara said earnestly, Surui, time is running out. Immediately execute as planned. After speaking, Takara cut off the communication without waiting for her sister to reply. He walked a few steps forward, his expression stern, and he regarded death as home. Guard. Yes. The guard responded with gritted teeth. The time has come to dedicate your life to Wakanda. Run over with me and kill them all. After that, the nano warframe wrapped Takara's head. Takara took the lead, rushed out of the protection of the guards, and flew towards the battlefield. The Clown Organization also pays attention to the battlefield situation. Seeing Takara rushing single-handedly, his comrades showed contemptuous expressions. In a war, even the king personally took action, indicating that the war has reached its worst time. It seems that Wakanda's background is not as deep as imagined. It is really a waste of Zenjin to leave them this kind of resource. Alex stood up and said, leave that king to me. After he has absorbed him, Wakanda will have no secrets. Franklin said, the group of women behind him is not easy. Can you beat them by yourself? At this moment, John stepped forward and said, I'll block those women. Halle, Teleport us over. Good. Hallie put her hand on the shoulders of the two of them. The two of them disappeared where they were. Takara ran wild on the grass. With the power of the panthers and the blessing of the battle armor, he quickly shook off the guards and took the lead. A man in a sweater and a hood suddenly appeared not far away. It turned out to be him. Takara recognized the person and felt a little grateful. This person is Alex, the cadre of the clown organization. The ability is the body to deform, absorb and pretend to be another person. Captain America Steve Rogers was defeated by him. Although Alex's ability to deform is great, it is still in the range that Takara can handle. If you change to those unpredictable superpowers, I am afraid the battle will soon be over. Takara calculated the time, jumped into the air hard, then slammed his fist towards Alex. The opponent is coming fiercely. Alex is not afraid at all, his right arm tentacles surging, turning into a huge iron fist. Boom! The two fists were smashed together, and after a moment of stalemate, Takara was beaten out. King Takara! Oki exclaimed, and then speeded up and ran over. Suddenly, on their way forward, a man in a suit appeared. Oko frowned and said something was wrong in his heart. The man in this suit is named John Wick, who was once a top killer, and later joined the clown organization to gain the ability to control chills. You must not fight him close, or you will be frozen into ice instantly. Oko's mind turned quickly, and in the blink of an eye he understood the skill of fighting John. Stop! With an order, the king's guard stopped. Raise a gun. Shoot! The female players raised their spears and aimed at the man not far away. Upon seeing this, John moved his mind, and white cold air gushed from his body. The cold air freezes the moisture in the air, forming a thick wall of ice. Shoo! The laser volley broke the ice wall to pieces. When hoarfrost dissipated, Oko found no one behind the ice wall. A chill came from elsewhere, and Oko quickly turned around. Halfway through, she felt cold and her limbs gradually stiffened. The white cold air blew through, and the female warriors turned into crystal clear ice sculptures holding spears. Takara was hit with a punch, but was not hurt. The nanobots of the Warframe have absorbed most of the kinetic energy, but what made Takara rush to the panic was that the opponent only took a punch to fill up the energy storage progress bar of the battle armor. A terrible power. No wonder it can defeat Captain America, Takara whispered, then looked for an angle and rushed forward. Upon seeing this, Alex once again swung his iron fist toward Takara. On strength alone, he does not lose. Hulk. Takara didn't dare to insist. His expression was solemn, his eyes fixed on the opponent's movements. In hammer mode, Alex's attack speed is a bit slow. Takara took the opportunity to shovel, barely dodged the hammer's attack, and at the same time put his body close to Alex, releasing the energy storage of the battle armor. Boom! The purple textured battle armor burst out with a loud noise, and Alex was blown out by huge energy. In an instant, Takara stood up and said indifferently, "You can taste the power of the Iron Fist." He looked around and found that the guards hadn't rushed over until now. Looking back, I saw Hoarfrost hanging on the ground in the distance. Dozens of soldiers in the guard have all turned into ice sculptures. Oki. Takara was furious instantly, staring at the man in the suit. John politely pointed behind him. "Concentrate when fighting, you don't have time to worry about others now." Takara turned around immediately. Alex fell to the ground, his clothes torn, his limbs were lost, and his internal organs were damaged. If a normal person looks like this, he can go straight to the crematorium. But Alex is not a human being, he is a black light virus. The scarlet tentacles squirmed to repair the wounds in the body. In Takara's surprised eyes, Alex stood up intact. The whole journey took less than 10 seconds. In the clown organization, my strength is very weak, maybe even the Hulk Legion can't fight, but you know why I am a cadre, and they are soldiers? Alex strode forward, his sharp eyes glowing red. "Because I can't kill." Chapter 349 Wakanda is dead. Alex stood up, a group of blood-colored tentacles surged to his right arm, turning into a sharp giant blade. "Can't you kill?" Takara opened her arms, showing sharp claws on her 10 fingers. "Anyone who is killed will die, even you, perhaps." Alex waved his huge blade, broke the wind and said, I once survived a nuclear explosion. I hope you are stronger than a nuclear bomb." As soon as the voice fell, the two approached quickly. Alex finds the right time and slashes from top to bottom with a huge blade. The weight of the giant blade is much lighter than that of a hammer, and the disadvantage of slow attack speed no longer exists. Takara is keenly aware of this, but everything has two sides. The speed of the giant blade is indeed faster, but the lethality is far less than that of the hammer. At least that's the case for Takara wearing the panther armor. The two were about to collide with each other, and at the moment the giant blade fell, Takara raised his left hand and grasped the blade. As he expected, Alex's current strength was barely able to catch it. At the same time, his right hand formed a palm with 5 fingers, and he grabbed Alex's throat fiercely. The panther claws are made of vibrating gold. If this one is firmly grasped, it can directly squeeze Alex's neck. However, Alex had expected that the tentacle of his left arm suddenly surged and turned into a blood-red shield. Boom! There was a crisp sound, and the shield was full of cracks. From the result, Takara's claws were slightly better, but they also exhausted all their strength. Alex sneered, "I caught you." The tentacles of his left arm surged, wrapping Takara's right hand tightly. A tentacle shot out from the chest, hitting Takara's heart. This tentacle can absorb humans and turn them into nutrients in the body, which is Alex's ultimate move. At such a close distance, Takara did not react at all, and was directly hit in the heart by the tentacle. Fortunately, the panther armor made by Zenjin saved his life. At the same time, the nanorobot absorbed all the impact of the tentacles, and the armor was suddenly covered with purple texture. This is the tentacles that can absorb people in the legend? Takara was extremely shocked, and before he could think more, he released the energy of the suit. Boom! The purple energy wave burst, tore off Alex's arm, and blasted him far away. Alex is a Xioqiang. He quickly stood up. His broken left arm quickly recovered. The deformed weapon could not penetrate the armor at all, and the scene became a little anxious. Zenjin, really annoying. Alex had to change his strategy. His body split into a tentacle and flew to the distant battlefield, hooked a spear from the ground and quickly retracted. Only magic can defeat magic, and only weapons made by vibrating can pierce battle armor made by vibrating. With a spear in his hand, Alex was confident and stabs Takara forcefully. Although the panther battle armor can absorb kinetic energy, it is difficult to stop the sharp spurs, and Takara will be stabbed if he is not careful. On the other hand, Alex, no matter what kind of damage he receives, he can recover within a few seconds. Both of them are masters of fighting, and this battle feasted the audience. The destructive power of superpower, although it seems to make people feel refreshed and shocked. But this kind of one-by-one punch and kick, all through the carefully calculated physical and intellectual struggles, is equally eye-catching. Alex gradually gained an advantage. 7 or 8 minutes later, Takara's panther armor had been damaged in many places. Bright red blood flows on the armor to form a special texture. It's a pity that bleeding and injury will not make him stronger, but will take away his strength a little bit. This kind of desperate fight extremely consumes physical energy. In less than 10 minutes, Takara was exhausted and gasped, but he was still struggling to support it. On the battlefield, more than half of Wakanda's tens of thousands of soldiers were casualties. The soldiers knew that they were lost, but they were still struggling, and they would never take a step back. Even if they lose the war in the end, they are worthy of the title of fighter. The warrior inspired Takara. Obviously exhausted, he still roared vigorously, squeezing the last force in his body and rushing towards Alex. But the cruel thing is, no matter how firm your beliefs are, or how many reasons you can't lose, fighting, after all, speaks by strength. Alex raised his spear and wrapped his right fist with his tentacle to increase his strength. He took a javelin throwing posture and threw the spear vigorously. Call out! With a flash of silver light, the spear shot out and pierced Takara's armor. This blow directly penetrated Takara's heart. The last force that was squeezed out quickly dissipated and passed away. Takara staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. ended. John folded his shoulders and watched the battle silently until the end. Alex breathed a sigh of relief, then walked towards the body. He was very interested in Takara. He didn't understand why an ordinary person from Africa could explode with as much strength and speed as Captain America. Steve was injected with super soldier potion, and why did Takara get this power? The body of ordinary people is at best a nutrient, while the body of the strong is the catalyst. It allows Alex to complete the evolution and constantly climb towards the top of the food chain. For whatever reason, this body is about to become his thing. Puff. He clenched his fist, followed the wound left by the spear, and punched the corpse through. Then, the tentacles that were dense as threads filled the whole body. These tentacles can quickly break down body cells, and then transport them to Alex's body. After 10 seconds, the absorption is complete. Only a soft panther armor was left on the ground. Boom. A lot of complicated memories poured into my mind. At the same time, Takara's special body is also changing the genetic sequence of Alex. What? He screamed in pain while holding his head. His tentacles spread across his body, appearing extremely unstable. Evolution is always accompanied by pain. Pain is the only way to reap and grow. Suddenly, the pain reached its peak in an instant. Alex looked up to the sky and screamed, and the restless tentacles instantly retracted into his body. In the next second, the tentacles that have completed the charge shot out instantly, thousands, like silk tentacles flying across the battlefield. Puff. 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 The Wakanda warrior was stabbed by the tentacles, and the Hulk Legion was stabbed by the tentacles. Anyone who was stabbed, as if a girlfriend had been punctured by a needle, quickly dried up, leaving only a piece of clothing. In the blink of an eye, all 5,000 or 6,000 soldiers on the battlefield were absorbed into Alex's body by the tentacles. After swallowing thousands of people at once, Alex immediately froze in place, as if a little indigestion. The comrades who watched the game were all stunned. If they hadn't used their life-saving skills just now, I am afraid it would have become a nutrient for Alex at this moment. A large-scale skill directly cleans the battlefield, even oneself. Having been a companion for several years, they still didn't know that Alex was hiding such a big move. To be honest, Alex himself was also a little confused, because such a trick cannot be released anytime and anywhere. Only when the virus has completed its evolution and the body urgently needs a lot of nutrients, will it passively resort to this trick. Because it is the survival instinct of the virus, it does not distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. After Alex was relieved and confirmed that he had passed his state, the comrades went straight to the palace of King Wakanda. The battle is over, it's time to claim the prize. Intruder. The soldiers guarding the palace saw these uninvited guests and immediately took up their spears and rushed over. Hallie stood at the forefront, stepping out of the way that 6 relatives did not recognize it. She slowly stretched out her right hand, and the group of palace soldiers was immediately bound by space. Hallie squeezed her fists hard, and as the space compressed, the soldiers were directly crushed into the size of a basketball. The footsteps of the comrades did not stand still. It would be too shameful to be blocked by a group of trash fish. Seeing Hallie's abilities, the comrades were surprised. It seems that after the superpower has risen to level 8, Hawley has also learned a new skill, which seems to be quite powerful. Into the palace swaggeringly. Blockers will kill without mercy. Along the way, the palace that has stood for 1,000 years is now red with blood, and the scene is terrible. Going straight to the palace discussion hall, a huge copper door blocked them. The bronze door is carved with ancient totems, and there is a blue energy cover outside. When you enter the palace, it is my world. Franklin snapped his fingers confidently. The blue energy shield immediately closed, and the copper door slowly opened. The elders and senior officials of the 18 tribes gathered in the huge conference hall. Seeing the clown organization appearing in the meeting hall, their faces suddenly became ashes. Wakanda, completely lost. The group of people huddled in the corner, their expressions of horror appeared on their faces, and their lofty gestures completely disappeared. Belmode stepped forward and asked loudly, "Do any of you speak English?" Everyone looked at each other. Only one young man raised his arm high. Belmode said, "Very well, translate for them." From now on, Everything in Wakanda is organized by our clown." Hearing the words, the young man's translation. The group of people looked unwilling, but things had reached this point, and they were helpless. Belmod continued, "There are enough people dead today, and we don't want to kill in vain. If you are willing to give up the secrets, we can consider magnanimity." The clown organization captured Wakanda in order to seize vibrating gold and the technological products made by vibrating gold. To get everything in Wakanda back to normal operation in the shortest possible time, it is necessary to win over a group of elderly people, commonly known as traitors. After the young translator finished speaking, the faces of those people suddenly became wonderful. But under the subdivision, there are nothing more than two. The first is because they can survive, so they are relieved. The second is to feel insulted, with extremely angry expressions and loss of reason. A considerable part of this group belongs to the second kind. Their complexions flushed, and bravely stood up and pointed at their comrades in anger. "Although I don't understand Wakanda, I understand body language very well." Alex, who had just completed his evolution, crossed the center line and rushed past like lightning. His arms quickly turned into sharp claws, and he chopped those who were unwilling to surrender into flesh in 2 or 3 strokes. The ground was red with blood, and the air was full of blood. After a round of cleaning, the remaining people are much more honest. Belmod smiled, and said indifferently, "I don't know the customs of Wakanda, but starting today, we must kneel down when we see us." Upon hearing this, the young translator threw himself on his knees, and then translated the passage. The body of the rebels was still warm, and the group of people knelt down very consciously. Belmod swept his eyes and said with satisfaction, "Very good. Starting today, you are the clown organization. Slaves." The young man lowered his head to translate, and the others did not dare to raise their heads to refute. It was a fluke that the slave of the subjugated country could survive. As for dignity, freedom, wealth, status, etc., they don't belong to them from the moment they kneel down. Chloe stepped forward and asked in Wakanda, "Where are Wakanda's gold mining and laboratory?" This girl actually speaks our language, so what kind of translation did you look for just now? No, they did it on purpose. Fortunately, I didn't say anything bad just now. An old man seized the opportunity and raised his head flatly. "Honorable Queen, I know. The laboratory is in the mining area behind the mountain," Chloe said. "Take us over." The old man was ecstatic and leaned in like a dog leg. Chloe and Belmod exchanged a few words and said, "You immediately gather the remaining forces of the tribe. If there are any rebels, kill them. Here are some of you who will help you. Leave David, John, and Locomotive to help clean up the remaining forces." Halle, Belmod, Chloe, Alex, took the old man to the mining area with the spacecraft. The mining area is the lifeblood of Wakanda and the core area. Anyone who enters must get permission from the king. After the spacecraft approached the mining area, the old man reminded, "Your Majesty, the mining area is guarded by elite troops. Please be careful." Chloe relayed it to Halle, who teleported out immediately. After a while, Hawley came back with a puzzled expression. "Strange, there is no army here, not even an individual." Chloe questioned the old man, who unexpectedly shouted, "That's it." As the spacecraft sailed into the mining area, there was no one. Under the guidance of the old man, the spacecraft landed on the laboratory apron. The comrades rushed into the laboratory and found that it had been emptied. The old man was very angry and began to curse. "Shameless, despicable, T'Challa, a bastard, secretly let Surui away and let us elders die." Upon hearing this, the comrades were shocked. The chief scientist of Wakanda ran away. Belmod turned to look at Alex, his expression very dissatisfied. "Didn't you absorb T'Challa? You don't even know such a big thing." Alex looked embarrassed. After absorbing T'Challa, the memory is indeed stored in his mind, but the amount of human memory is extremely large. Unless he specifically looks for a certain memory, it is impossible to read the other person's life again. He does not have the time and energy. Alex knew that he was wrong, and immediately searched this memory. It turned out that the plan made by T'Challa and the army generals in the war room was only Plan A. He, Surui Okai, privately developed Plan B. The content of this plan is, once the battle is unfavorable, Suru immediately escaped from Wakanda with important supplies. These materials include vibrating gold, scientific research personnel, scientific research results, spaceships and warships. In a word, nothing is left to the clown organization except the rags on the ground. The reason why Takara gave up the tribal power was because he was afraid that after the fall of Wakanda, Suru's thoughts would simply not be able to beat these old coins. As an elder brother, he is doing his best. But as a king, no matter how you look at it, it's too selfish. So Takara ignored the persuasion of the two and insisted on staying and coexisting with Wakanda. Finally, it can be regarded as seeking benevolence and gaining benevolence. Chapter 350 The Chief's Safe House. The elder summoned the soldiers loyal to him, and searched the mine area carefully. The others stayed in Suru's laboratory and waited quietly. Although the laboratories on dozens of floors above and below have been evacuated, they can observe the mining area outside through the windows. My comrades can believe what it was like here. Zenjin is worthy of being the most precious metal on Earth. Even if the mediocrity like Wakanda uses them, it can turn decay into magic. After more than an hour, the surrendered Wakanda fighters returned to the laboratory to report on the situation. Exactly as the information provided by Alex, the mining area was empty. After receiving the notice from Takara, Suru dispatched the remaining hundreds of fighters from Wakanda to urgently transport all the Zenjin mine from the mining area. In addition, there are scientific research results, scientific research equipment, and scientific researchers in the laboratory. It can be said that all the core things in Wakanda were taken away by her. Anger was ignited in Belmode's eyes, and he coldly snorted, "Your king is a good calculation. We tried our best to capture Wakanda and only got a mere shell." A fluttering sentence made the elder shudder and tremble. "It's over. This queen will not be held accountable, right?" He quickly jumped out and said angrily, "Your Majesty, you don't know anything." Takara and his father Tikako are selfish, sinister and cunning people. In order for his son to successfully ascend to the throne, Takako sent him abroad when he was young to learn outside knowledge and experience, and we still use the same old method for our children. In order to make his son's throne more stable, he also handed over the core laboratory of Wakanda to his daughter Suru. The scientific research results in the laboratory are the accumulation of Wakanda over thousands of years. After Tikako's death, T'Challa became king. He inherited his father's style and did nothing less than anything he did. We can't predict his behavior in advance of such a selfish king. T'Challa died, Suru ran away, and no one stood up to confront him. So he tried his best to clear his own responsibility. Belmode thought of Wakanda's political system, and asked, "I heard that in Wakanda, the king can't cover the sky with one hand. Your tribal elder council has greater power than the king. Tikaka is now overhead you, isn't anyone against the council of tribal elders?" Hearing this, the elder beat his chest and his feet angrily. Those short-sighted people only care about their own enjoyment, and have never considered Wakanda's future. The times have changed, and the world structure is even more like a cloud, but they still stubbornly adhere to the stupid tradition. As long as they are given their due status, they will not object to anyone being a king. Over time, we have been excluded outside the center of power, but this group of extremely stupid people would rather die than surrender to the clown organization. From a rational point of view, they are more worthy of respect. Belmode waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "I understand. I won't blame you for this matter." "Thank your Majesty the Queen." The elder smiled with joy and respectfully saluted several of his party comrades. Belmode went on to say, "But Wakanda does not have a ready-made vibrating gold, which is indeed a big problem. The one named Suru also took away all the technical personnel. Do you have talents proficient in mining and smelting ore?" The elder looked embarrassed and shook his head. "Your Majesty, as I said just now, all core technologies are in the hands of their brothers and sisters. We elders have no position and no real power. No technology and no talent means that everything has to be started from scratch." Belmode frowned a little irritably, and muttered to himself, "It seems that we have to mine the ore. Without the relevant materials and equipment, if everything starts from scratch. I don't know when the vibrato ore can be made into a weapon ship. Damn Takara. Belmode turned around and said, Harry, it should not be too late. After a while, you will go back to the base and bring all the scientific researchers from the base, especially the experts proficient in ore smelting. Hallie nodded, no problem. Washington, Sanquia headquarters. Since the geographic coordinates of the Clown organization were exposed, there have been reconnaissance satellites continuously detecting the sky over this area. Just now, the satellite took a mysterious photo. 5 minutes later, this photo appeared on the desk of Director Nick Fury. The content of the photo is that a dozen oval spaceships are fighting fiercely with a group of steel armor. Nick Fury sat at his desk, put down the photo, and hurriedly asked, when was this taken? The agent who passed the photo replied, about 5 or 6 minutes ago. Nick Fury nodded and said, okay, I see, you can go ahead. When the agent left the office, he took the photo and examined it carefully. Those steel armors with special coatings are undoubtedly the armored legions of the Clown organization. But which country are these oval spaceships from? In Nick Fury's memory, there is no country's fighter jet in this shape, unless it is a secret force of a certain country. But if it is a secret force, they want to deal with the Clown organization. Why not discuss with governments in advance? Nick Fury knew very well that these countries screamed and killed the Clown organization on the surface. But when I really wanted to do it, everyone became a tortoise, afraid to be a bird. Unless there is a party's power to negotiate, let the governments of all countries make a unified move. Otherwise, no government of any country is willing to carry out the thankless task of destroying the Clown organization. This is the purpose of the Vienna General Assembly. But if it's not the government, where do these spacecraft belong? Is it an alien like Loki, or it's just a secret weapon researched by the Clown organization, wanting to test the battle data of these spaceships with steel armor? Nick Fury frowned and thought, but could not think of a reasonable answer. So he put away the photo and left the office, and took the elevator to the World Council office on the top floor. The discovery of a suspicious spacecraft in Africa is extremely important. If he is concealed without authorization, he can be removed from his post based on this matter, or even be taken to a military court. In the Security Council office, Alexander wore a suit at his desk with a stack of papers stacked on the desk. He raised his head and looked at Nick Fury. His expression immediately serious. Fury, something happened? Nick Fury was surprised. You guessed it. Alexander smiled bitterly. You don't have to guess at all. Although everyone is in the same building, you will not walk into this office unless something big happens. It's really a big deal. Nick Fury took out the photo and put it on the table. Alexander took the photo to check it, and then stood up suddenly. This is, Nick Fury explained to him, this was taken by a reconnaissance satellite 15 minutes ago, and it was in the suspected activity area. The steel armor of the Clown organization appears in the suspected area, and it seems that they are hiding in Africa as a real hammer. What are these strange spaceships? Nick Fury shook his head, frowning and grimace. I thought about it for a long time and couldn't be famous, so I came to you. Alexander took a closer look and sighed. I can't think of it. The reality of these spaceships is too strange. Alexander could also think of Nick Fury's guess, so he also came to the same conclusion. The level of this matter is no longer what they can handle, and the 5 members of the council must be notified. With this picture, you can finally be tough in front of the members. Alexander flicked the picture with his finger. Nick Fury smiled contemptuously. In front of them, when have I been counseled? Alexander laughed, opened the door and walked into the conference room to inform several members of the council to go online. After reading this photo and listening to Nick Fury's reasoning, the 5 congressmen also felt that this matter was a bit tricky. It is a good thing to be able to find the precise coordinates of the Clown organization, but these ships of unknown origin are a big trouble. Judging from the shape of the spacecraft, the technological level of the forces behind it far exceeds that of any Earth country. Do these spaceships really come from aliens? What did they attack the Clown organization for? The most important thing is, for governments of all countries, are they enemies or friends? The 5 parliamentarians are all spokespersons of the country. For general things, they have the ability to make decisions. But this matter is not trivial. They must report to the top leaders of governments, and they will hold a video conference to discuss the matter. SHIELD monitors this area 24 hours a day. Before the Supreme Leaders meeting reaches a conclusion, remember not to act rashly. Nick Fury nodded. He thought so too. 5 members went off the assembly line, and they left the conference room side by side. Alexander returned the photo to Nick Fury and sighed, "Joker, it's a clown again." Looking back, "We have been dealing with them all these years." Nick Fury also said with emotion, "Yes, when the clown organization was still Earthworms, you, me, and SHIELD didn't pay enough attention to it. As a result, it grew into a dragon in the blink of an eye, and wanted to kill the dragon." "It's so easy." Alexander nodded and said with a serious face, "So in order not to repeat the same mistakes, Thinsight plan must be implemented as scheduled. Now that the preparations are ready, I will formally present it to the congressman at the next regular meeting." Don't you have any comments? Project Insight is the ultimate weapon to eliminate clowns and any potential criminals. Nick Fury has been looking forward to this day for countless years. "Of course there will be no comments. Don't worry, sir. I'll be on your side." Alexander smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and sent him to the door. "Don't work overtime tonight. Go home early to rest." Because of the clown, you have been sleeping in the office for several days, and now you are out again. The mysterious spaceship. It takes at least a few days for the top leaders to meet and study. You can take a good rest during this time and wait until the order comes down. I'm afraid you will have to stay up every day. Back to the director's office, Nick Fury went through the process step by step, taking care of today's affairs. After signing the last document, he looked up at the time on the monitor. 22:33. Hey. Unconsciously, it's already 10:30. Remembering what Alexander said, Nick Fury hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds. "But in the end I chose to put down the files and took out the car key from the drawer. There are a lot of busy days, so let's take a good rest for 2 days now." Take the elevator to the underground parking lot. A plain-looking black Chevrolet SUV parked in a dedicated parking space. Nick Fury got into the car and started the car out of SHIELD headquarters. 3 blocks from the headquarters, Chevrolet stopped at the traffic lights at the intersection. "Which home do you want to go to sleep tonight?" Nick Fury has this trouble every time he leaves the headquarters and goes home. "Crossroads, 4 directions, 4 houses. Turn around and go to sleep in the Chief's Lounge of Sanquia headquarters. Go straight, a small house along the street full of cultural and artistic atmosphere. Turn left, the penthouse in the city. Turn right, elegant single-family villa in the suburbs." These 4 places are all Nick Fury likes, but which one is he going to? Because there are too many houses, Nick Fury has to think for a long time every time before this red light. The former assistant Hill also joked that this is the crossroads of his life. "Hey, Hill." "No, right, wrong, first decide where to sleep tonight." The traffic lights flashed at the countdown, leaving him with 5 seconds to think. Nick Fury first ruled out a U-turn back to the Chief's Lounge. In SHIELD, he always had an inexplicable sense of tension, and such an environment was not conducive to relaxation. With 3 seconds left in the countdown, he ruled out penthouse apartments in the city. The urban area is too busy, which is also not conducive to rest. The only thing left is the artistic and humanistic houses along the street, and the elegant and quiet single-family villas surrounded by mountains and rivers. When the countdown beat to the last second, he finally made a choice following his heart. Go straight to the street house. The single-family villa is perfect, and staying there for a long time is easy to enjoy and kill the fighting spirit. The green light is on. The black Chevrolet started slowly and walked in a straight line to the middle of the intersection. Suddenly, Chevrolet turned sharply to the right and drove into the road to the suburbs. It's not that Nick Fury changed his mind temporarily. He was also dazed at the moment. Chevrolet's autopilot suddenly started and the steering wheel turned right uncontrollably. Nick Fury asked, What's the matter? The onboard system answered, propulsion system failure. Nick Fury. Then restart. Restarting. Restart failed. Restarting. Restart failed. When it's over, the system is in an endless loop. Nick Fury sighed. Contact the SHIELD logistics office. System. Communication system failure. Nick Fury suggested. Then fly and don't hit anyone in the middle of the night. System. Vertical takeoff and landing engine failure. Nick Fury was speechless. Then do you have anything that works normally? System. The air conditioning and audio-visual systems are operating normally. Nick Fury. Mom messed with facts.